morning. This hearing is called to order. I'm Commissioner President Brad Molnar. I'm the presiding officer for this hearing. With me today is electronically is Vice President Jennifer Fielder, Commissioner Anna Bukacek, Commissioner Jeff Wellborn, and we are hoping that Commissioner Bonucci can join us. Commissioners, Commission Attorneys Lucas, Hamilton, and/or Amanda Webster will be advising the Commission. All other Commission staff are also present. This hearing is also being transcribed by court reporter for Lesofsky Court Reporting. For the record, the time is 9:04 a.m. The date is Monday, June 9th, 2025. The Commission and staff are appearing from Helena, Montana in the Bollinger Room of the Montana Public Service Commission. This is a scheduled public hearing for docket number 2024.05.053 involving the application of Northwestern Energy for authority to increase retail electric and natural gas utility service rates and for approval of service schedules, cost allocation, and rate design. I would like to thank all the witnesses, attorneys, parties, and the public who are joining us today. We're happy to have you. As the presiding officer of this hearing, I'm in charge of preserving order and making sure the hearing proceeds in an efficient manner. I expect all participants and attendees to be respectful and professional. I will not tolerate personal insults, threats, or attacks against anyone involved in this hearing, nor will I tolerate any distractions or interruptions that delay or interfere with the orderly conduct of business. I may exercise my authority to remove individuals from the room, but I sincerely hope that that will not be necessary. And I'll ad lib here just a little bit. I will 100% protect the right to peaceful attendance of and public participation. I will now take appearances of counsel. Counsel, please introduce yourself and who you represent.
Good morning, President Molnar and Commissioners. My name is Shannon Heim, and I'm appearing on behalf of Northwestern Energy.
Good morning, Sarah Norcott appearing on behalf of Northwestern Energy. Please also enter the appearance of Ann Hill on behalf of Northwestern Energy.
Will Ms. Hill be online or is she going to be?
She'll be here in person when appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Please enter the appearance of Jason Brown, Montana Consumer Counsel. With me today is Paul Schultz.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners. Thor Nelson of the law firm of Holland and Hart, appearing today on behalf of the Montana Large Customer Group. With me also of Holland and Hart is my partner, Nick Stoffel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Captain Michael A. Rivera with Mr. Edward Lucas on behalf of federal executive agencies.
Would you please turn on your microphone?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Captain Michael A. Rivera with Mr. Ed Lucas, federal executive agencies. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Molnar, Commissioners. Jenny Harbine on behalf of the joint parties, Montana Environmental Information Center, Natural Resources Defense Council, Human Resource Council District 11, and Northwest Energy Coalition. I'll be joined throughout the hearing by my colleague Shiloh Hernandez, also on behalf of the joint parties. And with us at council table is Gary Duncan.
Good morning, Barbara Chilcott here on behalf of Renewable Northwest.
And Melissa Hornbein here on behalf of Renewable Northwest.
Good morning, Julie Clark of Clark Energy Law on behalf of Walmart, and Amy Mowry also on behalf of Walmart.
Walmart is not here.
There we go. Hi, Mike Uda. I'm Uda Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of Triple Oak Energy and the University of Montana.
Is there a representative here for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe?
Yes, Thank you. Anna Brady, Counsel for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe, appearing here.
Yeah, I believe that's all. I will now ask for public comment. We will start each hearing day with an opportunity for public comment and end the hearing with a final opportunity for comment. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. To ensure that we can get to witnesses who have traveled to be here today, we will need to impose time limits on public comment. We will start with 1 hour of public comment this morning. We have 21 that are signed up to give their comments. About half of those, a little over half, are here in person. So we will strive to keep comments at 3 minutes each. That would use up the hour. If somebody or others have already made your statement, you don't have to restate the exact same thing. You can say that you agree with somebody. And maybe I will save a little time and you can go into other things. We will start with 1 hour public comment this morning. We will begin with any commenters in the room and then move to commenters online. Can I see a show of hands of individuals who want to provide public comment today? Okay, looks like everybody's here. I have a list of 11, and I believe I just counted to 11, but a little difficult to get them all. I will call on those who have registered first. I will call on the comments as shown on my list, and I would ask the commenters approach the designated speaking area. You don't have to wait for somebody to be done to walk up. You can get behind them, and we'll save some time in moving people around. Please state your name and town where you live. We do not need your physical address, just the town. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. If you have written comments, please submit them online through the Commission's Ready portal or by emailing to pschelp@mt.gov. So in person, do we have Roger Hagan? And after that, if he's here, Jim Roach.
Got it. President Molnar, members of the commission, my name is Roger Hagan, last name spelled Hagan, from Great Falls, Montana. It's my honor to appear before you today in support of Northwestern Energy's proposed rate change, docket 2024.05.053. I come to you today not as an expert in energy generation, nor an expert in energy distribution. I merely come to you as a citizen of Montana and a customer of Northwestern Energy. It's important for me at this time to declare that I am also the trustee of a family mineral trust that possesses minor shares in multiple gas wells in the Bears Paw Mountains east of Big Sandy and south of Chinook. While this interest in those wells may seem a compelling reason for supporting this rate change, I hardly think that our 2024 revenue of $124 will be impacted one way or the other. Having said that, you may be curious why I'm appearing in front of you today. Well, there are two reasons that I'm compelled to be here. The first reason came from my grandfather, who homesteaded our farm north of Big Sandy. He was a forward thinker who didn't just address the needs on his farm in the current perspective, but also looked ahead to the possibilities in the future. Because of his focus, he wired his home and outbuildings for 110 and 220 volts, even though he only had a wind charger and battery storage for low voltage service in his home. As I said, a forward thinker. The second reason I'm compelled to appear here before you, evidently my grandfather's forward thinking was incubated into my brain, and during my 38 years in military service, that forward thinking was instilled to an even greater focus. Which brings us to today. I believe this rate change is an example similar to my grandfather's forward thinking and my military experience. Northwestern Energy is responding to the anticipated needs of the future while providing their customers a reliable energy source without having to secure outside market energy to make up the difference on demand at a much higher cost. Just like my grandfather saved his future expenses by preparing his structures for the future of 110 and 220 volt service, we need to support our energy provider with the ability to build out future energy production and transmission now, so we are not scrambling to play catch up on demand when we get behind on the energy curve. Long-term energy security requires an investment, something I learned in my military career as we prepared for the future of our national defense. So, members of the commission, I do not purport to be smart enough to analyze the rate change calculations and declare without fail that the rates being asked are the best balance for our citizens and the supplier. But I certainly concur that rate changes are in order. Some of you in this room are old enough to remember a 1980s Fram oil filter commercial. It talked about paying a little more for their Fram filter rather than a cheaper knockoff. The clincher line in the commercial was, "Pay me now or pay me later." I believe we are looking at a similar situation here. We need to invest in the future now, and this rate change will secure our long-term reliability and preparedness. I encourage the commission to adopt a long-term mindset as my grandfather and 38 years in the military instilled in me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. Jim Roach.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jim Roach and I live in Missoula County. Thank you for hearing my comments on this rate case. I am asking you to please deny Northwestern Energy's request for another rate increase. This increase of 17%, which has already been levied against ratepayers, comes on top of the 28% increase the company asked for and was granted by the PSC in 2023. While some people of comfortable incomes will be able to shoulder this increase without undue hardship, many hardworking Montanans living on tight budgets will find this additional rate hike particularly onerous. For some, it could be as drastic as to force them to make very difficult choices, particularly in light of the tenuous state of Medicaid, which many depend on for health care. Consider also that staffing within the low-income home energy assistance program has been cut, and the Trump administration wishes to eliminate funding for the program altogether. Another rate increase will be a double whammy for folks who just can't pay for it. And what is the justification for these rate increases? As most ratepayers see it, their monopoly utility is raking their tight budgets to provide better returns for their corporate investors like BlackRock and to provide even sweeter compensations for the top executives. That seems to be the company's principal priority. According to the most recent earnings call, as reported by the Daily Montanan, the first quarter of 2025 was quite financially solid for Northwestern, and the company was able to give investors very, very attractive dividends. That's what the Montanan said, the Daily Montanan. But captive ratepayers don't share in these benefits. And we can't bargain with Northwestern Energy or look for a better deal. We can't get our energy elsewhere. We depend on you, our Public Service Commission, to protect us from unfair practices. So why do Northwestern Energy's rates continue to climb? It's my belief, backed up by expert testimony during the Held trial, that there are much more economical ways to generate electricity. The company is using its ratepayers' money to pay for the most expensive, obsolete, and environmentally damaging technologies.
30 seconds.
While other utilities are turning to much cheaper renewable energy paired with various energy strategies, storage strategies, our utility continues to dump money into expensive fossil fuel infrastructure. Why? Is it because they're guaranteed a healthy return on investment regardless of cost or efficiency? How can we as ratepayers force this monopoly to turn to cleaner, more efficient, and more affordable energy sources? Certainly, they won't do that if they continue to be granted permission to levy ever higher rates to cover their backward-looking strategies
Time.
and reward their investors. So we need you to push back, to push them in a different direction, because we can't afford these rate increases one after another. So thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Since we started, 2 more people have come in for in-person testimony, so we're going to have to stick very close to the 3-minute limit. If somebody has said something that you simply agree with, you can simply agree and perhaps offer new or time to others. Thank you. Is Robert Skinner in the room? After him will be Hank Hudson. After that will be Larry Bean. Please get in line.
Thank you, sir, and commissioners. My name is Robert Skinner. I live in Billings. I pay a Northwestern bill every month, and actually I pay several Northwestern bills every month for my dad, who's 89 years old, for my son, my sister, and my own family. I want reliable service and financially sound and a financially sound utility. I am the father of 3 and 4 grandchildren. One of the mantras of raising our own kids was when they would complain about it's not fair, something would happen with an older brother or something. My mantra was life's not fair. However, I think a monopoly with a lower risk should not earn nearly double the market's expectation of ROE, return on equity. I believe the commission has given them just above 10% on a yearly basis. For the nation, well, I can quote all of these stats, but for the nation, it's roughly between 5.2 and 6.3%. We're giving Northwestern roughly double that. Life's not fair. I get that. However, as a father, I tried not to make my children mad by proving that life's not fair. We worked at having some sort of equity. Every quarter point drop in the ROE saves my family roughly 80 cents. For a lot of Billings households, 69,000 electric meters, that at $100 a year, that's roughly $8 million that we just through the ROE to the investors, Wall Street we'll call them, we're sending out of Montana. And for the state with the 590,000 meters, we're sending over $80 million out of Montana simply to Wall Street because of an inappropriate percentage on the ROE. And my request is let's begin to bring it down to what the market value is, and not an excess one, and especially for a monopoly that is protected. And that's
30 seconds.
Yeah, no, I'm done, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Hank Hudson, please.
Mr. President, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Hank Hudson, Hudson, and I'm speaking on behalf of a local group, the Helena Interfaith Climate Advocates, HICA. Our members come from a wide range of the faith community here, and we believe that our faith calls on us to be stewards of the natural environment and preserve this beautiful state and planet for our children and for our grandchildren. We believe that we need to move thoughtfully and deliberately towards a future which reduces and eventually eliminates our reliance on burning fossil fuels for our energy. We're hopeful people, and we believe this can be done. Of course, this is a rate hearing, and consistent with the purposes of a rate hearing, we would ask the PSC to deny this rate increase and send the good folks at Northwest Energy back to the drawing board and to find a better balance between the hardships that this rather alarming rate increase would cause for Montanans, especially lower income and working Montanans, and the needs of their shareholders and their corporation. This request seems out of balance in that regard. In the future, we hope to have an open and thorough discussion about changes and sacrifices that people will need to make to move towards a more sustainable and livable Montana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Next up is Larry Bean. After him, Doug Miller, and after him is David Sasloff. Please be in line.
Good morning, Commissioner Molnar, members of the commission. My name is Larry Bean. I live in Billings. And let me start by saying I'm actually grateful for the excellent staff at Northwest Energy. And I'm talking about linemen, repairmen, installers, power plant operators, and customer service personnel for my fellow Montanans. And yes, I do understand sometimes we have to increase rates a bit to ensure that this excellent staff can continue doing their job. But I'm here to talk about the other side of Northwestern Energy that represent others who aren't from Montana and have little interest in my well-being or that of my neighbors, and in fact, gleefully applaud any scheme that would make more money for me and my fellow ratepayers. So yes, I live in Yellowstone County, just downwind from the Yellowstone County Generation Station, and I clearly want to make known I am opposed to being made to pay for this facility. And let me give you 3 reasons. First, I've been watching the development of this generation station for the last several years. And from the start, Northwestern has skirted the legal boundaries and exceeded the ethical ones of how a business should conduct itself. Building with no local government involvement, bullying volunteer board members.
Can you please?
Say again?
I say the time is up. Can you please?
I'm done.
Well, are you done?
I'm not done. I hit 3
You
points.
can summarize very, very quickly.
Okay, my 3 points when I'm done. I'm opposed to this for 3 reasons. One, it's still in the courts. And that reason alone should cause pause to approve this facility. Second, it does not benefit the ratepayers in any way. Most of the profits are going out of the state, selling it to others, and we get no benefit. And the third that I really wanted to make known are the ancillary impacts of burning 1.3 million cubic feet of methane an hour. And this plant alone, over the course of the life of the project, will contribute 10 trillion cubic feet to the atmosphere. And I don't think I should be made to pay for this level of pollution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Doug Miller.
Mr. President, members of the commission. My name is Doug Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R, retired. I'm from Helena. I just came to speak as a frustrated ratepayer. I've been around long enough that I remember being really proud of the fact this state had the lowest, that this state used to have the lowest energy rates in the region, and now I'm aware of the fact, or I've been reading about the fact that it's one of the highest, has one of the highest rates. I know that that's a result of a number of things. Can't hang that on you guys. Totally. Past commissions have made a lot of decisions that have impacted this. Past monopoly management has made a lot of decisions that's impacted this. Looking back on commission decisions and decisions by the monopolies, I don't think it's much I'd want to be that I'd be proud of. And I just urge you, with that in mind, with that history, to base your decisions on forward-looking as much as possible, trying to anticipate and keep in mind the impacts on not only people on fixed income, but small businesses, the heart of our communities. When they are faced with rate increases, they have to pass that on to consumers like myself. When I see these rate increases and the school board comes to us with proposed levies, my wife and I have to seriously consider about this extra $100 that we now are going to pay for our energy bill. How's that going to impact the extra $100 that the levy is going to cost us? So I just urge you to make decisions that we'll all be proud of in the future. Thank you very much. I'd like to oppose this proposed rate increase.
Thank you, David. Next is Melissa Smith, then Larry Stymack, and then Senator Mary Ann Dunwell. Please get in line.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Smith, and I'm from Great Falls, Montana. Thank you, commissioners, for this public hearing. As a Montana consumer of energy, it appears that Northwestern Energy, as a monopoly, is price gouging, always finding the most expensive way to generate energy in order to charge the highest rates to Montanans. As you've heard here today, Montana consumers are being squeezed by high energy rates that they just can't afford. We deserve a PSC and a monopoly energy company more concerned about providing clean, affordable energy services to Montanans than massive payouts to top executives at Northwestern Energy and their shareholders. On a personal note, I just want to say that rooftop solar is saving my family a lot of money. Our last energy bill was less than $20. So there are ways to generate clean energy that is cheaper. Please deny this rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Next up is Larry Stymack. Here you go. Sorry.
Yes, my name is Larry Stymack. I'm from Great Falls, and I live in a fixed income community. But anyway, as a utility consumer, I'm confused. Is Northwestern Energy regulating this body, or is this body regulating Northwest Energy? I'm confused about what's happening right now. The rates that are going to be proposed in my fixed income community, I live in a mobile home park, and our rent rates are tripled, and now we got to pay triple in utility bills. And if you think there's going to be homelessness, and we have a problem with homelessness now, we're going to have homeless in the future, because most of these people are on fixed incomes, either retired, disabled, retired veterans, or handicapped. So we need compassion on all this. And there is other forms of cheap energy out there that is not even being addressed to address some of these power supply issues. And one is geothermal generation. Montana is under 100 hot springs in this state, and we can generate cheap energy. And think of the future too. AI is going to need a whole lot of energy. So all that source of energy would be reliable, clean, efficient, and constant. And there will be no disruption in that. So think about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stymack. Next is Senator Mary Ann Dunwell. Then Ita Killeen will be up after that, followed by Jeff Smith. Please be in line. Senator.
Good morning. Good morning, President Molnar. Good to see you again. Members of the commission, good to see you. So, you know, a couple of you and I have served together in the legislature. I am a state senator, and I represent mainly the eastern part of Lewis and Clark County now. I have been in the legislature for 15 years, and President Molnar and I have served in the Consumer Council Committee of the legislature together. And I know at the end of the day, you will make the most judicious decision for all of your constituents. You know, when we serve together in the legislature, oftentimes, most times, there's no clear, easy answer. In this case, in this rate case hearing, I hope you agree with me. There is a clear answer. I'm not going to repeat everything that the folks who came before me said. I am going to talk about property taxes, however, very briefly. I agree with all the people who came before me, except with all due respect to my friend, Mr. Hagan. I agree with some of what he said, especially we need to invest long-term in energy. That I agree with, but not fossil fuel energy, renewable energy. One thing Mr. Hagan did say was pay me now or pay me later. Well, I hope you agree that it seems that ratepayers are paying now and later, as evidenced and experienced by past example. You know, like you in the legislature, I represent 20,000 constituents. Most of them cannot afford rooftop solar. You know, I mean, they're often hand to mouth. Many are seniors on a fixed income. And, you know, it seems like, well, a little bit here, a little bit there. It adds up. And it appears the behavior of Northwestern Energy is that they are layering rates upon rates upon rates. Last time circumventing your good authority. So with respect to property taxes, I read in the news media that the utility, publicly regulated utility, monopoly, is blaming that property taxes, that their property taxes are going to rise. And so they need to raise the rates. Well, you know, last couple of years, their property taxes decreased. Northwestern Energy's property taxes decreased 23%, Mr.
30 seconds.
Okay. And I didn't see a rate decrease, and neither did my 20,000 constituents. So thank you. You know, I'm a politician. I could go on and on all day, but you don't have all day, and these good people don't have all day. So thank you for your time. Please deny this rate increase. Have a good day.
Good morning, Mr. President. Oh,
Good morning.
good morning, and members of the commission. My name is Ita Killeen, Killeen, and I came from Bozeman, Montana today to ask you to regulate Northwestern Energy in a way that promotes fair and reasonable costs for Montana ratepayers. Can you hear it? No? Is this better? Thanks. Northwestern Energy has unfair advantages over us as captive ratepayers. The power cost and credit adjustment mechanism allows Northwestern Energy to demand periodic prepayment for projected increase in cost of fuels, with the amount credited back to the consumer if after the fact, if the projection is too high. This is a great advantage to the utility. It protects them from the risk of market volatility for fuels, but there's no advantage to customers, who are essentially giving the utility an interest-free loan when projections are too high. An investment in clean renewable energy would lessen the impact of natural gas price volatility, thus minimizing the need for these interest-free loans from us as ratepayers. Another example is I recently discovered that the return of equity for Northwestern Energy facilities is set by the PSC. This guaranteed profit has been in the 10% range for many years. 10% is excessive for a low-risk utility whose net income of $224 million in 2024 was $30 million more than in 2023. I believe that's a 14% increase in net income, and it's provided by the captive ratepayers. Meanwhile, a recent 17% increase in rates, following the 28% increase in rates of the last 2 years, is really excessive. The cost of utilities directly adds to the affordable housing crisis in Montana. Thank you. And these rate increases disproportionately affect the most vulnerable in our community. My request for you today is to remove the financial incentives that Northwestern Energy has, allowing it to cling to its expansion of expensive fossil fuel-based energy production, causing Montana ratepayers to see some of the most expensive utility costs in our region. Second, find credible market benchmarks to set the allowed facility return on equity for Northwestern Energy so our electric rates can come down. And finally, do not let Northwestern Energy fold the Yellowstone County generating station into the rate base. Thanks for hearing my comments and everyone else's today.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jeff Smith, followed by Taylor Wilson and Mary Clark, which will be the last of our in-person.
Good morning, Commissioner Molnar, fellow commissioners. Thank you for encouraging public comment. I'm Jeff Smith. I'm on the leadership team at 350 Montana. And I want to make the point that the rates that ratepayers are paying in Montana and our climate are intrinsically linked. Clean energy is cheaper, and you can do two things at once. You can lower the greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere, and you can lower the rates that ratepayers are paying. Right now, our rates of greenhouse gases are breaking records. They're 430 parts per million in our atmosphere. As you can see by the air quality outside, this has consequences for our natural environment. I would like to contribute 3 documents to the public record that show Northwestern Energy is going the wrong way, increasing greenhouse gases and raising rates and lowering Montana's standard of living. My organization, 350 Montana, commissioned a report to compare the long-range costs to ratepayers if Northwestern were to stay with fossil fuel generation or to transition to clean energy. The results were that ratepayers could save 40% by 2050. Second, I want to draw your attention to the unrefuted testimony of Mark Jacobson from Stanford University and the Solutions Project in the Held versus Montana trial. Montana can transition to reliable wind, solar, and hydro energy and save ratepayers 70% by 2050. Commissioners, I urge you to use your staff, or better still, bring in consultants to compare the costs of methane and coal generation with cheaper, cleaner sources of energy. You've done this before. The third document I would bring to your attention is the 2020 report by Synapse Energy Economics, which concluded that Northwestern's modeling is deeply flawed and puts a heavy weight on the scale to push fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Beth Taylor from Wilson, followed by our last in-person commenter, which will be Mary Clark. Please get in line. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me today. I'm from Missoula. I'm a member of 350 Montana. As many commissioners know, 350 Montana commissioned a study 5 years ago in 2020 from Vibrant Clean Energy to report the latest science on future energy procurement costs for the state of Montana, specifically clean renewables versus fossil fuels. The findings from this report, as with a similar report from the state of Colorado, determined that the clean renewables were far cheaper. The Public Service Commission and Northwestern Energy received this study and seemingly promptly disregarded it as the Laurel gas plant, the frack gas plant in Laurel, Montana, was approved and built in the face of a concerned and angry citizenry and many protests. Rather than focusing on cheaper costs, let me ask you all a question that the climate organization Inside Climate News posed in an article from the summer of 2024. Should big oil be tried for homicide? From that article, here is a part of this article. If you engage in conduct that is a substantial contributor to someone's death and you do it with a culpable mental state, that's homicide. Criminal charges, this is from a gentleman named David Brahman who wrote the article. Criminal charges, he added, would bring a graver tone than the civil cases and would better capture the company's conduct. We're talking about the idea that these corporations had a deep and detailed understanding of what they were doing. They really tried to hide that from the world as best they could, and they were very effective at driving doubt and delay into the market, into our democracy, so that the transition is now really dangerously close to events that are just as they predicted, globally catastrophic. The article continues.
45 seconds.
As radical as it might sound, Arkush and Brahman, two authors, say the law is clear. Extreme heat waves, wildfires, storms have killed thousands of people in recent years, and a developing field of science has begun attributing specific numbers of those deaths to human-driven climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. We'll now go to the online commenters. First will be Clint Caffel. Pardon? I apologize. Ms. Clark, please.
As I said, I'm Mary Clark. I'm a retired fifth generation Montanan. And as a retired person, income's set. And that means rates affect us. I encourage you to set the allowed return on equity for resource investments at a level consistent with credible market benchmarks so that our rates come down. I know it's difficult to juggle companies' need to make adequate profit and maintain facilities, but this company does need to utilize our resources of solar, wind, and water with the supplements of coal and methane. Restore the balance of equity by holding the utility to good faith standards and properly rebalance cost protections. Please do not add the Yellowstone County generating station at Laurel into the rate base. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Clerk, where were you from? Thank you.
Okay, apparently Larry Bean feels he was cut off before the 3-minute mark. It could be. There's a couple of times I haven't pushed this and I've estimated. Are you, I will give you an additional 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President Molnar. As I was starting to say, I'm opposed to the Laurel methane plant. I'm opposed to the Laurel methane plant, and I had 3 reasons for it. The 3 reasons are, first of all, we know just from the way Northwest Energy does business, one of the repercussions of that, we still haven't settled the zoning issue in Laurel. And so why should we approve this particular part of the rate case when it's still in court? The second part of this is that this is a peaking plant designed to make lots of money, and it probably would make money on its own, but why should we have to pay for it? And so I'm saying this really doesn't benefit us. It's just a profit scheme for Northwestern Energy. And the third part of this was, have we really looked at the impact of the volume of the methane gas? Again, every hour to generate, or be able to generate, 175 megawatts, 1.3 million cubic feet of methane. Associated with that, the pipeline will leak 1 million cubic feet a day. And this is going to have economic impacts. How will it impact the cost of gas in my pocketbook? And the impact on the environment, I find particularly insulting that I should be made to pay for that as well. I appreciate having an opportunity to come back and speak to you before. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the online commenters. We're going over by quite a bit, and it's fairly important that we keep with our published schedule. So we might run a little over, but I'll ask some indulgence, but I'm also going to ask that everybody that does speak does not repeat anything that's that has already been said. First up will be Clint Caffel. The second will be Mackenzie Javorka, and third will be Rob Gilmore.
Good morning, Commissioner Molnar, members of the commission, and other attendees. My name is Clint Kalfel. My last name is spelled K-A-L-F, like in Frank, E-L-L. And I'm the program administrator of Montana 811, who is essentially the call before you dig system. Northwestern Energy requested that I call and testify today to remind people of the costs of the one call system, which you may know is a free system, free call to request a locate to come out and mark their lines. Northwestern Energy is responsible for marking those lines. And one thing that they had asked for me to remind people is that back in 2021, through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Montana received $629 million through the American Rescue Plan Act for increasing rural fiber optics into the communities, the rural communities, and that was administered by the Connect Montana program. And that increase, and also the funds, that $629 million is supposed to be spent or used up by 2026. As a result of this increase or this money, we have increased by 18% across the state just in the past 2 years from 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I guess it would be. And that may not seem like a lot, but that's the largest increase we ever had. So there's a large amount of construction that is taking place. Northwestern Energy by law has to locate those lines, and it is a cost of doing business for them. So they just wanted me to remind people that calling before you dig is an important aspect of their system, making sure that people are safe. And the last point I'd like to make is to remind everybody to call before you dig so that we don't have damages, which increases costs to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up online is Mackenzie Javorka, then Rob Gilmore, and then Steve Held.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Just fine, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Mackenzie Javorka, J-A-V as in Victor, O-R-K-A. I am a renter and a ratepayer in Missoula, and I'm commenting today to second what many of the public commenters have said and to oppose this rate change. I'm here both as someone who will be impacted by this rate increase, and I'm also here as a member of the Missoula Tenants Union, which is a group that is dedicated to advocating for and building solidarity amongst tenants in order to create collective power and fight for access to secure, affordable, and decent housing options for the renting population of Missoula and Western Montana. We at the Missoula Tenants Union are collectively very concerned by the proposed rate hikes. With rent already at an all-time high, Montanans and Missoulians simply can't afford our energy costs to go up any higher. Many of us already pay over 30% of our income, sometimes up to 50% in rent, and this would further eat into our already strained budgets. This is a blatant money grabbing attempt by Northwestern, and they wouldn't even wait until the commission could rule on this rate case to jack up prices again. Northwestern is trying to go behind the PSC and skirt the authority of this commission to fairly regulate Montana's energy costs, which are already the 4th highest in the nation per person. The commission did the right thing in November by voting to protect everyday Montanans from overcharging, and I ask the commission to do the same thing here. Renters across Montana will thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Next is Rob Gilmore, followed by Steve Held, followed by Jack Hansen. Thank you. Mr. Gilmore, are you on? We'll circle back to him. Is Steve Held on? We'll circle back. Is Jack Hansen on? We also have Brian Micheletti and Philip Nordek, Commissioner John Oslin from Billings, and Richard Liebert and Rachel Provost. At this time, is Jack Hansen on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jack Hansen. I live in Yellowstone County in President Molnar's district. I'm a residential electric customer of Northwestern, and I'm a shareholder in the company. So I'd like to bring a shareholder perspective to this discussion. I address the Commission today to urge you to reject the proposed rate increase because it is based in crucial part on an unnecessarily high target return on equity. So professionally, I spent 2 decades working as an analyst focused on the healthcare sector, where I analyzed the finances of scores of companies. Now I make my living as an investor with a portfolio that includes a wide range of equities, some corporate and municipal bonds, and U.S. Treasuries. So I know something about analyzing a company's fundamentals and assessing risk. In making its case for a rate hike, Northwestern argues in part that a 10.8% return on equity is necessary to secure ongoing access to capital. But the return on equity that large regulated U.S. utilities receive is routinely higher than their cost of equity. They are 2 distinct concepts, return on equity and cost of equity. But most analysts agree that for regulated utilities, return on equity ought to just equal the cost of equity. In fact, a December 2019 paper from your own professional organization, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, NARUC, makes exactly that point. Return on equity should equal cost of equity. Estimating cost of equity is a relatively straightforward matter. It's calculated from the book value of a company. If the market value of a utility is greater than its book value, then the return on equity that the company is getting is higher than the cost of equity. That is to say, the return on equity would be higher than it needs to be to attract investors.
15 seconds, please summarize.
Yes, when I run the numbers on Northwestern, I see that its stock routinely trades at a premium. Currently, it's 1.17 times the book value per share. The fact that the market value of Northwestern stock is 17% above its book value indicates that investors are receiving a greater return on their investment than they would actually need to invest in the company.
Thank you.
So Northwestern's own numbers suggest that its return on equity could be reduced without detrimental effect on its ability to raise capital. To put that point bluntly, Northwestern, according to its own financials, does not need a return on equity of 10.8% to attract shareholders like me. So I urge you to reject that part of this rate case. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Micheletti? Is Philip Nordic on?
I am here. This is Brian Michelotti. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Commissioner Molnar and members of the committee. My name is Brian Michelotti, and I'm the Executive Director of the Montana High School Association. I'm here today to express the MHSA's appreciation and support for Northwestern Energy and share how they have committed to Montana students and communities for many years. The MHSA is a private nonprofit association that is regulated by 182 member high schools across the state of Montana. The purpose of the MHSA is to provide leadership for the development, supervision, and promotion of high school competition during the many high school sports and fine art activities in our member high schools who participate. We have over 45,000 students, 500 administrators, and 1,800 officials in our membership. The MHSA has had a 36-year partnership with Northwestern Energy. One major aspect of the MHSA and Northwestern Energy's partnership has been providing awards. All trophies, medals, and awards for MHSA's 26 sanctioned activities are provided by Northwestern Energy. These awards include athletics, music, and speech. Also, Northwestern Energy has another program with the MHSA. The MHSA Northwestern Energy Academic Excellence Program is one of our most prestigious awards. This award is presented to one Class AA, Class A, Class B, and Class C high school each year. The school with the highest cumulative GPA receives this award. This program in our partnership has come and shows the major commitment and financial support that they have provided to the MHSA since 1988. On behalf of the 182 MHSA member high schools, we want to thank Northwestern Energy for their support of all MHSA high school students for over 3 decades. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and our support to MHSA's longest partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Micheletti. Philip Nordick, followed by Commissioner John Oslin, followed by Richard Liebert, followed by Rachel Provost. Philip
Good morning,
Nordick,
Commissioners.
Yes.
Thank you for hearing my public comment. My name is Philip Nordick, and I'm a healthcare provider, specifically an occupational therapist, currently living in Missoula. I previously lived in Billings for 6 years, and I've worked with individuals across Montana from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, both in clinics and in their homes. These families are already burdened by high medical costs and are often forced to make difficult decisions about basic necessities. A rate increase by Northwestern would only worsen that burden, making it harder for many to afford medication, food, or safe housing. Essential utilities like electricity should be provided at a fair and reasonable price. I urge the Public Service Commission to consider the real impact this rate hike would have on vulnerable Montanans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your brevity, Mr. Nordick. Next up is Commissioner John Oslin from Billings.
Good me, Chair. Steve Held.
Good morning, President Molnar and honored members of the Commission. For the record, my name is John Oslin, that's spelled O-S-D-L-U-N-D, and I'm a Yellowstone County Commissioner, a role I've had the privilege of serving in for many years and worked through decades of growth, development, and public service in Yellowstone County. And I understand the vital role that reliable infrastructure, including energy infrastructure, plays in sustaining our communities and our economy. I support Northwestern Energy's investment in Yellowstone County Generating Station. The project is exactly the kind of forward-looking investment Montana needs to meet the energy demands of today and tomorrow. It is a critical addition to our state's energy system, adding much-needed generating capacity right here in Yellowstone County. The generation station has already brought direct economic benefits to our region, construction jobs, increased tax base, and local economic activity. Over the long term, it will continue to contribute to the property tax revenues that support local schools, roads, and services. It's a win-win for county and for the taxpayers. We get reliable power and economic development. We simply cannot afford to be over-dependent upon the regional market for our electricity. When Northwestern Energy has to go out and buy power on the open market, we all pay the price, literally. Market volatility directly affects consumer bills. Adding local generation like the Yellowstone County reduces exposure to market spikes and helps keep costs stable over time. Yellowstone County, and especially the Billing area, is growing. We're seeing increased industrial activity, housing development, and economic diversity. To support this growth, we need energy infrastructure that can scale with demand, and that means new, firm generation capacity. This isn't about building for luxury. It's about building to meet the essential demand for homes, businesses, hospitals, and schools. Reliable around-the-clock baseload power.
1 minute.
Backbone of a modern energy system. Wind and solar have a role, but they cannot operate without a firm, dispatchable power backing them up. The Yellowstone County Generating Station helps ensure we have power available 24/7, 365 days a year. Montana needs a utility that can plan for the long term and act on those plans. The rate adjustment Northwestern Energy is requesting is a necessary step to ensure they can make these kind of investments. As a commissioner, I can tell you no community can thrive without reliable, affordable energy. Mr. Commissioners, thank you for your support.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Oslin. Next up is Richard Liebert, President of the Montana Cattlemen's Association. Mr. Liebert, are you on?
We have good combo, Commissioner.
Please.
We good combo, Commissioner?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Just want to make sure good communications. Thank you, commissioners, and especially Commissioner Molnar, for returning to the PSC to wrestle with these problems. My name is Richard Liebert from the Farm and Ranch Community, Eden, Montana, and Cascade County. Retired Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army, served 40 years, Montana Army, and so forth. I'm also president of Montana Cattlemen's Association. And I'd like to say something about high schools. It's nice for Northwest Energy to provide awards, but I don't think the 17% unconscionable rate increase is going to be desirable. And everybody's going to have to pay that, especially schools, and schools are going to pass on those costs to the levies and so forth. And besides a 17% increase, that's crippling. And guess what? The farm and ranch world, we're all irrigating now, or soon we'll be irrigating, and that's going to be a crushing blow. We're still in drought, and irrigation is critical. But what also is shocking and appalling is the unethical leveraging of an obscure law to let Northwest Energy to do what it's doing right now without the PSC oversight. And I can tell you, competition's essential. And when there's a monopoly, that's a good ROE. But when I take cattle to the auction yard, I have to compete with everybody else. It doesn't seem like that, but when I take my cattle, when I sell them, where I take them, that's all competition in the open market in front of an auction yard. So we deal with that all the time. Same thing with the grain market as well. And I understand investing in the infrastructure. And I don't think, the behavior of corporate and the shareholders and all that is one thing, but I admire the hell of the linemen who come, and I really appreciate Northwest Energy to keep the lights on, keep the lines up, fix things. When something goes down, the linemen's there, and God knows we respect them all out here in farm and ranch country. But I want to get to something about the legislature, and I heard a few legislators talk already. I know you know the legislature, Commissioner Mull. Maybe the legislature needs to fix this law, call a special session and fix this and get this right. Because what happened is appalling in how this was leveraged and we're taking advantage of it. And I'm a disabled veteran as well. And I have many friends who are disabled veterans, living on fixed incomes in Great Falls and Cascade County. And this is just another shocking blow. So let's step back, look at what's appropriate and what's fair and get it done. So maybe we can fix this law and get it done, maybe a special session or next session to make sure this doesn't happen again. Thank you, Commissioner Molnar and all the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Liebert. Rachel Provost will be our last online commenter. Rachel, are you on? Rachel, are you on? Okay, that will be the end of our comments this morning.
Steve Held has been on the whole time. I've been on the whole time, Chairman.
Okay. Can you please proceed?
Sure, Chairman Molnar. Thank you so much for letting us speak today. And I've actually seen examples of when you have ruled in a way that supports all of the people of Montana. So I appreciate that, and the rest of the committee, my many folks and friends in the room. I'm Steve Held of HELD, Hotel Echo Lima Delta, a fourth generation rancher and businessman from Powder River County, and I'm speaking against the increase. Mr. Hagan had a lot of things right in that we have to plan for the future. We have to think ahead. And there are multiple ways, cheaper, cleaner energy. There are multiple ways, multiple sources that we could put into place right now. We all know about wind and hydrogen, hydro. Those are already being used. They're cheaper and cleaner. But I'm going to give one example today of solar energy. If we had solar energy in the United States, the size of Lake Erie, we could power the entire country, transportation and everything, every energy need we need from the size of Lake Erie. And we've got Montana, Wyoming, Utah, Nevada, California, all these great vast lands. If every farmer and rancher had solar on their place, so they had all that they needed and then passed a little down the line, we'd have plenty of energy. And then every homeowner, every bricks and mortar business owner, and people could buy in on community solar projects. We could do this ourselves. Montana could be supplying the country with a major part of our energy, and it would be clean and healthy. I'm going to give myself as one example. We just commissioned solar on the ranch, and today, as we sit here and speak, I'm producing more energy than I use and more energy than the net payback. In other words, I'm putting free energy online. There's a piece cut off of that pays for our linemen, which is right. The companies ought to be making enough, ought to be making their normal profit there so they can pay to keep these lines working. But the lines are already in place. We don't need these huge transmission lines to send energy across the country because we can produce it right here where we are. So now at this moment, yes, sir. Right now at this moment, I'm producing free energy. I'm producing probably more free energy for Montanans and Americans than the whole of Northwestern Energy. And we all could be doing that, putting money in our own pockets. Thank you very much for your time. You guys have a great day. Happy decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Held. I didn't skip you on purpose for some reason as a check by your name. I apologize. I'll circle back to Rachel Prevost. Are you on? I don't believe so. So this will close the public comment. We'll have public comment again at the end, and tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock or at 8 o'clock as well. So based on the, let's move on to the evidentiary hearing. Based on the parties' pre-hearing memos, there are a few items that need to be addressed before we begin the hearing. First, I want to address our schedule. As you know, this hearing has been scheduled to conclude no later than Friday, June 20th, 2025. We will begin today with some procedural matters, including accommodations of witnesses and attorneys, the admission of data responses and uncontested exhibits, and any questions from the parties. We will then move on to opening statements. Parties may reserve their opening statements for the beginning of their case in chief if they so desire. Because Northwestern is the applicant in this matter, it will present its case in chief first. We will then move on to interveners' cases in chief and finally return to Northwestern Energy for any rebuttal. Once the presentation of evidence has concluded, we will hear closing statements from any party who wishes to provide one. As all parties are aware, the Commission accepts public comments on all matters within the Commission's jurisdiction. At the beginning of each hearing day, I intend to reserve 1 hour for public comment. After today, we will begin at 8 a.m. and take public comment until 9 a.m. We'll try and stick very closely to that schedule. Parties should plan to resume the presentation of testimony and evidence each day at 9 a.m. If we need to adjust our start time for any reason, I will make an announcement the day before we change the schedule. Breaks will occur at convenient times during the hearing. Do the parties have any questions about the schedule for the hearing? Seeing none. According to pre-hearing memos, there are a number of requests to allow witnesses to appear on certain dates of the hearing. It is my understanding that no objections to those requests were filed. Do any of the parties have any objection to the witnesses' timing accommodations listed in the pre-hearing memos?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, at this point, no objection. However, I will note that Northwestern will oppose any party presenting testimony, intervening party presenting testimony on a contested issue if we have not completed our case in chief. So we're willing to accommodate witnesses' schedules on a lot of things, but if it's a contested issue, then we'll have to adjust at that point in time.
Okay. Is there anything that needs to be done? Okay, so then we will, at this time, we will accept that with right to reserve. Yeah, so hearing no objections, okay. The witnesses' timing accommodations requested in the parties' hearing memos are granted. I will be relying on the parties to coordinate accommodations as we work through this hearing. There's a lot of accommodations, and that's part of the reason that I must stick very closely to, after today, the public comment time. Some of these people are scheduled in, they're online. They have very tight schedules themselves, so everybody must accommodate these schedules of others. I expect the council parties will notify me at an appropriate time if we need to move out of normal order to accommodate a witness. Next, let's address remote appearances. The Commission previously issued several orders allowing certain witnesses and counsel to appear remotely. Do the parties request that any other witnesses or counsel be permitted to appear remotely?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Northwestern, as requested in its pre-hearing memo, requests the following Northwestern witnesses be permitted to appear remotely to testify in this matter: Adrian McKenzie, Brandon Mock, Arnie Olson, Eugene Schlatz, Stephen Wishart, Jeremy Klotfelter, Brandy Hellwinkle, Luke Hansen, and Aaron Bjorkman. Also, Mr. Chairman, as of right now, my understanding is that no party nor the commission has any questions for the following witnesses. And so Northwestern would request that if through the course of this hearing there are questions for them, that they be allowed to appear remotely. And those witnesses are John Spanos, Mike McGowan, Gene Vold, Tim Sexton, Todd Gouldseth, Danny Williams, John Kasparic, Autumn Moeller, and John Carmody. Thank you.
So it's my understanding in your motion that even though they're excused right now, should we need them at a later time, they can testify remotely.
They'll be available if there are questions for them. We just ask that they be able to do that remotely. Correct.
Thank you. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witnesses or counsel?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the joint parties indicated in our pre-hearing memorandum accommodation requests for several witnesses to appear remotely. Those are witnesses Michael Goggin, Ronald Binns, Roger Colton, and Chelsea Hodling, and we would request that accommodation here today.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witnesses or counsel? Sure.
Mr. President, sort of on behalf of the large customer group and the Montana Consumer Council, as we noted, the joint witness that we're sponsoring, Mr. David Garrett, we've requested be able to appear remotely.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witnesses or counsel? Sir.
Morning,
Captain.
Commissioners. Captain Rivera for the FEA. We filed a motion to excuse witnesses Brian Andrews and Christopher Walters from the hearing. In addition to putting that request in our pre-hearing motion, we're requesting that the commission rule on that. I don't believe any party had an objection to our motion at the time.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objection, the request is granted. Are there further accommodations needed for any other witness or counsel?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Barbara Chilcott on behalf of Renewable Northwest. We ask that our witness Kyle Unruh be permitted to testify remotely as well. And then the other accommodation we've included in our pre-hearing memorandum is a request that both Melissa Hornbein, my co-counsel, and I be excused from the hearing on Tuesday, June 17th, June 18th, and the morning of June 19th. And that was also included in our memorandum.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witness or counsel?
Yes, this is Julie Clark on behalf of Walmart. And you have already approved Dr. McGovern, our expert witness, to testify remotely. And we request that she be called today. We have spoken with Northwestern Energy and they have agreed to call her out of order today.
I see that the counsel for Northwestern is bobbing her head in the affirmative. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witness or counsel?
Sorry, sir. Captain Rivera for the FEA again. I have with me Mr. Edward Lucas. He's a senior civilian attorney at Malmstrom Air Force Base. We're requesting after this morning's session that you allow Mr. Lucas to be excused physically, appearing day to day from this hearing, and to participate if necessary remotely. Mr. Lucas will continue to be responsible for my PROHAC VJ mission to represent the federal executive agencies and the Air Force. However, his presence needed back at Malmstrom Air Force Base to advise the wing commander regarding complex investigations, ethics, and contracts related to execution of the nation's Sentinel ICBM weapon system at Malmstrom Air Force Base. So we're requesting for you to excuse him as well from this hearing.
So that I understand your motion, you're asking that he be excused completely or that he be excused today and be allowed to testify remotely?
He is not going to be testifying, sir. He's just going to be participating if need be. If you require his presence virtually, he will do that. But other than that, he would just be excused, sir.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witnesses or counsel?
Mr. President, Mike Uda on behalf of the University of Montana. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We have a witness that we have filed a motion to allow to appear remotely, Jamie Scripps. And we also put it in our pre-hearing memorandum. I don't believe the commission has ruled on that motion, but we would request that she be allowed to appear remotely. We have one other witness for the University of Montana, Tim Goche, but he will be here in person. So we would request that you allow Ms. Scripps to appear remotely. On behalf of Triple Oak Power, we have one witness, Carl Robigo. Mr. Robigo, we filed a motion for Mr. Robigo to appear remotely. We also put that in our pre-hearing memorandum. We have not seen an order from the commission on that, but I presume that we didn't get any objection, so I presume that there's no objection today to Ms. Scripps and Mr. Robigo testifying remotely.
Are there any objections to the motion by Mr. Udo? Seeing none, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witness or counsel?
Yes, Chairman, and Commissioners, this is Anna Brady for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe. We requested that one of our witnesses, President Gene Small, be permitted to appear remotely tomorrow, as we understood in the morning, based on our conferral with Counsel for Northwestern Energy. We also requested in our pre-hearing memorandum that our second witness, Dr. Julia Haggerty, that her testimony be permitted to be admitted without her appearance. We understand there to be no anticipated cross-examination of either witness. And then we had an additional request for myself as counsel for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe to be excused from the hearing following tomorrow's appearance and admission of testimony by those witnesses, as the tribe's issues in this rate case have been resolved and have no outstanding contested issues.
Are there any objections? Seeing a negatory shake of the head from Counsel of Northwestern, the request is granted. Are there further accommodations needed for any other witnesses or counsel?
Yes, Julie Clark on behalf of Walmart once again. Similar to the Cheyenne Tribe, once we present our witness today, our case in chief will be resolved, and all of our issues, all of Walmart's issues in this case have been resolved by the two stipulations. Therefore, we request that both myself and Amy Mowry, Walmart's counsel, be excused from the hearing after Dr. McGovern testifies today.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objection, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witnesses or counsel?
To pile on here, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. We had requested in our pre-hearing memo that our witnesses who, as I sit here today, we intend to call all of them in person. If for some, we had requested specific dates for them to testify. If for whatever reason they can't testify on those dates, perhaps because of what Ms. Norcott just mentioned, I would just ask, as we did in our memo, that they have the option to appear remotely to accommodate them.
Okay, so are there any objections to the motion to allow them to testify remotely if indeed that's how the timing works out? Seeing none, the request is granted. Are there any further accommodations needed for any other witnesses or counsel? Next, let's address the admission of data responses. The parties have filed pre-hearing memos identifying responses they propose to admit into evidence. In their pre-hearing memo, the Montana Consumer Council indicated it supported the admission of all data requests. Mr. Brown, would you like to make a motion to admit all data responses?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to. I move for the admission of all data requests and responses in this record.
Commission received objections from Northwestern. Ms. Norcott, would you like to speak to your objections?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes. First, though, I'd like to address the MCC's motion. The MCC's pre-hearing memo did not indicate that it would move all data requests. It said it supported all data requests being in the record. There's a difference in that language. And so Northwestern objects to this motion on process grounds. The Commission's procedural order requires parties to specifically identify data requests that they would move at the hearing into the record. Or it could be a party's prerogative to say they would move all data requests. But again, that was not the language used in any party's pre-hearing memo. The only parties who specifically identified data requests in their pre-hearing memos were Northwestern, the joint parties, Renewable Northwest, Triple Oak Power, and the University of Montana. And in response to those filings, in compliance with the Commission's procedural order, Northwestern notified the Commission and parties of the specific data requests that it would object to at this hearing. Because no party moved all data requests, Northwestern did not review more than 2,300 data requests in this docket to determine which ones were objectionable. And we only objected to those that were specifically identified. And for those reasons, Northwestern objects to the motion to move all data requests in the record. If the Commission desires this motion, I would ask that you defer ruling until you give Northwestern an opportunity to review all data requests and determine if there are additional data requests that are objectionable in addition to those previously noted in our filing on May 28th. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Ms. Norcott. If indeed we allowed you time to review these, this is a 10-day, scheduled 10-day hearing with a weekend that's 12 days. Would you not be able to make your reviews during those 12 days?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we could accommodate that. Alternatively, parties through witnesses can identify through normal procedural evidentiary process and get data requests moved in through witnesses. But by the end of this hearing, we could address that.
Thank you. So it can be addressed, which I think is important. We're on a very compressed schedule. We have 5 issues. You can argue 4. People are being moved around. I think much of what your argument is semantics. I realize words are important. But I'm going to allow Mr. Brown, since you made the motion, I'll allow you to respond first.
Mr. Chairman, much of what Ms. Norcott just said is well taken. This isn't a hill I intend to die on. She's correct about the language in our pre-hearing memo. It's probably no secret that I'm not personally a huge fan of this modern process, I'll call it, for admitting data requests and responses. Back in the day, as they say, staff used to make a motion to admit all data requests and responses, and then the burden was shifted equally to all parties to then identify specifically which data requests they would object to the admission of. So there was this presumption that they were all coming in, and if there were some you didn't want in, you had to speak up. I think that was a better process. I think it was more efficient. I don't think there was any problem with staff doing that at the beginning of hearings. So having said all that, MCC continues to support the admission of all data requests and responses. However, I do understand that more recent practice has involved parties specifying what they want in, and I appreciate that Northwestern has only reviewed those that parties identified. So I guess I would defer to the chair as to how you'd like to handle the admission of data requests and responses, but we certainly support broad admission of the pre-filed record in this case.
Would any other party like to be heard on this motion or Northwestern's objection?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioners.
I'm sorry, please.
Jenny Harbine for the joint parties. I just want to state that the joint parties would support the admission of all data requests. We did identify specific requests, and Northwestern has objected to some of them. I'm sure we will get to that. They have objected on relevance grounds, I would submit that in the context of this proceeding, the commissioners are well equipped to sort through the submission of evidence in connection with the post-hearing briefs and determine for itself what feels relevant to the commission's consideration of the contested issues in this matter, and that relevance objection in this context, although it should be taken seriously, it raises much less significant concerns than it would, for example, if we had evidence being presented to a jury. So I would support the admission of all data requests.
Thank you. Are there further comments or objections to the motion of Mr. Brown?
Yes, Chairman, Barbara Chilcott on behalf of Renewable Northwest, and our position aligns with the joint parties. We support the admission of all data requests, and also several Northwestern Energy lodged relevance objections to 3 of our data responses that we would that we've indicated we'd like to include in the record, and agree with the joint party statement on the commission's ability to sift through that information. Thank you.
Any further support or opposition to the motion of Mr. Brown? Seeing none, here's where I earned the big money. Because Ms. Norcott has admitted, substantiated that in 12 days they can do the work they need to do, I would add that several witnesses will be appearing after the hearing closes because of scheduling conflicts. So I would ask that any of those that are involved in that work with Northwestern so that they can schedule their review to match upcoming witnesses, whether they be during the 10 days or if something happens afterwards, as we've already discussed. Therefore, all data responses are admitted into evidence. Let's move on to admission of exhibits. The parties have filed pre-hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Just to clarify, did you just say all data requests are admitted despite the objection? I just want to be clear.
I did.
Okay. So
feel free to respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in compliance with the commission's procedure order, we did identify specific data requests on May 28th to those identified specifically in pre-hearing memos. And I'm happy to walk through Northwestern's objections to those specific data requests at this moment, if permitted.
Please do.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Northwestern did object, as Joint Parties Council mentioned, on relevance grounds, and that's defined by the Montana Rules of Evidence. Rule 401 provides that relevant evidence is evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact of consequence to the determination of the action.
Mr. Norcott, I hate to interrupt you, but he said something I didn't fully catch.
Okay.
My hearing is not what it could be. Used to be. Having never gone to legal school, I have been, I believe, admonished that if we're going to allow you to respond to this, then I have to back up and withhold my statement. So I'm putting that on the back burner. And but I would have to ask, are there a lot of these? Are we going to be going for till lunch tomorrow on this, and you're buying pizza, or how?
I'm happy to buy pizza, Mr. Chairman. However, as far as the data requests that we specifically objected to, there's a handful and I've bucketed them. So I think it'll go fast or relatively fast. You know, the addressing 2,300 data requests is going to be a different story. And I can't answer that today until I start looking at them, determine if there'll be additional objections.
If there are, you can raise them at that time.
Correct.
I appreciate you bucketing things. I'm not quite sure what that is, but.
Well, I'm happy to explain.
I have a bucket list. I'm fairly familiar with that part of it.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, as I was mentioning, what Rule 401 provides, it provides that relevant evidence is evidence having any tendency to make the existence of any fact of consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. So said more simply, if the evidence concerns an issue not before the commission for a decision, it is irrelevant and should not be included in this matter before you. So regarding the data requests that Northwestern objected to, I will address them based on their content and we'll group them or bucket them into categories. So first grouping is questions about the now withdrawn reliability compliance balancing account and the business technology balancing account. And I will specifically identify the data request in a moment, but these responses relate to an issue that is not before the commission for a decision. Therefore, they are not of consequence to the decision and therefore irrelevant and should be excluded from the evidentiary record. So the specific data requests that fall within this particular grouping are, and I'm going to list just the precursor, the MEIC or the acronym in advance, but it's MEIC 004, 006, 007, 008, 009, 034, 059, 061, 063, 125, 126, 129, 130. Also MCC 253, Renewable Northwest 21, 22, and 23, PSC 32, PSC 68A and C, and PSC 71B and D. Mr. Chairman, before I move on to the other groupings, I don't know if you want to have the parties address each of these in turn, if that would be more efficient.
I believe it would be. Would the parties like to address these?
Chair Molnar, Commissioners, on behalf of the joint parties, I wish to respond. The Colstrip Reliability Compliance Balancing Account is certainly an issue in this proceeding. It was part of Northwestern's initial application in this case. The data requests that Ms. Norcott identified that Northwestern objects to sought to clarify the amount of costs that would be associated with that reliability compliance balancing account. I am going to call that the RCBA for convenience. And the schedule for compliance with the RCBA, the scope, for example, does it include just costs to comply with a single rule or multiple rules? Does it include capital expenses? Is it just O&M? Does it include expenses only for Northwestern's existing 15% share of the Colstrip plan, or future shares that Northwestern has indicated it plans to acquire? All of these factors are absolutely relevant to the Commission's consideration of whether this accounting metric or tool that Northwestern has proposed, which foreshortens the ability for both Commission and public review of those costs, is an appropriate tool to require Northwestern's customers to pay for these. I think Northwestern identified them as significant compliance costs. It's our view that more information about this balancing account and alternatives to it is appropriate for the Commission to consider as it resolves the issue of the appropriateness of the RCBA in this case.
Thank you. Are there others? Seeing none, would you like to respond?
Yes.
Oh,
excuse me. Excuse me, Chairman. Yes, Barbara Chalcott on behalf of Renewable Northwest. The three data responses that Northwestern objects to are incorporated into our witness's testimony regarding his expert opinion that Northwestern is failing to plan for significant regulatory risk associated with regulation of greenhouse gas emissions. The So the three requests relate to Northwestern's plans for complying in the future, and that involves expense. And so these requests are not tied to the RCBA, and believe they are fundamental to our witness's testimony as far as his opinion that the risk associated with new thermal generation has not been accounted for by Northwestern. Thank you.
Any further? I heard PCA was, or PSC was in there. Does the PSC have any comments on anything that they requested in this, staff?
No, not at this time, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may briefly respond.
Please.
Thank you. So I will note, as Ms. Harbine noted, yes, the data requests do deal with the RBCA as well as the Business Technology Balancing Account. But that issue is no longer before the commission. We have taken that issue off of the table with the partial electric settlement. So it's not an issue for the decision. So this evidence in this data requests will not go towards your decision in this matter, because we are not asking you to approve those accounts and the costs associated with them, or the scope or the timing of those balancing accounts. Additionally, in response to Renewable Northwest, I will note that this case is about historic test year costs with known and measurable changes. We are not speaking about the future costs that Northwestern will incur. That is not before the commission today. And for those reasons, Northwestern objects to these data requests on the grounds of relevance.
I have a question. You're saying that they shouldn't be allowed in because of a settlement. I don't believe a settlement right now has been agreed to by the commission. Therefore, it might be of importance as we go along. Am I incorrect in that?
Mr. Chairman, if I understood your last point, Northwestern is here today supporting the settlement as well as other settling parties. I will say that if for some reason the commission decides not to approve that settlement, we would have to reassess, because we are here today. The settling parties have agreed not to cross-examine each other's witnesses. And if we're starting over, we might have to readdress and determine, as far as evidence, what is before the commission for a decision.
Well, this is a swirl. There's no doubt about it. Just a minute. Okay, for the first time in a long time, I've been affirmed by my counsel that indeed we have not affirmed the settlement. Therefore, it could become material, and therefore I believe that the objection is overruled. Anything further?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to address my next grouping. So the next set of questions that Northwestern objects to on the basis of relevance have to do with the Colstrip acquisition and future costs and decisions related to Colstrip. Again, as I just mentioned, this docket is based on historic test year and recovery of those costs. Future costs and Northwestern's acquisition of additional shares of Colstrip on January 1st of 2026 do not relate to a decision in front of the commission today, and therefore are irrelevant. The data requests that fall into this grouping are MEIC 17, 19, and 57, as well as PSC 33, 234, and 235. Thank you.
Are there any comments or objections to the motion that was just made?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jenny Herbine for joint parties. The data requests that MEIC propounded, which Northwestern responded to, indeed pertain to certain costs that Northwestern projects to incur for the Colstrip power plant. We believe that the RCBA firmly places those costs within the purview of this rate case. And that's for the reason that Northwestern has proposed significant investments in the future of the Colstrip plant that it would charge payers for through the RCBA. And a proper prudence review on those costs would evaluate, those costs are necessary to continue the operation of the plant. Therefore, in order to evaluate the prudence of operating that plant versus other alternatives, considering the full costs, or at least the significant portion of them that we can foresee through the remaining useful life of the plant, is an essential exercise that in joint party interveners' view is necessary before the approval of that RCBA can be considered.
Any further commenters, objections? Seeing none. For the exact same reason as mentioned prior, that this could become very material very quickly, the objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next grouping of data requests that Northwestern will object to on relevance grounds is that the discovery itself was objected to, and there was not an answer in the data request or any evidence in which the commission could rely on. So legal objections to discovery are not evidence and will not have a tendency to make a fact of consequence more or less probable. For these reasons, the following data requests Northwestern objected to: MEIC 132, 134, 136, 139, and University of Montana 33B.
Are there any objections to this motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. One of joint parties' theories in this case is that Northwestern is treating climate change risks as though they are irrelevant, when they are certainly relevant to the risks that ratepayers are taking on, both cost risks and other types of risks. And so the fact that Northwestern believes that these climate change concerns are irrelevant itself is evidence that is relevant to the joint parties' claims and defenses in this matter.
Any further objections? Ms. Norcott, would you agree with that summation?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect for Ms. Harbine, she is able to ask our witnesses questions on the stand to make that same point if that is her desire. These data requests do not provide evidence for the commission, and so Northwestern stands by its objection.
I'm going to rule in favor of Northwestern. However, people are encouraged to ask these questions as broadly as necessary of the witnesses so we can get that information. If indeed we need to revisit this question of bringing forward the data requests, MEIC 132, 34, 36, 139, and U of M, which I believe might become moot. They may do so at that time, but for right now, we'll go with expanding the questioning to cover the same issues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you want me to wait?
Strange world. Okay, that was a ruling on the objections. Is there a motion to place those into evidence or to admit the evidence?
So parties, if I can jump in here,
Please
Mr.
do.
President. We've got a motion from the Montana Consumer Council to broadly admit all data requests that has been withheld pending further objections from Northwestern Energy. We've also gone through the process just now of ruling on the objections that Northwestern noted save two from its pre-hearing memo on objections. But I don't believe any party has actually formally moved to admit those data requests that the president just ruled upon. So we can either deal with the last two before we continue and then take what remains as a single motion, or if the parties would like, we can take a motion now to address those data responses that have been ruled upon.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hamilton, Northwestern is happy to move the data request that it identified in its pre-hearing memo. And I can make that motion, or I've made that motion.
Are there any objections to the pending motion? The motion, I guess, is on the table. Seeing none. Those data requests are admitted.
And Chair, Commissioners, the joint parties would move the admission of all of the data requests that they identified in their pre-hearing motion, save those that were just stricken by the chair in response to Northwestern's objection.
Thank you. Are there any objections to that motion?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Northwestern has two more groupings of objections based on relevance to address related to the joint parties' data requests identified.
Please proceed.
Thank you. We're down to 3 data requests in total, so I will be brief. So the next grouping has to do with, again, questions about costs, not just coal strip costs, but costs into the future, or not part of, actually, this is going back in time, not costs included in this case, which is a historic test year based on the calendar year 2023, with known and measurable changes through the end of 2024. And because of that, the costs that are incurred outside of those periods do not have a tendency to prove a fact of consequence to the Commission's final decision in this matter. Specifically, it's data requests MEIC 208 and 209.
Are there any objections to the motion?
Chair, Commissioners, those data requests go to the risk mitigation function that the Commission exercises in the context of this rate case. As I think you're aware, the joint parties have identified climate risks and Northwestern's need to identify and mitigate for those risks and avoid those risks as an issue that Northwestern has not addressed in this rate case. And because those data requests go to that issue, we would advocate for their admission.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond, Northwestern continues to believe that these data requests are irrelevant given the time period by which these events occurred in relation to what the Commission has for a decision, which is cost recovery in 23 and 24.
And I'm sorry, my colleague reminds me of another point, which is that Northwestern's own witnesses have opened the door to this testimony through testimony put forward by Mr. Byrd and Ms. McKenzie and others related to Northwestern's 2050 climate plan. And these data requests simply probe the basis for and costs associated with that plan, I believe. Sorry, I'm pulling them up presently.
Any further?
No, Mr. Chairman, I stand by our objection for the grounds previously stated.
Okay, because this deals with cost incurred several years ago, there is no additional risk. Additional risk could be on future events. Therefore, the objection is overruled.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, by overruling, you are allowing them into the record.
I believe that lets them into the record, but I'm still concerned with allowing in discussions of risk of something that has already happened and therefore the risk can't be mitigated. Can somebody address that for me?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I misspoke. These aren't, and I apologize for that. These aren't related to future costs. As you note, these are costs that Northwestern has already incurred with respect to wildfire, which Northwestern acknowledges as an increasing risk associated with climate change. We think these costs are relevant to the Commission's consideration because they go to the question of, are we going to learn from our past practices and modify our behavior to ensure that our customers and our electric grid are safe and that we're properly planning to mitigate for those risks. And for that reason, these data requests are relevant.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, these events have occurred in the past. Northwestern does take wildfire mitigation very seriously, and you will hear about that in this hearing over the next week, 2 weeks. But these events and the costs related to these events are not before the Commission today. They are not relevant to the determination because they've occurred in the past, and for those reasons, we find that they're irrelevant. We object because they're irrelevant.
I'm going to sustain the objection, and I'm going to take a moment to explain why. I am moved that these are past events, and I am moved with the argument that we need to understand it so that we don't make further error. However, this is about past events. There is no additional risk that comes with those. This is a matter of cost at the time. So if you would want to work that into your testimony, that's fine. However, so far as the data responses go, I'm not going to allow these particular ones in.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I have one final grouping, and that is a question about Northwestern's proposal for a bridge rate related to YCGS. And that bridge rate proposal has already been denied by the Commission. It was part of our motion for interim request that this Commission ruled on last fall. And so that decision is not before the Commission, is not part of a final decision in this matter. And for the previous grounds already articulated, Northwestern believes it's irrelevant and we would object. And that particular data request is MEIC 41.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think I can make this easy by withdrawing our request to admit MEIC 041.
That is easy, thank you. Are there any further objections on the motion? Seeing none. Oh. The data requests are admitted with the exceptions of those that were not. So let's move on to the admission of exhibits. the parties have filed pre-hearing memoranda identifying the exhibits they intend to move for admission to evidence, provided copies of marked exhibits to the commission, and have been directed to provide marked electronic copies to the court reporter. The commission did not receive any objections to the parties' proposed exhibits. It is the tradition of this commission to admit pre-filed testimony when the relevant witness takes a stand. At this time, I would like any party like to move for the admission of any exhibit identified in the pre-hearing memo?
Mr. Chairman, if we might, I mean, I know it takes more time, but it might be preferable to do that when each witness takes the stand. I will, though, Northwestern does have a request as it relates to 4 of its witnesses who, at this point in time, there are no questions for, so they don't intend to take the stand. So I'm happy to move their particular testimonies into the record.
Is there an objection moving in the pre-filed testimony of witnesses that might not be here?
So let me just articulate what those witnesses, who they are in their testimonies. So first, it's John Spanos. And so Northwestern would move his direct testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit NWE 62. His supplemental direct testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit NWE 63. And his rebuttal testimony that is marked as Exhibit NWE 64. And I will pause there, Mr. Chairman, if you want to, before I proceed to the next, if you want to indicate whether or not there's any objection.
Is there any objection to this motion? Seeing none. Yeah, so those exhibits are omitted.
Thank you. So next would be Mr. Michael McGowan. And so Northwestern would move his direct testimony that is marked as Exhibit NWE 61.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, it's admitted.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Jean Vold. Northwestern moves her direct testimony that is marked as Exhibit NWE 59. And her rebuttal testimony marked as Exhibit NWE 60.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, they're admitted.
And finally, Northwestern moves Tim Sexton's supplemental direct testimony that has been marked as Exhibit NWE 65.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, it's admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I might, since we're on the topic of marked exhibits, as you indicated, Northwestern and all parties did provide last Wednesday marked copies of pre-filed testimony with internal exhibits to the court reporter, the commission, and parties. Northwestern, however, did not provide the confidential testimonies and exhibits because there was some question as to whether or not we could provide those with the court reporter having or needing to sign a non-disclosure agreement. That has occurred now with the signing of a non-disclosure. So Northwestern will be providing the confidential versions of testimonies and exhibits, and we will do that later today through the hearing. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
Thank you for that update, Thorwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. On that similar note, I had a process question for the commission's preference. We submitted Exhibit LCG number 1, which is Mr. Higgins's direct testimony that included confidential elements. We submitted it just with the confidential notation. What we did not do, and I'm curious if the commission would like us to do this, is submit a second version with a different exhibit designation that is the non-confidential version of the exhibit. And so prior to Mr. Higgins's taking the stand, I just wanted to find out if the commission would like us to submit 2 versions of the exhibit with different numbers, one public and one confidential, or if the confidential version that was submitted is sufficient for the commission's records.
Apparently it would be useful to have both. So if we could have a similar number, but with an annotation at the end, -2 or something, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Then I'll just advise the parties we'll be preparing a second version on a non-confidential basis, and we'll circulate that and then bring that up when Mr. Higgins takes the stand. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Seeing no objection. Captain.
Commissioners, we would like to pre-admit the testimony, FEA 003, the direct testimony and exhibits of Christopher Walters, and FEA 004, direct testimony of Brian Andrews. Pursuant to this stipulation of all parties, these pre-filed testimonies and exhibits are to be admitted. The commissioners previously excused these witnesses, and I don't believe any party had any cross-examination for them. So that is why I requested for them to be excused as well. So pursuant to all of that, we request those testimonies and exhibits to be entered into the record. Thank you.
Is there an objection? Seeing none, they're admitted. Any further? Seeing none.
Excuse me, Chair and Commissioner Anna Brady for the Northern Cheyenne Tribe, similar to the two parties who just pre-admitted testimony for our witness, Dr. Julia Haggerty, who was pre-excused from the hearing for no anticipated cross-examination. We would move to pre-admit Northern Cheyenne NCT hearing exhibit number 8, the pre-filed direct testimony of Julia Haggerty, and NCT hearing exhibit number 9, the exhibit that accompanied her pre-filed direct testimony.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, they're admitted. Any further?
Mr. Chair, Barbara Chilcott on behalf of Renewable Northwest, and apologies for taking us back to data responses, but I missed the window to move to admit the data responses we identified in our pre-hearing memorandum, including the 3 that for which Northwestern's objection was overruled.
Seeing no objection, so moved. Yeah, okay, they're admitted, not moved.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, with apologies, can I get clarification? We made the motion to admit data request. Northwestern made objections. I'm not sure I heard a ruling on our motion to admit data requests, but for the ones that were objected to, you may have said it just for clarity. Is our motion approved, but for the objections that were sustained?
They are admitted, except for the ones to which the objection was sustained.
Thank you.
Any further? Well, this has been fun, but we're going to move on.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I just wanted to be clear about something. Is each party required to individually move in all of the data requests that were identified in their pre-hearing memorandum? Because some people are and some people aren't. I haven't moved because my assumption was when you said all the data requests were admitted except the ones that were objected to, at least that's what my understanding of your ruling was, I didn't move. So I don't know exactly what we're doing here.
That was my conclusion as well.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I believe all data requests you deferred ruling to give Northwestern an opportunity to review to see if there's additional data requests we will object to. So there, I believe a deferral of that decision.
Okay. For clarity, When I rule on the eventual motion, when I eventually rule on the final, that will capture everything. If, however, you would like to specifically object to something or place something in, you may do so at this time. Going once?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Vice President Fielder. I just want to clarification here as well. Several minutes ago, you said all data requests are admitted, but then I believe in conference with legal counsel that and you said that statement was withdrawn, and so now you're handling these on a more case-by-case basis based on your rulings today, and then deferring the others until Northwestern has had an opportunity to review the responses they have not reviewed yet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any other buckets they would like to empty at this time?
Mr. President, I've been informed that I need to move all of the data requests that were in the pre-hearing memorandum that were not objected to. I believe the one that was objected to was 33B in the University of Montana. So at this point, I would move for the admission of all of the data requests that were included in both the pre-hearing memoranda of the University of Montana and Triple Oak Energy.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, they are admitted.
Mr. Chairman, I have one final request. Well, at least for this section of the hearing. As identified in Northwestern's pre-hearing memo, Northwestern would ask that the commission take administrative notice of the following documents. Northwestern's 2019 Electricity Supply Resource Procurement Plan, the 2020 supplement to the 2019 plan, the supporting files to those plans and documents provided in docket 2019-852, and Northwestern's would also request that the commission take administrative notice of the commission's comments on the 2019 plan. And that was in our pre-hearing memo, and my understanding is no party objected to that or that request.
Is there any objection to this motion? Seeing none, they're moved in. Sensing we are out of buckets. Finally, let's discuss the process of dealing with confidential information. The commission has issued multiple protective orders in this docket. There are also term protective orders issued in other dockets that are applicable to issues in this case. I will rely on counsel for the parties to notify me when a question, answer, or portion of a witness's testimony may reveal confidential information. We will then pause the hearing to give our staff time to stop the live stream and close the hearing room to anyone who should not be present during the discussion of confidential information. Upon the conclusion of any confidential portions of this hearing, we will again pause to restart the live stream and open the hearing room to the public. I would like to reduce the amount of time we spend switching between open and closed sessions. To that end, whenever the examination of a witness touches confidential information, we will close the hearing and then allow every party, the commission and commission staff, to pose any other confidential questions to the witness before we resume open session. It is my hope that this process will ensure we only need to enter closed session once for any given witness. For this process to work, however, parties must remember that closed session is not the time to elicit non-confidential information. We must be in public session for non-confidential testimony. Are there any questions from the parties about this process? Seeing none. Before we move to opening statements, do the parties have any other formal pre-hearing matters such as stipulations or evidentiary motions? Seeing none. Opening statements by parties. I intend to take a break around noon. Is that okay, or is there a general consensus that we should take one now?
Mr. Chairman, if we might take one now, because we have been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes. In addition, we need to set some stuff up, so it'll just take a minute if we could take a break.
First the buckets, now the stuff. We're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 11:13. We'll come back at 11:23. So we're back on the record, and we are ready for the opening statement of Northwestern. However, I do have an announcement to make. I misspoke when I said that we would have public comment at the end. We're not going to have public comment at the end. So if anybody is waiting to do that, you'll know that, please know that tomorrow morning from 8 to 9, we'll have public comment again. So with that announcement out of the way, would Northwestern like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Good morning. It is actually still morning. So good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, and staff. Again, my name is Sarah Norcott, and I am one of Northwestern's attorneys in this matter. Also appearing in this matter representing Northwestern are Shannon Heim and Ann Hill. And I want to thank everyone for their work on this docket, including the commission staff and the parties. We understand that these dockets are time-consuming, and we do appreciate the work involved. Northwestern is pleased to be here today to show the commission why it should approve the 4 settlements that were filed in this case, as well as find in favor of Northwestern's positions on the 2 contested issues, one concerning the Yellowstone County Generating Station, or YCGS for short, and 2, the second one, the base for the Power Costs and Credit Adjustment Mechanism, or the PCAM. To set the stage for this showing over the course of the next week to 2 weeks, this morning I will touch on each of these matters to provide you a preview of the evidence that supports Northwestern's positions. First, though, as way of background, I'd like to touch on safety, reliability, and affordability. These are 3 key tenets weaved into the fabric that is Northwestern and guides every decision that we make to ensure that the power stays on for Montanans, especially during the most critical moments. These tenets are why Northwestern invested over $1 billion in 2023 and 2024 to support Montanans' access to safe, reliable, and affordable service. This $1 billion in investment is broken down into approximately $800 million for electric and $200 million for natural gas. Just let that number sink in for a moment. $1 billion in 2 years for the benefit of Montana. This is what Northwestern has invested for its customers. So what does $1 billion in investments mean for customers? On the electric side, this includes $158 million in electric transmission infrastructure, such as substation rebuilds and wildfire mitigation. It includes $197 million in electric distribution infrastructure, also for wildfire mitigation and other things like customer growth. And finally, it includes $390 million in electric generation, which includes upgrades to our hydro facilities and the building of YCGS. These are not abstract numbers. They represent real improvements that help prevent outages, reduce wildfire risk, and ensure we can meet demand during Montana's coldest nights and hottest days. You are going to hear testimony that Northwestern has not made the right choices, that we should have made different choices than building YCGS, that our rates are increasing substantially. This testimony is simply wrong and refuted by the facts in the evidentiary record that will be before you for a decision. For example, what will the evidence show about increased revenues for more than $800 million in electric investments made by Northwestern? Presented here, this is what increased revenues would be. This is the first graphic in your packet. The maximum revenue increase Northwestern could have received based on its original ask back last July in our supplemental filing in August was 8.3% increase in revenues. And this is shown in the top half of your graph and reflects all sources of revenue, including the PCAM revenues, base revenues, which are revenues from transmission, distribution, and generation investments, and property tax revenues. So now turning to the bottom half of the graph, based on the electric settlement, it shows a revenue increase of only 1.7%. So to put that in perspective, Northwestern invested more than $800 million, but revenues are only increasing 1.7% with the approval of the electric settlement. Of course, revenue increases are different than rate impacts. So contrary to what you are hearing and possibly reading in the newspaper, rates will only increase 4.2% for the average residential customer from approval of the proposals in this case. So turning to the next graph in your packet, here is how you get to 4.2% rate increase. Shown here is an increase to base rates as settled on by the settling parties of $66.4 million, and this is on the far left side of the graph. Moving to the right, it shows Northwestern's position regarding YCGS and reflecting an increase in revenues of $43.9 million. Again, moving to the right, a decrease of property tax revenues of $1.2 million. And finally, a decrease to the PCAM revenues of $94.5 million, culminating in a total net revenue impact to customers of $14.6 million increase. So again, for $800 million in investment, customers will have a net increase in revenues of $14.6 million, and this impact translates to an average electric residential customer rate increase of only 4.2%, not 26% or some other double-digit request that you may hear. Northwestern was able to accomplish this feat by making prudent decisions, managing costs, and always keeping our customer needs at the center of our planning, all for the benefit of customers having safe, reliable, and affordable service. With that background in mind, I'd like to touch now on the settlements. Before you today are 4 settlements resolving various issues in this docket. First, there's the settlement and stipulation with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe regarding a future coal strip docket and transition planning related to coal strip. Second, there's a stipulation and settlement with the University of Montana regarding Northwestern's proposal for a standby charge. Third, there's the natural gas stipulation and settlement with the Montana Consumer Council, the Large Customer Group, the federal executive agencies, and Walmart, resolving all issues related to natural gas service. And finally, the partial electric settlement, again with the same parties to the natural gas settlement, resolving all issues related to electric service except for cost recovery for YCGS and the PCAM base issue. Northwestern appreciates all the discussions with the parties about settlement, and you will hear testimony that the settlements are in the public interest and should be approved by the Commission. Ms. Crystal Lail and Mr. Charlie Lane will testify about these settlements, showing the Commission that they should be approved. The Commission will also likely hear testimony from the joint parties that the electric settlement should be rejected due to claims about transmission and ancillary services costs and how the settlement results in retail customers overpaying for these services. These claims are demonstratively false and refuted by the testimony, and Ms. Glenda Gibson will speak to those issues, and I would urge you to speak with her about them. You will also likely hear testimony from the joint parties that the Commission should reject the partial electric settlement because of the PCAM base and affordability. I will discuss the contested PCAM base issues shortly, but generally regarding the PCAM base. Electricity supply costs are volatile, causing rates to continually change, sometimes increasing, other times decreasing. With YCGS coming online, Northwestern has removed some of that volatility. Supply purchases will decrease due to YCGS and therefore reduce the base proposed in this case. While supply purchases have been reduced with YCGS coming online, I note that the price of market sales have been lower than expected. This does not mean that YCGS does not have value for customers over the long term, or that rates in this case are not affordable. Overall, testimony will support the Commission approving all 4 settlements in their entirety without modification. The settling parties were able to put a lot of work into narrowing the issues before you today. With the settlements on the electric side, it leaves 2 contested issues for the Commission's determination. So turning to one of those contested issues now, I'd like to discuss YCGS. Testimony you will hear shows that YCGS was the best resource to ensure reliability for customers. Northwestern's 2019 resource plan identified a significant need for capacity resources, which are resources critical to providing reliable service. Northwestern needed a resource that could provide power on the coldest days in winter and the hottest days in summer. As a reminder, this need of Northwestern for capacity resources stems from having to build a generation portfolio from scratch. To address this need, Northwestern conducted a competitive solicitation following the procedures required by this commission. Through this competitive solicitation run by a third party, Northwestern selected YCGS. YCGS was the best resource that met Northwestern's reliability needs, especially during cold weather events where resources like wind typically do not produce energy. The joint parties, however, present a theory that renewable energy could provide this necessary capacity instead of YCGS. The evidence you will hear disproves their theory, instead showing that Northwestern needs generation for a 20-hour duration tier, and that YCGS was the best resource that addresses this 20-hour duration tier. The MCC proposes that Northwestern should have acquired a different resource. This resource was not a viable alternative to YCGS, and Mr. Scott Lee will expand on the details about this particular matter. Essentially, MCC suggests that Northwestern's decision to proceed with building YCGS was too risky. The testimony you will hear shows that Northwestern prudently managed the construction costs and followed practices consistent with industry standard. Mr. Joe Egan will speak to those issues. So while select parties will urge you to deny full cost recovery for YCGS, no party will present you with evidence that Northwestern's costs incurred to build the plant were imprudent. Instead, you will hear that Northwestern took all reasonable and prudent steps to construct YCGS despite circumstances outside of its control. You will hear testimony from several Northwestern witnesses about Northwestern's prudent decision-making, including Mr. John Hines, Mr. Blue Lefebvre, Mr. Scott Lee, and Mr. Joe Egan. Additionally, the impact to customers from adding YCGS to the portfolio shows a net benefit to customers. So turning to the next graph in your packet, you will see that when you add the $43.9 million of revenue requirement, and that's Northwestern's position regarding YCGS, plus $4 million in property taxes associated with YCGS, less the reduction in market purchases due to YCGS coming online of $52 million, which I will note the Commission has already given customers the benefit of the $52 million through the interim rate decision. The addition of YCGS is actually less cost for customers by $4.1 million as compared to the alternative. So said differently, customers will see a benefit overall to their net rates due to YCGS over the long term. Testimony presented will show the value of YCGS and the prudent decisions Northwestern made to build this resource to provide safe, reliable, and affordable services. So turning now to the final contested issue that I plan to discuss this morning, and that is the PCAM base. The PCAM base sets a base level of revenues that Northwestern recovers from customers for electricity supply costs. This base is derived from a forecast of estimated market purchases and sales over a PCAM tracker year. Northwestern then does a true-up to actual electricity supply purchases and sales, and if the base is lower than the actual market transactions, Northwestern only recovers 90% of the electricity supply costs from customers. The contested issue before you today related to the base is whether Northwestern should include potential purchases for extreme market events. You will hear that Northwestern's forecasting model cannot and does not capture these type of events, and thus Northwestern included these events in the base, referring to historical information. The MCC will tell you that these events should not be added to the base as they are hypothetical. The testimony you will hear shows otherwise. In turning to the final graph in your packet, here is what that testimony will show. For each tracker year since July of 2020, the market purchases made by Northwestern during extreme weather events have doubled or more than doubled year over year. Again, just to put a finer point on this, these are actual market events where Northwestern, in some cases, had to purchase a single megawatt hour for $1,326. As you will see from the evidence, Northwestern's proposal to include $38.4 million in the PCAM base for these extreme market events are not hypothetical, as alleged by the MCC. And if they are not included in the PCAM base, it will be understated, resulting in recovery of only 90% of electricity supply costs purchased to serve customers. On this issue, I would urge you to speak with Mr. Joe Steinmetz when he testifies later this week. So as I wrap up this morning, I'd like to pose a question. Who is Northwestern? The statements that you are hearing today and will likely continue to hear throughout this hearing are not Northwestern and the dedicated, caring employees that are Northwestern. The following true story illustrates who Northwestern is. So this last winter, 71-year-old Dorinda Johnson from Anaconda, Montana, decided to take out her trash without a coat. Upon stepping onto the icy sidewalk, she slipped and fell. She was unable to get back up on her own. Unfortunately for her, her daughter was not expected home until 11 p.m. that night. She desperately started waving at passing cars and shouting for help, but no one seemed to notice. She finally got someone's attention. That person was Northwestern's Anaconda town manager, Tom Wynn. Tom had a habit of glancing at Dorinda's yard when he leaves work in the summer when her garden is in full bloom. On that fateful day, he happened to look over and thought he saw someone on the ground. Tom quickly swung around through the alley and helped Dorinda into her house, and according to Dorinda, saving her life. This story personifies Northwestern and who we are. We make decisions because we care and support our customers who are our neighbors, friends, and family. We are people who show up because we care and we live here also. We make decisions to ensure safe, reliable, and affordable utility services that are critical for living in Montana. While there is a lot of noise and opinions about the decisions that Northwestern makes, we take our responsibility seriously to keep the lights on and the heat flowing. The evidence in this case will show that the decisions Northwestern has made over the last 2 years, resulting in safe, reliable, and affordable service, were prudent decisions that comply with Montana law. These decisions include building YCGS, making significant investment in transmission and distribution, and continuing to advance wildfire mitigation. We understand that increases in utility bills are difficult, especially when families are already managing rising costs in other areas. This is why we've worked hard to keep the impact as low as possible while still making critical investments needed to keep the lights on and the heat flowing. What I ask is that when you hear the evidence, you remember reasons Northwestern made these decisions. Because we care, we want to provide safe, reliable utility services. I thank you for your attention, and with that, Mr. Chairman, Northwestern is prepared to call its first witness.
Would the intervener Montana Consumer Council like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Happy summer to you. I'm reminded again that it's probably good there's no windows in this room, so we can't see the weather we're missing outside during this hearing. You know, there was an old crusty PSC lawyer who used to say that nothing useful ever comes out of cross-examination. And I think it's important to keep in mind that the record in these administrative proceedings is pre-filed. There's a reason we do that. And it's a highly technical, extensive record that you already have on file in this docket. The purpose of the live hearing is really just to make the evidentiary record official, kind of like transubstantiation when the priest turns the bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ. I think it's a good opportunity here to clarify and to test the credibility of witnesses, of the experts. But the point here this week and perhaps next week is not to introduce new evidence. And I hope that the PSC won't allow any party to really expand the record with brand new evidence at hearing that no one has had an opportunity to respond to or has seen yet. So I don't see the purpose of these hearings as to spring surprises or have gotcha moments. I would say too that although this case is voluminous and very high profile, as you all know, the contested issues that remain here are actually pretty straightforward. Most of the parties here were able to settle most of the issues, and the issues that we're asking you to adjudicate are not so routine. We were able to settle the routine issues, I would say. But rather, especially in the case of Yellowstone gas plant, have been building for years, really for many years. And the fundamental disagreement we have with the company today is about who should bear the full cost of the cost overruns associated with building YCGS. Building that plant has been a lengthy process that's involved numerous delays, challenges, and risks. And the utility proceeded with that plant, again, over the course of years, knowing these risks, actually withdrawing pre-approval dockets, and dealing with multiple foreseeable lawsuits, including at least one lawsuit based on local opposition to the plant. So YCGS has had a long and twisted history that's gotten us to this point today. And our position is that ratepayers should not be a backstop for utilities that make needlessly risky and questionable decisions. You know, the role of regulation is not to protect utility companies from the consequences of bad decisions, especially when holding them accountable would cause a substantial impact on their financial health and bottom line. It's harder to do so then, but that's when it's most important that you as regulators do your role and do your job to protect ratepayers. And I'd say this is the hardest part of your job. Holding a utility accountable, even when doing so, would involve real pain and consequences for the company's financial health. I, for one, don't envy you. I doubt anyone in this room does. You don't have an easy job here today with respect to that issue, because we now have an overpriced gas plant that should not have cost as much as it did. I appreciated the exhibits that Northwestern handed out, and I would just note that exhibits C and F to the partial electric stipulation do show kind of the range of potential outcomes here, which could culminate in a decrease at this point. And hopefully you've had a chance to look at that, but you can see that there is a pretty wide range of outcomes and that a decrease is still on the table here. Like tort law, unfortunately, rate making is not preventative. So at this point, the plant has been built, the cost overruns have been incurred, and now it's your job to decide who should be on the hook for those overruns and the degree to which shareholders should bear financial consequences for the decisions of management. I think, as you know, regulation is a substitute for competition. It's often a poor one. Competitive markets are ruthless. There's no backstop or safety net for bad decisions. And if regulators aren't willing to disallow imprudent preventable costs and cost overruns, there will be no incentive going forward to avoid such outcomes. With respect to the capacity scarcity premium, I think this should be a much easier issue for you, I hope. This is an estimate of future costs that are never likely to be incurred now that Yellowstone's online. With other resources in Yellowstone, there is no scarcity of capacity anymore. I would characterize these costs as speculative, phantom costs that would be in the PCAM base. And again, given the capacity resources now available, which are dispatchable, these estimated future costs do not reflect an actual cost of service and will not. So whereas how to share the financial burden of the Yellowstone overruns between ratepayers and shareholders is a complicated, difficult decision and a difficult balance to strike for you all, I hope you'll see the capacity scarcity premium assumptions as easy to reject and open and shut. With that, I'd just like to thank the commissioners, the commission, the staff, and the other parties for your careful attention to this case. I see our settlements as a very positive development in this case and a sound resolution to most of the issues. So I would ask the commission to approve the two settlements that resolve almost all rate-making issues, the gas and the electric settlements that MCC is a party to, and to protect captive consumers from the financial impacts of a utility's risky and excessively costly decisions related to Yellowstone over the past several years. And I will do my best to contribute to the efficiency of this hearing so that you and staff can go do your job of setting just and reasonable rates supported by the lengthy record in this case. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Would other interveners like to make an opening statement at this time? Sir. Sir Vold.
Thank you. If I could, I feel like I'm out of step because I'm sort of following. So on a small point, Commissioner Molnar, do you prefer chairman or president? Because I know your predecessor had a view, and I want to make sure I'm not mislabeling how you would prefer to be acknowledged.
I prefer grandfather, but officially in our operating manual, I'm labeled as president. So should that ever change, then that information will change right along with it.
Okay. Very good. Mr. President, Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to appear today in this hearing. My name is Thor Nelson. Along with me today is my partner, Nick Stoffel. We are here today representing the Montana Large Customer Group. And for Commissioner Wellborn's benefit and others who may not be familiar with us, the Montana Large Customer Group is a coalition of large Montana businesses that has been in existence with slightly different membership over the years since about 1996. And we are formed with the sole purpose of advocating on behalf of electric and gas consumers in the state of Montana. All of the members of the LCG take either electric or gas or both service from Northwestern Energy. And so we're very active and interested in these proceedings. Just to be particular so that you're aware of who we are, the LCG includes cement operators, including Ash Grove Cement right here in town, as well as GCC. We also include refining operations, including Calumet, Par Montana, and Phillips 66. We include the pipeline company Enbridge, who operates throughout the state of Montana, the Stillwater Mining Company, and REC Silicon, the manufacturing company here in Montana. What unites all of these individuals is the fact that electricity is a huge part of their expense in doing business in Montana, typically the highest or the second highest operating expense that these entities face. And so as a result, these kinds of processes are critically important to their ability to do business in Montana, critically important to their success in being able to do business in Montana. And so again, we appreciate the opportunity to come before you and talk about their issues and concerns. In support of the case here today, we will be presenting two witnesses individually, that is Mr. Kevin Higgins and Mr. Justin Bieber. And we will be presenting one witness in conjunction with the Montana Consumer Council, and that's Mr. David Garrett. I highlight this at this point because what I think is important to understand about the LCG and our advocacy is the vast majority of the testimony that you will hear from the LCG witnesses and the things that we presented in the case and the things that we fought for in the settlement benefit all Montanans. And they benefit all ratepayers, both gas and electric, of Northwestern. And so we're very proud of the fact that the things we do helps everybody pay lower rates. Now, having said that, there are some pieces that we'll talk about, and I'll cover a couple of these, that focus specifically on the issues that businesses have. And this is where we'll talk about how rates should be designed and how revenue should be allocated or shared amongst and between the different customer groups. And so in this particular instance, on this point, I'll just give a special thank you to the Montana Consumer Council. You know, one of the things that we do in all of these cases is we have a conversation with the Consumer Council and also, of course, Northwestern, who cares about these things, about whether and the extent to which rates should be sort of borne by large customers or smaller customers. And these are difficult and challenging questions, and we're very pleased that we were able to negotiate a resolution with the MCC, with Northwestern's and support that factors these considerations in. But I also want to reach out and thank Walmart and the federal executive agencies who represent other customers and other customer components. And I feel very proud that we were able to find a solution on these rate design and revenue allocation issues that both all of the customers who participated in the settlement and Northwestern as our utility supplier were able to agree on. So with that kind of overview, just want to speak to a couple of specifics. We are very proud today to support two settlements before the commission, settlements which we reached with Northwestern, the MCC, Walmart, and the federal executive agencies that fully resolve the issues before the commission as to the gas rates and mostly resolve the issues before the commission as to electric rates. The things that are unresolved on the electric side, in addition to the information that you already heard from Mr. Brown for the MCC, I will add the one LCG issue that is unresolved on the electric side. And that is through the testimony of Mr. Higgins, you will hear us argue that the commission should adjust the Yellowstone County Generating Station, or YCGS, revenue requirement to reflect the fact that, as proposed, Northwestern is seeking to recover both the depreciation expense during the test period and a return on the portion of the plant that was depreciated during the test period. The way utility regulation is supposed to work is that utilities are entitled to a return of its investment through depreciation and then a return on undepreciated investment amounts. You get one or the other, you don't get both. And that's because once an investment is paid back through depreciation expense, no longer is it the case that shareholders are entitled to return on those dollars. In other words, we sort of analogize this to if you put money in a savings account, you expect to get interest on that. But when you withdraw the money from the account, you no longer expect to get interest. What Northwestern is proposing is to withdraw the money from the account, but continue to collect interest on that during the test period. And we think that's unreasonable double dipping, and so have made a recommendation to reduce the revenue requirement by a relatively modest amount overall, but in order to make that fair. I'll also just note quickly for the Commission's benefit that the LCG does not oppose the settlements that were reached between Northwestern and the tribe and between Northwestern and the University of Montana. We were not parties to those settlements, but just so the Commission understands, the LCG has no objection to the proposed relief that's being sought in either of those agreements. Now, I want to talk a little bit about why we supported the settlements that we did and what we think is the value to Montanans and Montana electric and gas customers from the settlements. One of the challenges that I have doing this work is that I have clients who are very keen on paying as little for electric and gas as possible. But, and this is a critical but, I also have clients who are very keen on having reliable electric and gas utility service. And we understand that part of providing reliable electric and gas utility service is that the utility has to make certain investments to keep the system up and operating, to meet customer needs and demands, and make sure that when that light switch is turned on or when that heater is activated, that the electricity flows and the gas flows. And we appreciate absolutely the significant investments that Northwestern has made in the Montana system here over the past few years that are captured in this rate case that you have before you. And so for that reason, we agreed with the Northwestern and the other parties to the settlements that it is reasonable to take a look at these investments and factor that into how rates are set going forward. Let's talk first for a moment about the electric settlement and what we think that accomplishes for customers. One of the most challenging things I think you'll find in this case is the complexity of understanding sort of how the electric rates are built. That's in part because it includes a variety of different elements. You have the base rates, and then you have the property taxes, which have a separate tracker. Then you have the new costs of YCGS, which have its own dynamic. And then you have the costs in the PCAM, which rise in between rate cases and then during rate cases get folded back into base rates. And the whole thing creates a very complex web of numbers to try to parse through. So maybe in the vein of Northwestern, although without the very cool demonstrative, I just want to talk through what I think the bottom line is for the commission. And the bottom line is you take all these things together. Northwestern came to the commission at the start with a request for a $69.5 million increase overall to the electric rates paid by customers in Montana. The LCG, for its part, analyzed all of the information, and we recommended a $16.9 million overall rate decrease when factoring in all of these different competing elements. And so that was, from my perspective, the bookmarks, if you would, the bookends, sorry, let me get the right phrase, of the rates that were before you. What the settlement did was agree to either, on the one end, a $14.6 million increase, okay, so that's the Northwestern proposal of the settlement, or a $13.7 million increase, that's the LCG number, discounted a little bit for that double counting issue that I spoke of earlier, or, and this is what Mr. Brown was suggesting, a $35.9 million decrease if you take into account the full effect of the MCC adjustments for YCGS and the PCAM. So at the end of the day, even if you go with, as Northwestern has suggested, the upper end of that settled range, you are looking at a significant decrease from what Northwestern originally proposed, and an outcome which on the electric side is only, and this is the good news, a 1.7% overall increase when you look at all of the different elements. And so that's really important to keep in mind. And that is, from our perspective, the value added that the settling parties have brought to the table here, and the hard work of the consumer representatives who are before you, including the LCG, the MCC, Walmart, and FEA. On the gas side, a similar but fortunately much less complicated story. Northwestern proposed a $28.8 million increase. We argue that that should be cut slightly more than in half to $11.8 million, and the ultimate settlement was reached at an increase of 18.1, which is only 65% of the ask that Northwestern had in the initial instance. So what you see reflected before you in all of these settlements are substantial savings as compared to Northwestern's original filing that will directly benefit customers while at the same time giving Northwestern the resources that it needs to continue to reliably and effectively and safely operate the utility system. Once you look at those big buckets of costs, though, the next question that you see addressed in the settlement is how do we decide, as between the different customer classes, who should pay what component of these changed rates? And this is a very important part of this case and one that you'll hear some testimony about as we proceed forward. In both instances, the electric and gas settlements are heavily reliant on what are called class cost of service studies. Now, a class cost of service study, and there were several of them that were prepared and submitted into the evidence in this case, is an analysis trying to determine which customer class group contributed to which particular costs that the utility is incurring in order to provide service to everyone. And these class cost of service studies are critically important because the Commission's goal ought to be, and has been for many years in Montana, to try to set rates that reasonably track the cost of service. This is important for two reasons. One, if rates are reasonably consistent with the costs that customers cause to be incurred, it's considered to be fair amongst all of the different customers involved. And secondly, if you set rates on a cost basis, it is important to note that that also encourages what I'll call the efficient use of electricity. That if you overcharge or undercharge customers, you might encourage them to over or underutilize the energy service that we're talking about. And efficiency in that context is important because, at least from the perspective of, I'll say for my clients, the large customers, obviously it is important that those customers pay their fair share and reasonably contribute revenues sufficient to cover the costs that they caused Northwestern to incur. But it's also really important that you not try to overcharge those customers and create subsidies or maintain subsidies such that those industrial customers pay too much in order to lower the costs paid by residential or small commercial customers. And that's really important because, as I said in the very beginning, these costs are a critical piece of their ability to do business in Montana. And if you overcharge the mines and the refineries and the manufacturing companies and the cement companies for their electricity, that's going to make it harder for them to do business in this state. It's going to make them harder to invest in this state and harder to attract new businesses to the state of Montana. So our recommendation is that the Commission focus on these cost of service studies and make sure that while everyone is paying their fair share, you are reasonably mitigating or moderating any subsidies that might exist in the system. Now, what the evidence will show through the course of this hearing is that the largest customers of Northwestern, the ones who I represent, for example, are in fact paying their fair share, as proposed in the settlement. So, give you a couple of examples. The Northwestern cost of service study demonstrated that the GS2 transmission class on the electric side should get the lowest base rate increase of any electric customers given the nature of their usage and loads on the system. The LCG disputes certain components of the Northwestern study, and they actually, our witness, Mr. Bieber, concluded that those customers should get a rate decrease even if there is an overall rate increase. In any event, the settlement for the GS2 transmission base rate increase is virtually identical to the number that would be considered appropriate based on Northwestern's cost of service study. So it has a good, sound foundation and is one that we think is supportable and one that we were willing to accept. On the electric side, there's two big customer classes. There's what's called the GS2 transmission and the GS2 substation classes. The difference between those two classes has to do with where in the substation the customer receives service, whether they receive it on the high end or the transmission side of that substation or the low end of that substation. And so the GS2 substation customers use a little bit more of the Northwestern network than the GS2 transmission customers do. But the outcome in both is the same. The GS2 substation customers, based on the Northwestern cost of service study, should receive an increase just slightly above system average, about 1.5%. The LCG cost study concluded that those customers should only get about 40% of the system increase. But in the settlement, the outcome is pretty much right alongside where the Northwestern cost of service study came out, and the GS2 substation customers would get an increase just slightly above the system average. On the gas side, very similar situation. On the gas side, the customers, my clients, the largest customers, are what are called the gas transmission transportation customers. The importance of that for your all's benefit is that as a transportation customer, they buy the pipe service from Northwestern, but they don't buy the actual gas molecules. They buy the gas molecules from the marketplace. And so they're a little bit different from sometimes other customers. In any event, on the gas side, the Northwestern cost of service study recommended an increase that's 8% above the system average for those large transportation customers. The settlement, right in line with that, proposes an increase that is 9% above the system average. And so again, on both the electric and gas side, the settlements are right in line with the cost of service study that Northwestern provided. Not quite as good as what we think the cost of service study is, but that's what you get in a settlement, is you find ways to compromise and advance the cause moving forward. Excuse me. One last thing I want to mention on this is, in the last time we did one of these settlement hearings, for those of you who were around before, there was a fair bit of attention that was paid in the course of the hearing to the analysis that was included in the settlement of the average customer impacts associated with the rates that were proposed in the settlement. And this particularly became an issue in the last case because if you look on the electric side, for example, the average customer impact for the largest electric customers, the GS2 transmission customers, is much lower than the impact is for other customers. And there was a large discussion about that in the last case and could potentially be something you hear about in this case. One thing I want to highlight for the commission about that that's really important is to understand that in the GS2 transmission class, it's not presented in the information here that you see in the settlement, but we'll get to it in the testimony that's offered. The GS2 transmission class and the GS2 substation class really are two separate classes that are merged together. On the transmission and substation side, there are bundled customers who buy both the wires and the supply service from Northwestern, and there are unbundled customers who only buy the wire service. These are what are sometimes called choice customers. And those customers, unlike the bundled customers, buy their electric supply service from the market, and they buy their transmission service at FERC-regulated rates. And this is important because when you look at the average customer impact for the GS2 transmission class, you have to remember that a big chunk of that class only buys a very small portion of their service from Northwestern. And so what that means is that if a rate case, as we see here, is driven in large part by investment in power plants like YCGS or investments in transmission, which Ms. Norcott referred to earlier, those costs don't hit the base rates for the GS2 transmission choice customers because those costs they buy either from the market or from FERC. And so just be a little bit careful about that average customer impact analysis because it's not quite apples to apples for customers who are buying power from the market on a choice basis. So with all of that, the last thing that I do want to cover in my opening statement is the one significant area of departure from the LCG as filed position that you see in the settlement is the settlement does include an acceptance of or an agreement to establish a tracking mechanism for wildfire costs. And I want to just take a moment and talk about why the LCG has accepted this as part of a settlement and why we think that although we generally speaking like to mitigate or minimize trackers, that in this instance, a tracker might make good sense. As the commission is well aware, and as you will hear through the testimony in the case today, the risks of wildfire are substantial. the risks of cost increases to Northwestern and ultimately then to its customers are substantial. There was obviously, as the commission is well aware, substantial conversation about this in the recent legislative session. So from the LCG's perspective, there is absolutely no question that we want Northwestern to be actively engaged in managing its wildfire risk and making sure that that risk is mitigated to the greatest extent possible. One important concession in the settlement that you'll see as compared to the as-filed approach is that the mechanism does not include capital recovery, and we think that's a really important separation and one of the primary reasons why we objected to that mechanism in the first instance. And under the settlement, that mechanism is scaled back so that those capital costs will be recovered in future rate cases. But what it does track are the operation and maintenance expenses, the tree trimming exercises, the things that the Northwestern folks do day in and day out to make sure that the system is safe and that the risk of wildfire is mitigated. And in this limited exception, in the context of an overall settlement, the LCG agreed that that approach was reasonable. And so for that reason, we included that and supported the inclusion of that as part of the settlement. So you will hear us present this over the course of the next week and change. We, again, greatly appreciate the commission's time and attention to this and just appreciate the fact that you understand that these issues are critically important to Montana businesses and critically important to the economic well-being of the state, and appreciate your consideration of the settlements that we proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Thorvald. In view of the time, it's 12:15. We're going to adjourn for lunch. We'll come back in 1 hour, 1:15. It's 1:15, the appointed time to reconvene. I have It's 1:15, time to reconvene. A brief announcement, Commissioner Pinochi has joined us online. So we were at the point of interveners wanting to make an opening statement. Are there any other interveners that would like to make an opening statement? Captain.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners. Federal executive agencies intervene in this case to ensure taxpayers' monies allocated to Malmstrom's Air Force Base's mission is not unnecessarily burdened by excessive energy costs. Energy costs comprise a significant portion of all military installations, operations, and maintenance funds. And the same is true at Malmstrom Air Force Base. The same funds used to pay for electricity and gas are also used for mission essential events and needs such as training, educating, and equipping our airmen, and base maintenance and construction projects. For a base as strategic as Malmstrom Air Force Base is to our national security, we think that that is important to all citizens. Federal executive agencies is a utility company like any other, and our bills must be paid. However, increases in these costs means that the installation commanders often have to divert funding from other essential mission costs. My office's job is to ensure commanders only have to make these decisions when it is warranted and for fair, reasonable, and cost-based amounts. We are here today to determine the fair, reasonable, and cost-based amount that this commission should authorize. In accordance with that, the FEA recommends the following in addition to both the MCC's opening and the LCG's opening: that this commission adopt and enact the partial electric settlement, that this commission adopt and enact the partial gas settlement. For these reasons, we request that this commission accept and approve the two settlement recommendations and the modified Northwestern rate increases filing accordingly to appropriately balance the interests of Northwestern and its customers and ensure rates remain just and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other interveners that would wish to make an opening statement, please?
President, Commissioners, the joint parties will defer their opening statement until the presentation of their case in chief.
Thank you. Are there other interveners? Please.
Yes, Walmart would like to make its opening statement.
Please do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President and Commissioners. Julie Clark on behalf of Walmart. Amy Mowry and I represent Walmart in this proceeding and appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Walmart is an intervener in this proceeding and a customer of Northwestern Energy. Walmart operates 16 stores and related units, retail units, and employs over 5,000 associates in the state of Montana. In fiscal year ending 2024, Walmart purchased over $130 million worth of goods and services from Montana-based suppliers, which supports over 5,000 supplier jobs. Northwestern provides electricity and or natural gas to 13 of those 16 stores under Northwestern's secondary General Service 1 class for electricity and Northwestern's General Service class for natural gas. Electricity is one of Walmart's largest operating costs. Walmart filed the direct testimony and exhibits of Dr. Jamie McGovern, in which she made recommendations to the Commission regarding return on equity, cost of service, and revenue allocation. As already discussed here today, Walmart entered into a partial electric settlement and the natural gas settlement, with Northwestern Energy, the Montana Consumer Council, the Montana Large Customer Group, and the federal executive agencies. Under the settlements, both the secondary General Service 1 class for electricity and the General Service class for natural gas will receive increases, which are necessary for Northwestern to continue to provide reliable service to its customers. Importantly, the settlements are the result of voluntary negotiations, give and take, and will result in just and reasonable rates for all of Northwestern's customers. Walmart proudly supports the settlements and will present Dr. McGovern in support of them. Walmart thanks the other parties and the Commission and appreciates the opportunity to assist the Commission in its careful consideration of the settlements. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other interveners that would like to make a statement, please?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Commission. Again, Melissa Hornbein on behalf of Renewable Northwest. Renewable Northwest specializes in energy development and electricity markets in Montana, Oregon, and Washington. It works with its members who include myriad energy professionals, ratepayer advocates, and nonprofits to advocate for prudent planning and investment in new generation, as well as a connected Western electricity market. Renewable Northwest brings a critical perspective to this proceeding by explaining how Northwestern Energy's planning and procurement practices have resulted in the Hobson's choice now before the Commission with respect to the Yellowstone County Generating Station, a request that would result in a riskier, more expensive future for Montana citizens and industry if approved. Renewable Northwest's witness, Kyle Unruh, clearly explains how prudent industry practices in resource planning and procurement serve the public interest and minimize cost and risk to ratepayers, consistent with the Commission's statutory mandate. Mr. Unruh's testimony provides important context for the Commission in its evaluation of Northwestern's application and other interveners' recommendations with respect to rate and cost recovery in this proceeding. In this rate case, Renewable Northwest seeks to ensure that the PSC's consideration of Northwestern's application is guided by considerations of prudency. Mr. Unruh will explain that Northwestern Energy did not, in fact, adhere to industry standard planning or procurement processes and therefore cannot produce evidence necessary to meet its burden to prove that its resource investments are either prudent or in the public interest, or to demonstrate that the Yellowstone County Generating Station is the best resource to ensure reliability, as Northwestern represented in its opening statement. Renewable Northwest participation in this rate case will establish the following. A least cost, low risk, reliable resource portfolio requires substantial transmission, renewables, and storage investments, as is empirically true for virtually every other major utility in the West. Northwestern's failure to consider transmission capacity in its resource modeling constrains generation development, market sales, and diminishes Montana ratepayers' ability to access cheaper electricity, especially in peak periods. By foregoing any investment in transmission capacity, renewables, or storage, and putting all of its eggs in the basket of thermal resources, Northwestern exposes Montanans to increased cost and risk, as alluded to by the Montana Consumer Council in his opening statement. Northwestern's planning and procurement practices effectively exclude wind, solar, and battery storage, and we're seeing the result of that in this rate case. These resources are by far the cheapest sources of energy, are preferred in the market, and are currently being deployed at an unprecedented scale across the West. Northwestern's outsized reliance on thermal generation is out of step with regional utility practice and places unnecessary cost and risk on its customers. Because prudent acquisition of energy resources begins with planning, Mr. Unruh's testimony explains how Northwestern's IRP practices depart from industry standards in a manner that effectively prevents a reasoned comparison of cheaper alternatives to thermal generation. These practices have led to resource acquisition that will add significant cost and risk to ratepayers if allowed into rate base. Renewable Northwest therefore respectfully recommends that the Commission clearly indicate in its final order in this matter that Northwestern must take affirmative steps to align with industry planning best practices or risk cost disallowance. Thank you.
Are there any further interveners with an opening statement? If any do not wish to make an opening statement now, they may put it in with their chief.
Mr. President, on behalf of the University of Montana and Triple Oak.
I'm sorry, you were hiding back there amongst the...
I've been doing my best to hide this whole time.
And a fine job you've been doing. Please proceed.
My plan is working. I just wanted to say that on behalf of Triple Oak Power and the University of Montana, we would defer any opening statement, if any, until our case in chief.
That's fine. What I have left, and they can speak up if they want to make an opening statement. Joint parties, and according to my check marks, the Northern Cheyenne Tribe. Does okay? The joint parties have deferred. But is there anyone here from the Northern Cheyenne Tribe that wish to make an opening statement at this time? Seeing none, I will ask, wait a minute here, here we go. Ms. Norcott, you may proceed by calling Northwestern's first witness.
We're gonna switch counsel, and Northwestern at this time would call Brian Bird to the stand.
I'm sorry, we don't allow switching of counsel here. I would like all the witnesses present to please stand, raise your right hand, and I will swear you in all at once. A smaller crew than I thought, motley though they might be. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Counsel, if any of your witnesses are not present today, please notify me at the time your witnesses are called to testify so that I may swear them in before they provide testimony. Ms. Hill, you may proceed.
It's Ms. Heim.
Do what?
It's Ms. Heim.
Sorry.
That's all right. All good. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Bird, B-I-R-D.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with Northwestern Energy.
And what is your position at the company?
I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer.
Do you have your pre-filed testimony in front of you? And is it marked as NWE 1?
It is.
Do you have any changes you need to make to your testimony?
Yeah, I have one change. I reference Cynthia Fang in the testimony, and Charles Lane has adopted that testimony. So anywhere where you see Cynthia Fang or Ms. Fang in my testimony, please replace with either Charles Lane or Mr. Lane.
Right. Other than that change, if I were to ask you the questions in your testimony today, would the answers be the same?
They would.
Excellent. Mr. President, I tender Mr. Bird for cross-examination. I'm sorry. I'm going to pause and move NWE 1 into the record.
Without objection. It's admitted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, the LCG has no questions of this witness. Thank you.
FEA has no questions. Thank you.
The joint parties have a few questions.
Proceed.
Right. For the record, Charlotte Hernandez, counsel for the joint parties. Good afternoon, Mr. Byrd. In your role as Northwestern Energy's president and CEO, you make decisions regarding major capital investments, correct?
I don't ultimately make those decisions. We have a team of folks who make those decisions. Ultimately, the board approves the capital plans that we have as a company. So I have an input into it, but I ultimately don't approve. The board ultimately approves them.
And thank you. Those decisions that you mentioned, they have impacts on customers' electricity and gas rates, right?
Yes, all the capital investments we make ultimately are for the benefit of customers.
It's also your responsibility to oversee the affordability of electric rates, right?
Correct. I mean, from my perspective as the CEO, what we're trying to do as a company, we're trying to balance reliability, affordability, and sustainability. So that's what we take into consideration, the pillars of our strategy in terms of making decisions at Northwestern.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Byrd. And you also oversee the implementation of Northwestern's low-income energy assistance programs, right?
As the CEO, yes, ultimately that reports to me, but Bobby Schroppel, ultimately from our VP perspective, reports to Bobby Schroppel, correct?
Okay. And the buck ultimately stops with you, right?
I guess the buck stops with the CEO, as they say.
All right, good. And here in this rate case, Mr. Byrd, Northwestern proposes electric base rate increases to pay for quote unquote substantial investments in the company's electric supply infrastructure.
Yeah, I have to admit, when you think about it, $874 million of investment in our electric business in the last 2 years to 23-24 time period. That, and when you consider $25 million of wildfire expenses, $14 million associated with operating expenses, and 11 associated with increased insurance costs. For us to have an increase to residential customers of 4% speaks to the skills of our employees to ultimately do what we do for customers as inexpensively as we possibly can.
All right, Mr. Byrd, in your direct pre-filed testimony, do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do.
All right, on chart 1 indicates that the most substantial individual investment in generation.
Will you reference a page for me, please?
Oh, sorry. This chart 1, this is page 7. Or sorry, 6. BBB 6.
Yes, thank you.
The chart on the left shows that the most substantial investment on the electricity side is in the Yellowstone County Generating Station.
Yeah,
right?
Correct. As a standalone item, the Yellowstone County is the largest, but the transmission and distribution on a combined basis is larger, but correct.
Correct. It's the largest individual item there, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the company's proposal, Mr. Byrd, reflected in the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Lane, would increase electric base rates allocated to residential customers by 25.4%. Is that right?
I think you're referencing a portion of it and you're not considering the change in the PCAM in those numbers. But I'll have to have Ms. Lael actually have to confirm those numbers.
Sorry, that wasn't Mrs. Lael's rebuttal. It was Mr. Lane's.
Okay, as the CFO, She can certainly speak to it. Mr. Lane could as well in his rebuttal.
And you don't dispute here that the increase for residential will be 25.4%, subject to any offset to the PCAM.
I'm sorry, could you point Mr. Byrd to what you're looking at in Mr. Lane's testimony?
Yeah, this is her rebuttal testimony, CRL, at page 9. Can you pull that up, Mr. Byrd? Or can we have it pulled up?
If you'll give us a minute, we'll
I
pull
don't have
Mr.
Mr. Lane's testimony in front of me.
Page 9. Rebuttal. And I'll direct your attention, Mr. Byrd, to page 9 at line 14. It reads, for electric moderation of the total base revenue requirements by customer class, Northwestern is limiting the increase to any customer class to be no greater than 28.5% or a factor of 1.16 of the system average increase of 24.5%, and limiting the residential increase to 25.4% or a factor of 1.04 of the system average increase. Did I read that right?
I can track along right here. Yep.
That was right. Okay. So you agree then that Northwestern proposes a 25.4% increase in electric base rates for residential customers in this rate case?
Objection. That assumes facts, not in evidence. This isn't Mr. Byrd's testimony.
May I respond? I'd like to know Mr. Byrd's knowledge of this, not necessarily what's being read. So his understanding of what his company, for which the buck stops at him, is asking in this rate case. I think it's relevant. I think there's foundation there.
This isn't talking about the rate increase. This is talking about the allocation of cost of service. And so you're talking apples and oranges and asking the witness to answer questions that are outside the scope of his testimony. So we would object.
It may be outside the scope of his testimony, but that wasn't the question. The question is his understanding of this action. So I will overrule the objection.
I would say this. I think Mr. Lane is speaking to a component. We have 30 witnesses here, and though the buck stops here, if I was asked to speak to everyone's testimony, I wouldn't need 30 witnesses here. So I'd ask that you ask Mr. Lane questions on his testimony.
Okay, so you're saying you don't know what the ultimate rate increase request is for the residential class in this rate case? Is that what you're saying?
I understand, as Ms. Norcott pointed out earlier today, when you take into consideration all of the moving parts, it's a 4% increase to the residential customer.
That's your understanding?
That is my understanding.
And that's based in part on an offset to the PCAM docket, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. And now, Mr. Byrd, isn't it correct that in the last rate case, the commission approved a 19.5% increase in electric base rates?
On the last rate review, I do not recall the exact increase. Again, I'd ask Ms. Lael as the CFO, and when I was the CFO, I would probably remember that off the top of my head from the last rate case as well, but I do not.
You don't recall what the increase was in the last rate case?
I do not recall what the exact increase from the last rate case.
Does any reason to dispute that 19.5% was the increase?
Subject to check, but again, Ms. Lael can answer that question.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Byrd, are you also aware that Roger Colton testified that Northwestern Energy's electric bills are unaffordable for customers at nearly every income level below 200% of the federal poverty level without any discount?
I'm not specifically aware. What I am aware of is, and a report just came out here recently talking about wallet share, and Northwestern Energy's wallet share is 1.6%. And from a national average of 2%, Montana is doing a fantastic job with low income, helping low to moderate income customers.
So to answer the question, Mr. Byrd, you're not aware of Mr. Colton's testimony?
I don't specifically recall Mr. Colton's testimony.
Okay. Do you know if he's the only witness speaking to affordability for low-income customers?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you would agree with me, right, that you see that Northwestern is committed to affordability?
Agreed. When you look at national averages, Northwestern Energy, both electric and gas, is below the national average from a rates perspective versus the national average by a substantial amount. And even after this rate review with over 105 rate reviews, as we sit here today, I expect that to continue even with an outcome as we would expect in this case.
Okay. So with that, you haven't reviewed Mr. Colton's testimony?
I don't recall Mr. Colton's testimony.
Okay. And so you're not aware that Mr. Colton testified that Northwestern Energy's bill discount programs only marginally improve bill affordability?
Objection asked and answered.
I would answer in this regard. From a LIHEAP perspective, you can go on to our webpage. I assume you looked at the footnote in my testimony associated with that. And in there, we actually, if you qualify, and by the way, you can click on the link and we'll help you apply for LIHEAP. If you qualify, during the winter months on the electric side, you'll get a 25% discount on your bills. And on the other parts of the year, it's 15%. On the gas side, it's 30% discount. So if you qualify for LIHEAP, we give incremental discounts to customers. We also give free weatherization. So we certainly do a tremendous amount to help our customers. Bobby Schroppel will come up here and testify later with low income. She's a part of leading a stakeholder group. They've had their 4th meeting, I believe, already, talking about what can we do more to help low and to moderate income customers.
All right. So with that commitment, you haven't read Mr. Colton's testimony with respect to bill discount programs effectiveness.
I've answered the question that I have not read his testimony or don't recall it.
Okay.
Twice.
Did you view it as unimportant?
There's a lot of testimony in here, and I cannot say I read all of the testimony in this case.
Okay, you prioritized. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Byrd. I'm going to shift gears here for a second and talk about another aspect of your pre-filed direct testimony. In your pre-filed testimony, you state that sustainability is one of Northwestern Energy's strategic pillars, right? And that includes reducing carbon emissions from Northwestern Energy's generation assets, right?
Yes, indeed.
And the reason for that is that carbon emissions contribute to climate change.
We've acknowledged in our net zero plan, our wildfire plan, and in our financials that there are impacts of climate change to our business. Correct.
I'm sorry, that wasn't the question. The reason that you're seeking to reduce carbon emissions is because carbon emissions contribute to climate change.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And it's Northwestern's laudable goal by 2050 to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions from generating assets to net zero by 2050, correct?
That is correct. And matter of fact, on that point, I think you may know as of last year, we're now 61% carbon free in Montana, and substantially above our peers. Wells Fargo just came out with a report. I'm happy to provide that report that we're number 2 in the energy transition when you think about our owned and contracted resources, only behind the Texas, New Mexico utility and just ahead of the IDACORP. So in essence, we're doing our part from a sustainability standpoint, but what we need to do as a company is to balance reliability, affordability, and sustainability. In fact, since we built the Dave Gage Generating Station, our last gas plant before this one back in 2011, we've added about 1,000 megawatts of owned and contracted resources that are renewable resources. Think about the 400 some megawatts of hydro, wind, and now even some solar. Yes, many of that's contracted through QFs and other means, but on an owned and contracted basis, nearly 1,000 megawatts. And so we've done a tremendous amount on the sustainability front. Again, industry leading, but we have to balance that with reliability and affordability. And I think as we've seen in these past winters.
Objection, if I may. This is narrative. I just would like an answer to the question, Mr. Byrd. Apologies.
I'm sorry, you're objecting to the witness. You asked a question. The witness is answering the question.
I'm objecting to the narrative response. I asked a yes or no question. I appreciate it, and I know there's a lot to say, but just in the interest of moving this forward, I'd appreciate more direct answers.
I think he did go beyond a simple answer to a simple question. So objection is not sustained.
Thank you, President. And Mr. Bird, we were talking about your net zero goal by 2050, and that's rooted in the Paris Agreement, right?
Paris Agreement is acknowledged in the net zero plan.
Okay, and the net zero plan recognizes the goal of the Paris Agreement is to limit global warming to 1.5 to 2 degrees centigrade, right?
We mentioned 2 degrees in our plan.
Okay, and it's Northwestern's goal to honor that limit.
We do. Our pathway over time will take time, like many other utilities. Again, when you have a substantial lead, 61%, the national average is about 41%. You can look that up in Edison Electric Institute. When you have a substantial lead, you have an opportunity over time to get there by 2050. And I feel really good about where we sit today in order to get there by 2050 versus many other utilities who are struggling because of higher costs of implementing new resources into their mix. It may be harder for them to ultimately get there because now their prices are going up substantially higher than ours.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. And so turning to the net zero plan, part of that plan included construction of a battery system for capacity, right? The Beartooth battery?
Yeah, I don't know if that's part of the plan, of the net zero plan.
Yeah, if you're not aware, that's fine.
I think we talked about at that time from the IRP and the RFP process before there were issues with the pre-approval standard, there was a 50 megawatt battery that was being considered.
And you, as you sit here today, you don't know if that was part of your net zero plan?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall if a power purchase agreement for 100 megawatts of hydro from Canada was also part of that net zero plan?
I think it was part of consideration in the RFP. I can't remember if it was part of the net zero plan. My assumption is they were drafted about the same time, so there could be similarities.
Mr. Bird, if you were to look at the net zero plan, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not the battery and the power purchase agreement were part of that plan?
I'm sure it would.
President Molnar, may I approach with a copy of the net zero plan?
Please do.
Thank you.
Can you please speak into a microphone? Well, we're taking a quick break, Mr. Bird. By and large, you're 90% coming through, but there's a lot of times when you turn your head to talk that the words get cut out, so people online have a tough time. And then, of course, our video would leave out words that are perhaps critical. Maybe the court reporter misses a few words. So if you just kind of pay attention to speaking directly.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. President Molnar, permission to approach. I'm going to approach now and show a copy of the net zero by 2050 plan to Mr. Bird. Mr. Bird, I'll direct you to look at page 9, the first paragraph beneath the graph. This paragraph yourself and let me know when you've completed it.
Yeah, I've completed it.
And Mr. Bird, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not the battery and the power purchase agreement were part of the net zero plan?
Yeah, it confirms my earlier statement that they were items selected in the RFP, and this is about the same time we were writing this, so it makes sense that they were being considered.
Okay. And Mr. Bird, to this day, has Northwestern Energy constructed the Beartooth battery?
There was another party that was building that battery, so we weren't constructing it, and that party, because of our inability at the time to exercise pre-approval on that battery, chose not to move forward. The pre-approval of statute, you may recall, was in question at the time, and people were not comfortable moving forward from a pre-approval perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. I'm going to reclaim that copy, if I may. Permission to approach President. And Mr. Byrd, has Northwestern Energy completed the power purchase agreement for the hydro?
I don't recall. That would be a question for Mr. Hines. I don't recall what happened there.
Okay. As you sit here today, you don't know whether or not Northwestern entered into a power purchase agreement for 100 megawatts of hydro from Canada?
I'll repeat my answer. I don't recall.
Okay. Mr. Byrd, as you sit here today, do you know if the net zero plan contemplates Northwestern Energy adding more coal resources to its portfolio?
At the time that we put together the net zero plan, it was prior to making decisions on moving forward with procuring incremental coal strip is my recollection.
Okay, so more coal strips not in the net zero plan?
I do not believe it's in our current net zero plan.
Okay. And how much capacity or how many megawatts from Colstrip is Northwestern Energy planning to acquire?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object. There's nothing in this docket related to additional acquisition of Colstrip before the commission. So we would object to relevance and beyond the scope of this docket. No cost recovery for additional acquisition.
May I respond? President Molnar, commissioners, this is a situation where Northwestern has opened the door to this issue. Mr. Byrd's pre-filed direct testimony that was just entered says on page BBB-10, with regard to electric capacity, Northwestern is addressing this challenge through projects such as Yellowstone County Generating Station, continuing to reinvest in our hydro facilities to increase their capacity and extend their life, and the future acquisition of incremental capacity at Colstrip for zero upfront costs, as explained in the testimonies of John Hines and Blue Lefebvre. Because Mr. Byrd himself opened the door to this issue, I believe it's fair game. I won't dwell on it, but I think that's the response.
It's in his pre-filed, so I believe he could and should answer the question.
Thank you. The question is, how much additional incremental capacity at Colstrip is Northwestern looking to acquire?
I believe the exact number is 592 megawatts, a combination of Avista and Puget's interests.
And the basis for this additional purchase of Colstrip is for additional capacity for Northwestern Energy's customers, correct?
I would argue that the first 222 megawatts from Avista certainly was to address resource adequacy. I know something the commission continues to have concerns about. I have a docket associated with resource adequacy. Having gone through, as my testimony points out, numerous winters where we're having to acquire resources from the market, and having to acquire power from the market, importing onto our system, we were very, very concerned. And an incremental 222 megawatts makes us, from a resource adequacy perspective, in good shape. The incremental Puget piece certainly helps in that regard, but more importantly, that allowed us to own 55% of that facility on 1/1/26. And the reason that's important, we did not want to find a situation where, because of Washington politics, Oregon politics, the utilities that are required to get out of Colstrip, they would make the decision to close Colstrip, and our existing 222 megawatts would be at risk. And if you think we had difficulty serving customers at times when we had 222 megawatts of Colstrip, think how difficult it would be if we didn't even have that. So important to get the second tranche, if you will, to have that. And now we have excess capacity to provide further protection, further insurance for our customers.
And Ms. Byrd, is it the case that Northwestern recently announced plans to provide significant amounts of electricity to data centers?
We have excess capacity, and again, ultimately, that hasn't been decided. Whether we're able to sell that to data centers, we're continuing to work with those data centers to have those incremental load that costs would be shared and spread amongst many customers, ultimately reducing cost to customers. So we encourage that incremental capacity could be used to serve data centers and ultimately benefit customers. I think the other incremental benefit, and I noticed there were questions earlier on affordability, acquiring those incremental Colstrip components from a capital cost of zero is substantial in terms of protecting our customers. And if you think our rates are low versus the national average now, wait till you see when people have to build something like 592 megawatts at 18 to 2,000 per kW on a going forward basis. That's billions of dollars that other people are going to have to pay, and we will not. And so again, you have to balance reliability. In this case, having excess load to serve our customers on the coldest day. Only one group in this room has that obligation. That's Northwestern Energy. We have to serve those customers. To do it affordably, everyone in this room wants to see that. And with Colstrip, we can do that. And sustainability from our perspective, we like the fact that we have control of Colstrip. We're already talking to the Colstrip community about when we would replace Colstrip. We're talking about carbon-free resources, which I'm sure you'd appreciate, nuclear, and that's going to take some time. But we have a net zero by 2050 plan, and the whole point is it's going to take time. Those resources are not available today that provide 24/7 dispatchable resources, and intermittent resources cannot help us all the time. I love all our resources. Hydro's my favorite renewable. I'll be honest about that. But I'll tell you, all of them have a role. But we needed, after 1,000 megawatts of intermittent resources, we needed to have a resource that can help us serve our customers. We can dispatch it when we want it, run it when we want it. And the beauty of Yellowstone County and the beauty of Colstrip is they are dispatchable as long as we have fuel can turn them on. The incremental beauty of YCGS, it is designed to offset that intermittency. You have 18 units that can go up and down to offset that intermittency. It's a complement to renewables. And so we're excited about that ability to continue down our path from a net zero perspective, but I'll tell you, it will take time.
So just to be clear, the net zero plan that you have doesn't contemplate 590 megawatts of additional coal.
It does not, but I'd also add that the intent here is we run those resources when we need those resources. And we're going to, from an economic dispatch perspective, think about cost for our customers. It's not like the Colstrip plant will be running full 7. We'll need to full 24/7. We will need to manage how we run those resources on a going forward basis, like all of our resources, to do what the appropriate mix is, again, balancing reliability, affordability, and sustainability.
Just curious, do you know if both units of Colstrip are operating right now, today?
Actually, I think Unit 3, this time of year in the second quarter, either one or the two of them, when we don't need as much power in the second quarter, are usually on a 3-year cycle or 3 or 4 year cycle from a maintenance perspective. So I think Unit 3 is down. But that's a good question, because from a maintenance perspective, other than the time that there's planned
objection again.
It's 90%
Mr. Byrd,
available.
Excuse me.
You asked a question.
I did, but in the interest just of moving this forward, the question was, do you know if the plant's operating right now? And you said, no, it's down for maintenance. Is that an accurate response?
Expanding upon it's down for maintenance, explaining why it's down for maintenance. On a 3-year cycle, it needs to be up for maintenance. But other than planned maintenance, those units are available greater than 90% of the time.
And maintenance costs weren't factored in the $1 purchase price for that.
No, but we do maintain other resources, and the resources we would have to buy in the market would be substantially higher than the maintenance costs for those resources. And so, for zero cost upfront, and you are going to have to pay maintenance costs, you are going to have to pay operating costs, but to build the plant, and still, you have to maintain anything you build new too. Things don't just brand new resources, things get maintained. And so we'll have those, will be operating costs associated with it. It's going to be much less expensive than going out and building something else or buying something else for a substantial amount.
And the plan's 40 years old, right?
That plan is likely, from our perspective, we expect it could run certainly into the 2040s, and that is a great timeline for us to ultimately transition that to cleaner resources like nuclear.
And to answer the question, it's 40 years old, right?
Yeah, we have dams that are over 100 years old, and they operate fantastically.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Now, turning back to the net zero plan, who wrote this?
A composite of people. We actually, fortunate thing about our industry, many other utilities are in the process of, we're doing net zero, and we looked at a lot of other resources. We took our thoughts from the energy supply group, the environmental group, and we looked at what others were saying and how they were thinking about their net zero, and we put together as a group.
Who's we?
I mentioned the energy supply group. I mentioned the environmental group. I certainly had a hand in it, particularly looking at what other utilities were doing.
It was an internal Northwestern Energy.
It was indeed. It was a product of our own team. We did not hire an outside consultant to help us put it together.
Okay, and Mr. Byrd, to be clear, you don't have any expertise in climate science.
I do not.
Okay, you don't pass yourself off as a climate expert.
I am not a climate expert.
And in fact, Northwestern Energy as a company doesn't employ anyone with expertise in climate science, correct?
We have folks in our environmental group that certainly care about the environment, particularly here in Montana. I do not believe any of them are climate scientists.
Okay, so then to sum up, the net zero plan was devised without anyone with expertise in climate science.
I would say that based upon what we'd seen from other utilities who've actually used outside consultants, very similar to what we put together as a plan, and you can take a look at many of those plans. You'll see many similarities. So from our perspective, being in line with where the industry was, we felt pretty comfortable with where we were at.
Okay, but sorry, you didn't answer the question. Nobody with climate science wrote this, with expertise in climate science wrote this.
I think we've mentioned we don't have any climate scientists, and we as Northwestern wrote it, so I think I did answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to be clear. Now, Mr. Byrd, you do recognize that climate change is a liability for Northwestern Energy.
I do not believe it is a liability for Northwestern Energy. And I think I remember a data response that Ms. Lael had to answer that specifically says it's not a liability. So I'd actually defer that to Ms. Lael to answer that question. I'm pretty sure she said it's not a liability.
Okay. Do you know if climate change is affecting the cost of capital?
I think from our perspective, wildfire risk can have an impact on equity costs. And I think that's more of an issue today than climate as a whole.
Do you know if climate change affects wildfires?
As we point out in our plan, there are many things that impact wildfire risk, but we do mention climate change in our wildfire plan.
Are you familiar, Mr. Byrd, with your wildfire plan?
Yeah, I've read it. Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, we just put out a new one about a week ago, and I read all of that too.
Okay. And so as you sit here today, do you know if climate change is driving increases in wildfires?
I would say there's many things that are causing increase in wildfire. There is a longer wildfire season. I think a warming climate has an aspect of that. I think there's some forest mismanagement. There are people moving into forested areas. There's a lot of things that are driving our wildfire risk. The biggest impact on our business as a whole are the legal liabilities associated with wildfire. That's the biggest challenge for us. What we've been doing as a company on wildfire is for 100 years we've had this issue, and hasn't been here recently until I'd argue plaintiffs' attorneys effectively attacked the industry in terms of their practices, and our risks have gone up, our costs have gone up, and our processes have been changed in essence to change the risks. I'd argue what's happened, the legal environments caused more costs to utilities on a wildfire perspective than anything.
So do you know, sorry, if I were to tell you that your wildfire mitigation plan notes that there's an expected 600% increase in risk in wildfire in Northwestern Energy's service territory, would you have any reason to object to that?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object. If you're going to specifically refer to things in the mitigation plan, I'd appreciate a copy of that being put in front of the witness.
I don't think that he needs to refer to the plan. I asked him a question about the plan. If he doesn't know, I'm happy to refresh his memory.
I think you actually need to look at that 600% a little bit differently. It's the period of time that's changed in terms of wildfire season itself. That's gone up 600%. The wildfire season in Montana used to be several months, let's just say a couple months, and take that times, it's a full year. So that's what they mean by 600%. The wildfire season itself has expanded.
By 600%?
That's what's in our plan.
Okay. Does that seem significant to you?
I mentioned earlier that our wildfire season is a full year. It is significant to us.
Have you taken the trouble to learn what's driving this 600% increase in wildfires in Montana?
I'm going to object. That does not reflect what he just said, that it is not a 600% increase in fire in Montana.
I'll reframe the question, if I may. Have you looked into what's driving this 600% increase in the length of the wildfire season in Montana?
I mentioned many things that are causing wildfire changes. I think climate has an aspect overall in terms of the length of the season. It's part of it.
Do you know if that's a big part, a little part?
Again, you've acknowledged here that I'm not a climate scientist, so I think I can't say.
Okay. But as the CEO of the company where the buck stops, you can say that you don't know what's driving this 600% increase in the length of the fire season.
I did say part of it is climate. I'm not sure what incrementally you'd like me to say.
Okay. Well, but you don't know what percent that is.
No, I think if we had a percent, we would say it in the report.
Okay. I'd like to actually present the report to you. Can we look at Exhibit BLH-1? Is there a copy of that for the witness? Sorry, and this is page 13. Right. Now, Mr. Byrd, on page 13, under the section titled 1.3, Understanding a Changing Climate, that first paragraph.
I think you meant understanding a changing environment.
Sorry, and changing environment. Thank you. The last sentence of that first paragraph says, the second to last sentence mentions the 6-fold increase in wildfires in Montana, and there's a footnote to it. Do you see that footnote?
I see 2 footnotes. I'm not sure specifically what you're speaking
Footnote
to.
number 1.
Just for the record, that footnote is to the sentence before that.
Yeah. Yes, it says, it's a long sentence, but it says in an article published by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency titled "The Risk of Very Large Fires Could Increase 6-fold by Mid-Century in the U.S." The author included the map in figure 2 stating, quote, "This map shows the projected increase in the number of, quote, very large fire weeks in which conditions are favorable to the occurrences of very large fire by mid-century, 2041 to 2070, compared with the recent past, 1971 to 2000. And there's a footnote, and the footnote is footnote 1. Do you see that, Mr. Byrd?
Yes, I do.
And the reference for that is a document prepared by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, written by a certain Caitlin Kennedy. Did you see that?
I do.
Okay. Have you reviewed that article at all?
I have not.
Mr. President, permission to approach?
Approach.
If he's going to put this article in front of this witness, we'd like a copy of it too, please.
Mr. President, Commissioners, may we email a link for the article, the link cited in the mitigation plan to all the council?
Is that acceptable to council?
We're going to need a break to actually pull it up, and I'd also like to just object as far outside the scope of this witness's testimony. There are fire mitigation witnesses in the case.
Your Honor, the witness has testified extensively about the importance of fire mitigation to this rate case, to the test year, to the rate, to the recovery that Northwestern is seeking. I think it's fair game to ask the witness who's presented the net zero plan and the company's commitment to sustainability and addressing climate change to ask him a question about his understanding of climate change as the CEO.
I sense a comment from the opposing counsel.
This witness did not present the fire plan. This witness is not a climate scientist. And now we are beyond the generality of this witness's testimony into the footnotes. And we're looking at the actual article of the footnotes in the fire mitigation plan. I mean, we're pretty far afield for this witness.
I would say that the witness has testified he is not an expert in climate change. He has never said he is an expert in fire behavior, fire mitigation, attack methods, or even reclamation. So I think that you are outside the scope of what this witness has said he can and will provide. So please ask a different question.
Right. Thank you. I will move on in my line of questioning. Mr. Byrd, in your testimony, you talk about acquiring a larger share of Colstrip.
Yeah, my testimony speaks to the future acquisition of incremental capacity of Colstrip. That's my extent of it, yes.
And Mr. Byrd, if there were any regulatory response to climate change, would that affect Northwestern's ownership of Colstrip?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
If there were regulations on climate pollution, would that affect Northwestern's ownership of Colstrip?
There are regulations on climate pollution. There are, in terms of toxins that come from the plant, and we meet all of the existing plans associated with that plant. So I'm not sure of the question.
No, are you saying that there are current regulations on greenhouse gas pollution that Northwestern's complying with at Colstrip?
No, all I'm saying is that Northwestern's Colstrip ownership and the new interests meet all the current standards from a pollution control perspective.
But that doesn't include standards for greenhouse gas pollution, correct?
It does not.
Okay. And how, if at all, would Northwestern comply with limitations on greenhouse gas pollution from Colstrip?
I'm going to object. This witness is not an attorney or a regulator.
May I respond?
Please.
The question is to the CEO about an acquisition that he talks about, and the point goes to risks associated with capital investments that Northwestern is seeking recovery for here, and Mr. Byrd's testimony about acquiring more of Colstrip. I think that Montana ratepayers could be on the hook for having to pay for greenhouse gas limitations or other pollution controls associated with that if Northwestern moves forward with continuing to plow money into Colstrip. And because of that, we believe that it goes to prudency and it's relevant.
Calls for speculation. So The objection is sustained.
Mr. Byrd, do you know if climate change poses any impacts to Northwestern Energy's assets? Like transmission, for example?
I think for that, you'd have to ask Mr. Cashel, who runs our transmission business.
Okay, you don't know as you sit here today.
I do not.
Okay, which makes sense. You're not a climate expert.
Okay, is that a question? Argumentative.
You're not a climate expert, right?
Asked and answered. Can we move along?
It has been asked and answered. Please move on.
Okay. Mr. Byrd, as the CEO of Northwestern Energy, are you aware that Montanans have a right to a clean and healthful environment?
I'm aware of what you speak of, yes.
And are you aware that this right includes a right to a stable climate?
I'm going to object to the extent it's calling for a legal conclusion.
I'm not calling for a legal conclusion. I'm asking for the knowledge. It goes to the knowledge of the CEO and the company, which is relevant.
I'm gonna renew my objection because you were referring specifically to the law.
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm asking for the awareness of the CEO to certain legal standards. It'd be like asking if he was aware that there was a prudency standard and he said no, that would be relevant to this case. So too, if I ask if Northwestern's aware that there are constitutional obligations that affect their decisions under Montana law. If they're not aware of it, that's a fine answer. I'm not asking for a legal question. I'm just asking for their knowledge about the issue.
Can you please restate the question for clarity? And then we'll judge based on that. Right now,
Okay.
It's getting pretty circular.
Okay.
Please restate the question.
Mr. Byrd, are you, as CEO of Northwestern Energy, aware that Montana's right to a clean and healthful environment includes a right to a stable climate?
And again, I'm going to renew my objection because that is absolutely a legal argument that the joint parties have established that they are trying to prove in this case, and it goes to the ultimate issue and not something for this witness to opine about.
May I respond? Relevance goes to any claim or defense in the case under Rule 401. It is one of our claims in the case that Northwestern has certain constitutional obligations that it's flouting, and therefore it's relevant to our claims in the case.
Here's my issue. Maybe you can answer it and then I can rule. Because, okay, clean and healthful environment is part of Article 3, 2 or 3. 3. However, a stable climate is not part of anything that I'm aware of in the Constitution or in the law. So it's a compound question. And based on that, I'm going to rule that the witness need not answer it. If you'd like to rephrase, feel free, but make it a singular issue, not compound.
Okay, and I'll try to move this line of questioning. I only have a couple of questions remaining in this line. Mr. Byrd, are you aware that the Montana Supreme Court recently determined that the right to a clean and healthful environment in Article 2, Section 3 includes a right to a clean and healthful, or includes a right to a stable climate? Are you aware of that Supreme Court decision?
Again, I'm going to object to the extent that it calls for a legal conclusion.
If I may respond, expressly not asking for a legal conclusion.
The objection is overruled. Please just answer the question.
You mentioned sections and things like that. Obviously, it's the legal part. I've certainly read about the health case.
Okay. And from what you've read, you understand that it mentioned a right to a stable climate?
I'm not going to speak to all of what it relates to, what's in it, what's not. I'm maybe getting questions associated with one aspect to it and not another. So I've answered what I know. I've read the article.
So you don't know if that's in the opinion?
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Byrd, are you aware that under Article 9, Section 1 of Montana's Constitution, the government and every person in Montana has an obligation to uphold the right to a clean and healthful environment. Are you aware of that?
Again, I'd object to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
And again, I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm just asking for the knowledge of the witness. So it doesn't go to truth of the matter asserted. It just goes to knowledge.
I don't recall any articles associated. Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Mr. Byrd, did Northwestern Energy consider the right to a clean, healthful environment at all when it selected the Yellowstone County generating station?
Did what to the Yellowstone
When
County?
it selected that proposal to build the Yellowstone County generating station?
What we did from a healthful environment perspective is being able to serve Montanans on the coldest days of the year. From my perspective, if we can't do that, that's not helpful to our customers. And people who can die from the cold, as we saw in Texas. So yes, we did consider being able to deal with a resource adequacy issue that's critical to serving our customers. And again, having an obligation, we are definitely thinking about the health of our customers.
And so that was a yes?
I believe it was pretty affirmative, yes.
Okay. And did Northwestern also consider the right to a clean and healthy environment when it continued to make investments in Colstrip?
What I would say from our perspective, knowing where we sit from a carbon perspective in this country, being a leader in that regard, we again had a balance, reliability, affordability, and sustainability. And decisions with Yellowstone County and Colstrip are taken into consideration that balance.
And is there any documentation of where Northwestern's board or senior leadership included a discussion of this right to a clean and healthful environment when it made any of these decisions? Is it documented anywhere that you know of?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you. President Molnar, thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Byrd, thank you for your time. I have no further questions, and the joint parties will pass the witness.
Are there any further questions from interveners? Seeing none, are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bukacek?
Mr. Byrd, I have a general question about reliability that you addressed in your pretrial direct testimony, page 8 to 12. You state that Northwestern had close to 100% electricity and gas reliability in 2023, and Northwestern's reliability, you stated, is better than that of your industry peers. And I know that Yellowstone County generating system is considered in part as an insurance policy, right, that mitigates against the adverse effects of potential severe cold and heat and other disasters. So for the sake of those members of the public who haven't read the various documents and who are following this case primarily based on what they hear in the Montana media outlets, would you be willing to take a few minutes to address the difficult to quantify qualitative value of the enhanced reliability from YCGS and why reliability costs so much?
Well, I think, again, the beauty of this case, from our perspective, an investment we've made in this asset, and we've talked about this for some time, because there's such a high reliance on the market. The beauty is the increased capital costs to pay for that resource would be offset by the reduction in market purchases. The other issue we ran into, and it became apparent, and I thought Ms. Norcott's slide that depicted this several years in a row where we had extreme cold weather and the power prices we had to pay upwards in the $1,000 range over a number of days. And the concern that not only did customers, they have to pay for that, but what happens if it's not there next time? And for us, we made a decision to move forward on Yellowstone County, difficulty as it was without pre-approval, difficulty during the whole time period with the legal challenges we had and everything else to get that plant done. We wanted to get that plant done to serve our customers. We took risk to invest in that plant and do it and build it as quickly as we could, because you know what's a bigger risk? Not serving our customers on that coldest day of the year. And the concern, again, is we've seen resources that are dispatchable, long duration resources, typically coal plants and gas plants, being closed in the West. Where were we going to get that power from? And when we saw what happened in Texas and other places, we were extremely concerned. And again, we have that obligation to serve customers. No one else does. And so we didn't want to be in the crosshairs of not being able to serve customers. So the beauty here is, yes, a power plant costs a lot of money. That's why the electric side of the business typically costs more than the gas side, is primarily that supply side. So those are big investments. But I think we've been really prudent over the years. And remember, when we were able to re-regulate at Northwestern, there was a period of time prior to 2008, we owned zero resources. And in a short period of time, putting the first coal strip into rates, the hydros, some wind projects, all the contracted resources, including the qualifying facilities, and now Dave Gates Generating Station, and now the Yellowstone County, we've built a pretty good portfolio. And we were still short. Even with Yellowstone County, it helped. But the incremental first piece of coal strip certainly got us to where we're resource adequate. We're going to sleep better on 1/1/26, knowing we have those incremental megawatts. And yes, we weren't, when we looked at the incremental capacity from Puget, there wasn't a structure there that, oh, we need that incremental capacity in essence today, but Montana wants to grow. I see Montana wants to grow, and there's opportunities here. We've been always having to say no because we didn't even have sufficient capacity to serve our existing customers. And so, again, reliability, affordability, and sustainability. In this case, it's really a good mix on the affordability because there's a very small impact to customers, even with building a power plant of approximately $300 million at the end of the day. To be able to do that at such a low cost to our customers is really impressive. So I'm very proud of our team's ability to fight through COVID, inflation, legal challenges, you name it, to build that plant at the price that we did, Yellowstone County. And now with the demand, this is all before anyone was talking about data centers and increased demand. It was just to serve our customers. Now with increased demand that we're seeing, if you think you can build a gas plant for what we built this plant today, for what we paid, no way. And on top of that, getting it done in 5 years, no way, because you got to get in line to get turbines. And there's a backlog already. And in this country, there's going to be a tremendous amount of gas-fired generation built. And so I think we were fortunate to get that plant done for the price that we paid.
Thank you.
Would either commissioner on the line have a question at this time?
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, good to know. Was that both of you or just you, Commissioner Pinocci?
It was both of us.
Okay, ladies first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Byrd, you were asked a line of questioning by counsel for the joint parties regarding the right to a clean and healthful environment. And it sounded to me like when you were answering the questions, you were speaking to the latter part of that paragraph in the Constitution, which also includes the right to pursue life's basic necessities. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, or hear what your comments are regarding, the provision of energy and whether that would be considered a basic necessity of life. You mentioned, some people had died when they didn't have energy when they needed it. Can you speak to the relevance of having adequate capacity and being able to serve customers energy when they need it, and how that relates to pursuing life's basic necessities?
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Fielder. In terms of that question, the phrase we use inside the company sometime is, we're really, what we do to serve our customers is really the difference between chaos and civilization. I think you can see what's happened in Ukraine and other places where you do not have power and your daily life requires on it all the fabric of our society, business, healthcare, everything relies on power, and then certainly in Montana, natural gas if you need to heat your home. So to your question, we think it's extremely important to our daily lives, let alone our way of life. And you couldn't go get gas in your car, you couldn't go to your convenience store, you can't do anything without electricity, and certainly in our climate, difficulty with natural gas too. So I think to answer your question, we really take it serious. And I think one of the things that our 1,300 employees in Montana are extremely proud of is the fact we have a very good purpose in what we do. And I think, as Ms. Norcott pointed out, our employees care about our customers, so much so they know what we do to serve those customers is the matter of life and death. And it's critical that we do it as well as we can, as affordably as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you. So when there are outages, do you guys work 9 to 5 on resolving those outages, or do you work around the clock to get them resolved?
Vice President Fielder, I appreciate the question. I know you sat through the presentation on our response to the Missoula storms here, the worst storms we've ever witnessed in Montana. And I think people tend to just see the line workers out there doing work, but it wasn't just the folks in Missoula, it was other surrounding divisions. As you know, people worked well into the hours, and other than getting necessary rest to do their jobs well, it was a matter of weeks before we really kind of stopped and took a break because we really need to respond. And again, these are our neighbors, in many cases, our customers. And so our employees are out there knowing that they're putting their neighbors back into service. And so I appreciate your question. As you know, our employees work extremely hard and make a quick response as quickly as we can. Matter of fact, I think to Commissioner Bukacek's earlier question in terms of that reliability, in my report, it talks about 99.98% reliability in 2023. That's a first quartile statistic. And our employees should be proud of their ability to do that when there are more polls than customers. It amazes me how we're able to respond and provide that high reliability. It speaks to our employees.
Thank you. Can you repeat that? What year was that?
I think for 2023, our reliability was 99.98% on the electric side. That means there's out of 8,760 hours in a year, the average outage was 2 hours. That's a tremendous amount of reliability.
Do you have that figure for prior years or past or current years? 2024, for example?
I do not have that in my testimony, but we certainly can get that for you. That is a standard. It's called the SAIDI metric. It's a standard used in this industry. And matter of fact, I think there is a slide that shows, yeah, it's in my BBB 9.
Okay.
There it is. And you can see 2023 there's in the first quartile.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the Colstrip acquisition. That's been, the president's allowed the discussion on this. And as I recall, your testimony was that with the additional acquisitions at Colstrip, with the 2 different contracts you have, it's an additional 592 megawatts of energy. Is that right? Or
yes.
Capacity?
Correct.
Okay. And then the first chunk was 222 megawatts from Avista to meet resource adequacy needs?
Yeah, I think to a great extent, our reserve margin's even that much higher with the Puget piece, but what was really important was getting the Avista. That got us to, that along with the Yellowstone County plant, got us to an appropriate reserve margin. That's a standard for our industry.
Okay. And then the Puget piece was an additional 370 megawatts, and that provided the opportunity for Northwestern to become a majority owner in those facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, Vice President Fielder, we are today at 222 megawatts. We only have 15% of Colstrip, the total Colstrip complex, and obviously outnumbered, if you will, by others who certainly would love to have that capacity, but according to their state laws, weren't required to. And I think there would have been, well, there was a tremendous amount of pressure to close the plant.
Okay, so just the 50% or over 50% ownership, what advantage does that give Northwestern?
From our perspective, 55%. It's going to be very difficult for any vote to pass without us casting a vote in favor to shut down Colstrip. So we can protect our existing interest of Colstrip and the incremental interests of Colstrip we're acquiring. So it'd be difficult to close the plant. And again, as we've stated, We'd like to operate the plant into a suitable replacement. Hopefully a carbon-free replacement can be found. And the longer we have to do that, to find that replacement, things like small modular reactors and other carbon-free resources could be developed, could be long-duration storage. Whatever it is, we'd like to operate that plant till it's no longer economic or provides the reliability we need to serve our customers.
Okay, thank you. And then you did state in your testimony today that you have excess capacity because of these, I think all of these acquisitions and YCGS coming online. And you said you are looking at selling some of that to data centers. Is that correct?
We are talking to several data centers. We're actually talking to data centers in Montana and in South Dakota. Obviously, they're looking at opportunities to serve our states.
Okay. And then you also said that you thought that that could be a benefit to the other existing customers on Northwestern system. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think our existing tariff for people we're talking to, residential customers, are subsidized a bit by that tariff. And I think that certainly could be helpful to our residential customers. And I think on a going forward basis, data centers understand the concerns around there. And we would want to make sure we have tariffs that are structured that we don't harm our existing approximately 400,000 electric customers in Montana. I don't think it's appropriate to help out one customer and hurt 400,000. So we need to be smart in terms of how we would bring on any data center load. But other than some incremental capacity, because of the Puget acquisition, if we go beyond that, we would have to build additional resources to serve those customers.
Okay. Appreciate your responses. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Commissioner Panucci.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
All right. I want to apologize to everyone for not being there this morning. I had a traffic incident on the way to work. But I'll be there tomorrow. All right. Let's talk a little bit about fire risk. Sir, it looks like Northwestern has made investment in high performance conductors, which have a carbon core inside the power line or conductor, which is twice the strength of steel core, which 300,000 miles installed around the world hasn't started a fire. So that's a pretty good track record when it's properly installed. You've made this investment, you've installed some line, and you're installing future investments in this new carbon fiber conductor. Is that correct?
Yeah, Commissioner Panucci, I would say this, and again, these will a further question on this to the real expert, Mike Cashel. He'll be on later. What I do know is that for new transmission build-out, we are using that conductor. In any rebuild of transmission, we're using it. So I can't tell you to the extent. Mike Cash will be able to give you an extent, but I understand on new build, we are certainly using that conductor.
This conductor cuts line loss by 40%, which really helps with meeting some efficiency goals, which a bill was passed, House Bill 728, trying to encourage these type of goals. Wouldn't you say that installing this line, you're meeting the goals of a clean, healthful environment by installing this line?
I would say this. I think, if again, Mike Cashel's the expert here, but obviously anything that can, any type of tool, if you will, in this case, conductor, that can help reduce wildfire, improve efficiency, we should definitely be considering that. We also have to consider the cost associated with that and evaluate that as well. But based upon my earlier comment, obviously we're using some of that as we move forward today.
Well, I think you're helping the goals of the Public Service Commission, which is safe, reliable, and affordable. Now, let's talk a little bit about Colstrip and the gas plant. I'm the only commissioner here that experienced what happened in Texas. I was a commissioner during that time. The other commissioners were not present. It was pretty darn scary because there just wasn't enough power to give everybody. And one of my constituents in the eastern part of the state called me and said that their cooperative had to be shut down because they didn't have power during that time. And we saw prices reach the highest amount in the history of the world of what electricity costs down in Texas. And the scare was we don't produce enough electricity in Montana to serve our customers. Is it a true risk to say that before you got a greater share of Colstrip or built a coal plant, that we could call and ask for power and not get it? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that to me, Commissioner, the thing about Texas and that scared us is that people died and temperatures were in the teens, not minus 40. And so obviously that's in the back of our minds as we think about this. About that same time you're talking about, kind of in the early 2020 time period too. I don't know if you knew this, but there were rolling blackouts. The first time we had rolling blackouts in South Dakota. So we're concerned seeing that in SPP. That certainly could also happen in the West. And we were very, very concerned about that, and thus accelerating our decisions here to build resources that can serve us on those coldest days of the year.
Well, I'd like to remind everybody there was earlier testimony a few years back. Bob Rowe was the CEO at that time, where there was a tremendous concern that Northwestern needed to create more energy to help protect. One problem would be if we call for power and can't get it. The second problem is when we call for power and have to pay 10 times more for it. It seemed to make sense to earlier testimony a few years back that Northwestern needs to produce more baseload power. And I want to remind everybody that was a huge concern a few years ago. And isn't it true that by building the gas plant and getting a greater share of Colstrip, you're trying to cover those concerns that were brought up after what happened in Texas? Is that correct?
Correct. I think you certainly know this, Commissioner. I've been with this company for 23 years and certainly been here through this whole period of time that we built this portfolio. But as we continued to see plants closed in the West, this risk became more and more to our customers. And it was quite clear we needed to build resources. I would reverse your order of concern a little bit. In essence, we were concerned, first, paying $1,000 is terrible. Don't get me wrong. But not even getting the power when we need it, that's the number one problem. That's what we were really concerned about, is what if people don't send us the power to serve our customers? And our transmission lines during that time period, we had 50% of our load was being imported into the state. Our transmission system was built to export power, not import power. So this was a huge problem, as you pointed out. And obviously what we're doing at Yellowstone County and Colstrip addresses that need. Now, on a going forward basis, again, we can look at a balance of resources to move forward. As I mentioned earlier, after the Dave Gates Generating Station, we added 1,000 megawatts of renewable resources. Today, we're dealing with resource adequacy, Yellowstone County and Colstrip on a going forward basis. Now that we've got a full portfolio, we can be, again, balancing that, again, for reliability, affordability, and sustainability.
Okay, another point I'd like to ask you, isn't it true in the past year we've broken a record for the most amount of electricity ever used in Montana? Not only that, the most amount of natural gas. And I think this proves that Montana's growing. What are your thoughts on that?
We are definitely seeing growth in load in Montana. We're seeing growth in load in the United States. There was a 20-year period, Commissioner, where we saw relatively low growth. I wish I had that slide in our deck here, but there's a piece put out. Many people are putting out this. The expected load growth is going to be 2 to 3 to 4 times higher than it has been historically, because of data centers, onshoring, EVs, a lot of things are going to start increasing the load that we're going to see in our service territory, and being ahead of the curve, having excess capacity. Because remember, we just don't build these things overnight. And I know this concept of risk of building a power plant, I'll tell you the biggest risk is not building one and not being able to serve your customers and not being able to consider the load growth we're going to see. And now it's going to take longer and be more expensive to build those resources. All you need to do is read, it's a supply and demand. There's a tremendous amount of demand for these resources that's going to cause the cost of them to go up. In light of everything else we're seeing, and increased prices are impacting that as well. We're very fortunate we built that plant when we did.
Well, let's go back to this question because I want to have it on record. It is true that we have to produce more electricity in Montana than ever before, and we have broken the record for the highest amount of electricity ever used. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. I don't know if it's ever used, but I certainly have seen upward pressure. I think another thing you pointed out here, I think in your question, is energy independence. One thing we're concerned about, and we saw this with Alberta, during a cold period of time, we had a contract to serve our customers, and Alberta, the province, needed that power. So they didn't allow us to get that, to be able to act on that capacity contract. And so energy independence gets to be more and more important, because when you think about serving your constituents, you might not abide by maybe a contract that you had or overrule someone's contract in order to serve your customers. So I think energy independence is a huge deal in the state, and our inability to serve Montanans with our own resources has become a problem. And so Yellowstone County, incremental coal strip, certainly help in that matter.
Well, here's a good question. After what happened in Texas, Northwestern Energy had to have taken a good hard look at the growth in Montana, what happened in Texas, to say, how do we protect Montana, meeting our goals, safe, reliable, and affordable? Would you say that these changes, the Yellowstone generating station and coal strip, was a result because of those questions that were in front of us during that time?
I would say yes to your question. I think I would argue that we identified that risk prior, it was 2019, and at the time of the RFP, we identified that we were, from a reserve margin perspective, we didn't have enough resources to serve our customers. So we knew that. But as we saw what was happening in the West and Texas, to your point, we definitely saw it was a bigger and bigger problem each and every year.
Do you feel that once these investments, are digested, and you've paid for it, with more customers coming online, do you think the rates could come down after we meet the demand and have got this buildup behind us? What are your thoughts there?
For me to say that rates would come down, obviously there's continued investment we're going to need to make on our system. I think there could be certainly a moderating effect, if not a downward impact on rates, but certainly a moderating effect if we could have some incremental large load customers come in, allow to pay, let's say, a larger portion of those costs, if you will. I think it certainly puts a downward pressure on prices. I can't say that it would cause prices to go down, but it certainly moderate them.
All right. Thank you, sir. No more questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Bukajek.
I have one more. And again, this is for those members of the public who haven't read the various documents and are following this case primarily based on what they hear in the Montana media outlets. On page 18, and I doubt you need to turn there, but you put electricity rates in perspective that is understandable to the public, where you talk about the $4 a day is approximately the cost of a single Big Mac at McDonald's. The gas rate, $2 a day, approximately the cost of a bottle of Coca-Cola. So I appreciate those kind of things, because I think it's easy for people to understand and put it in perspective. These are life-sustaining services from the utility. So I didn't know if you had anything more.
I can't help but notice, Commissioner, you're looking at a slide that I use in many presentations. It's effectively a slide. I talk about a cup of coffee is about $5, depending on where you go, of course. Cell phone for your service is like $7 to $11 for a family. A Big Mac meal is $9.99. And we will provide all electricity. This is an average customer now, 750 kilowatt hours. We provide all electricity to power all of your appliances. And we provide natural gas to your home for $4 plus $2, about $6 a day. And I think people don't really appreciate that. And when we can do that as affordably as we have. There's another slide that goes with it. We've been in business for over 100 years. Montana Power, 1912. Northwestern Public Service, 1922, I believe. We've been at this a long time. In that 100-year history, since 1922, I know this for a fact, we have an advertisement that shows we're serving customers at 10 cents a kilowatt hour. It's not in my materials. 10 cents a kilowatt hour. It'll be 15 cents a kilowatt hour as we sit here today, 100 years later. Eggs, as you know, have ranged anywhere from 500 to 1,000% over that 100 years. And so you think of everything that goes into, we heard the large customer group talk about the cost of electricity. Think of this country and our ability to be leaders from a competitive standpoint because we have very cheap energy costs in order to serve our customers. We're proud of it, certainly in the 100 years we've done it. I think it's one of the reasons utilities have been around for 100 years and not been disrupted, is we've got very inexpensive service. And again, $4 for electric, $2 for gas on a daily basis is a fantastic.
Same as a Big Mac.
Affordable issue. Yeah.
Great perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd, I guess it's me and you. You said you've been with the company 23 years. So does that mean you came on in 2002? And if so, what was your position?
I rounded up. I think as you get older, you round up. I started in December of 2003.
Okay. I don't round at all. I just lie about it.
And I make that point because the company went into bankruptcy in September of 2003. So I always like to say I came in after they went into bankruptcy. So it helped them get out.
So did I?
Yes, you did.
So with you owning 55%, do you intend to keep Talon on as the manager of the complex?
We've been happy with Talon as the operator. I have no idea what their future plans are there. We'd be happy for them to continue to operate the plant.
Okay. These might seem a little disjointed, but that's because they are. I got my questions were asked of you when I wanted clarification. Would you happen to know, is there an average, and I realize that there's a lot of variabilities, an average cost per megawatt for new gas-fired generation similar to your RICE setup?
Yeah, based upon what I am not an expert here, I would ask the supply guys that question. They certainly manage that. But what I've been reading is you're starting to see about 2,000 per kW for gas turbines, and those costs are going up.
And your cost is how much per kW?
I don't have an exact cost for what these were reciprocating engines. I'm talking about turbines, so it might not be a fair comparison. I would talk to the supply folks for that.
Who would be the person by name?
I'd start with Mr. Hines, and you can move down the supply chain that way.
And would Mr. Cash will be another one?
He's on the transmission side. So Mr. Blue Lefebvre probably would be another person to ask.
Okay, well, they know I'm going to ask, so they can look it up. They can Google it too. One of the things that were brought up by one of the interveners, CU4, when we base that at 403 million, is pricey, still pricey. He brought up refinancing currently to bring that down. Have you considered that? And if so, what were your findings?
I would ask anything on refinancings. I'd ask Ms. Lael questions there. Is this the CFO? I would say this though, Colstrip, you put an asset in the rate base and it appreciates over time. On a year-over-year basis, I know the costs of Colstrip have actually continued to come down from the capital investment standpoint. So, as an old CFO, from our perspective, I think our investment costs from some time ago when we had lower interest rates, I think are very, very low. So in essence, to refinance that might be costly, but I'm going to let my CFO give you a good answer on that.
Apparently Yellowstone, from testimony, public statement, Yellowstone generation plant is still in the courts. It's my understanding it's been remanded back to DEQ. Is that accurate? And if so, what's the issue?
I think the issues associated with that was our air quality permit in terms of an analysis done on on carbon associated with that air quality permit, and also was something associated with lighting at the facility. And so I think that was put back to DEQ.
So is zoning done now? It's my understanding it is, but
my understanding it's done as well.
Okay, thank you. The rest of these are probably not quite so easy, and it might, perhaps your attorneys could sit on their hands while we branch out a little bit here. But Northwestern very, very recently determined that it would initiate interim rates on their own.
Mm-hmm.
which would be outside the commission's ability to do anything about it, so long as you didn't go over your original ask, is my understanding. Is that the limitation?
I think as we pointed out in our initial filing of this case, if we didn't have a suitable interim rate in effect after 270 days, we may utilize the statutory ability to institute rates. So I would say, I don't know if it's to say it's without the commission's understanding. I think the commission had an opportunity to put in the settled rates that all the settling parties agreed to, and I believe the other interveners didn't oppose. Those weren't necessarily put into place, and so to protect ourselves, we initiated the rates. And I understand that's been done in Montana before. In 2019, a water case in front of this commission, they did the same thing. They had a settlement, and they initiated the 270 days, and they actually initiated the settled rates, and the commission confirmed that. So from our perspective, we would be happy to have and put in effect the settled rates we all agreed to. If the commission would like to go down that path, we'd be happy to talk about that after the hearing.
There's a big difference, would you agree, between a water case with no interveners and no opposition and what you were looking at, which was there were a lot of people that did not agree on a lot of the things, and you'd already received, I believe, $18 million in interim rate relief.
I'd say two things. One, again, that particular case had a settlement, so there had to be some interveners. And secondly, here, one of the big aspects of the settlement is that we agreed on what those interim rates would be. So if in fact we could have put those in effect, we would prefer to do that ourselves. But since that didn't happen, and we didn't want to get in a situation where, again, we wait for a long period of time, and it goes back, President Molnar, to the prior rate review. What happened there was interim rates were effectively lower than what we, thank you, actually were lower than what the final outcome was. We believed retroactively, or in a symmetry for, I'd say, fair treatment, you know, when in fact, if we charge too much, we pay it back to customers plus interest. We expected similar treatment on the other way around. Don't necessarily even need to collect interest, but we at least would have liked to collect a difference. That didn't happen. We made the conscious decision from that point forward, if in fact we don't have fair interim treatment and we don't receive an outcome within 270 days, we would do exactly as we've done. But again, I would say that if you want us to put in our tariffs the settled rate, we are happy to do that.
What do you think the settled rate is? And why didn't you go with that in your...
In our settlement agreement, we specified what the settled rate is. We state that Ms. Lael can speak to that when she speaks to the settlement. It's in the document.
And that was settled by all interveners?
The settling parties on revenue requirement agreed to it. And I do not...
The settling parties, how about non-settling parties?
Subject to check, I don't recall any concerns with that particular issue.
No, subject to check, I guess we'll check that. I think I'll save this for one of your people later on. What is the rate of return allowed by FERC for regulation products?
Oh boy.
I believe this would be under the exported wind docket.
You're going to have to get a different witness to answer that question. I'm sorry.
I think that was a beginning of a real good dialogue. Okay, are you familiar with Mr. Dismuke's filed testimony? He's with the Montana Consumer Council on this issue.
I am not on that particular issue, no. I think I'd start with Ms. Lael, and if she's so inclined, she may pass it on to someone else, but that's where I'd start.
Okay. I kind of figured you'd feel that way about it. I was just wondering if you'd read that testimony and how you felt about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of testimony Mr. President, and I don't recall all of it to that level of detail.
I had to read all of it, and I make less than you do. So let me give this one real quick glance here. I'll talk to Ms. Lael about that, and probably Mr. Cash will come up as well in the discussion. I'm going to go a little bit into the data center question because that was, in our world, a fairly big issue in the legislature.
Yep.
Data centers often are built more like components. They'll start off with 100 megawatts here, and then they'll add one, then they'll add one. Pretty easy to get to 593. And at some point, reliability comes in. You need another 593 should your plants go down, should the transmission go down, should a boiler go out, whatever the case might be. Are you intending on rate basing those to where other consumers would be on the line for this?
We haven't, right now we have letters of intent with two parties, and that would be, initially dealing with any excess capacity. We're in early innings to determine how we would ultimately serve those customers, and I think we need to have dialogue with the commission, certainly on that topic. I think we collectively, the commission and ourselves, and obviously I think the interveners in the room, we may have a view on this, how we ultimately would serve those customers. Many of those customers talk about inside the fence where they would build their own generation. And so we need to understand how that impacts our business. We haven't seen the likes of this before in Montana for some time. And so it is a new game. We have capacity to serve some customers today, but in our sense to serve more, we're going to have to come up with a different way potentially to do that. And it might be even that they have to self-build. It will impact our transmission system. And in many ways, one thing we have to do with these customers to figure out what changes do we need to make to the transmission system to serve them. But all in all, we need to make sure that we consider the impact on existing customers for any of those investments.
In order to not worry about existing customers, you could become an independent power producer with your 593 or some part of it. And then all the risk would be between you and the data center, AI center, whatever it might be. And residential customers currently wouldn't have to worry about that. Why is that not something you're discussing?
I think the issue being here that ultimately this incremental load, because Colstrip is now part of that portfolio and there's no upfront cost associated with that, any benefits that we capture from these new loads when you have the next rate review down the road, that gets shared with all existing customers. So back to the earlier question around data centers, it puts a moderating effect and a downward effect on customers' bills. So I think actually we'd like to see those as regulated resources. Ultimately, it benefits customers as well.
Taking a slightly broader view, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding Iowa, Virginia, several other states are all reviewing their decision on data centers because they are causing great instability and upward forces. Even the governor of Virginia said, we've got enough, we're done. At NARUC, IOUs were all in favor of it. The commissioners were all opposed to it. There was no consensus that this was a capacity to lower rates across the board by bringing them in. The concern was that all experience was that it raised rates. Can you tell me a state or couple of states where by adding data centers, rates went down?
I don't know if I can say rates went down, but I know success we've seen from some of our neighbors, Wyoming, North Dakota, from data center perspectives there. I don't think it's had a downward, but I do agree that it's had a moderating effect on rates. I think you're right in the sense that there are people concerned, and if you don't have your tariff structured right, it could impact customers in the wrong way. That's why I said collectively we need to think about how data centers can benefit all customers.
I have no further questions. Just a second. Okay. So that switches to staff. Does staff have any questions?
Thank you, President Molnar. Mr. Byrd, just a couple of clarification questions based on your exchange with President Molnar a few moments ago. You stated, if I understood you correctly, that Northwestern would still like the commission to act on the settlement agreement interim rate request. Is that right?
I would just say that, we actually pulled that request, but the concern was that we weren't going to get that approved, I think is the best way to describe that. But we're happy to have that discussion to put those settled rates into effect. I think the concern we had is the way the statute's written, we had to do it at the higher rate. But when we did some further digging, we have seen that the commission in the past has done where they've actually did approve the settled rates. And so having seen that, we'd love to do that. We actually wouldn't want to see customers have to pay that higher rate and then have to turn around and have to refund them sometime in the future. We're happy to do it at the lower rate if we are able to do that. And having seen that example, that's why we're willing to talk about it.
So does Northwestern plan on filing a new motion for a revised interim rate?
I'm bringing up the concept here. I think after the hearing, it makes sense for us to talk about it. I think it's in the best interest of customers for us to find a way to do that.
I appreciate that. When you say talk about it, obviously there are ex parte rules that'll still apply after this hearing is done. So just formally for my own benefit, is that a motion that Northwestern intends on filing, or is this just a concept that you're still mulling over?
I think this is from the digging comment. We just found out about this case from a while back. I think you're certainly right about ex parte, but I believe the staffs your staff should talk to our legal staff about how we could go about that. And if you're so inclined, I assume the settling parties who agreed to the settlement at that rate would be interested in that as well. So that I do not have a motion here today. I'm just saying we'd love to talk about it.
Okay. Mr. President, I have nothing further, but I would note that we've been at it for nearly 2 hours, so maybe now would be a good time to take a break.
I have a follow-up, I guess.
Okay.
I checked with NARUC to see if they were aware of any IOU that had self-implemented across the nation, and they said they would check, but that they weren't aware of any. A couple of states have statutes kind of like ours, but the PSC can intervene after. We can't intervene after. We perhaps can cook a deal, but we can't intervene. Are you aware of any IOUs on electrical cases that have self-implemented across the nation?
Here's what I'd say to that. First and foremost, 35 jurisdictions in the United States have forward rates, not historical rates like we have in this state. There's no reason for them to have to institute a 270-day. Many states probably don't even have the 270 days. So you're probably right. They probably didn't have to do that. I'll pick on North Dakota. North Dakota has they actually have forward rates, and they have a formulaic interim rate. So you file your testimony, your rate review, and you put what your interim rates, they go in effect. We don't have to have, in this case, the first time it's happened in our history I'm aware of, where actually we have interim rates and they go down, not just decline, but they go down, take the advantage of the PCAM, but not give us any value for Yellowstone. That's new. And so from our perspective, if we would have had our interim request, remember rates in June of 24 on the average bill was $110. Our interim request was for $112. Our settled rates was $114, almost $115. That is a 2% and another 2-ish% increase on customers' bills from an interim perspective. We wouldn't see this volatility. And that's the thing where we made a decision not to be impacted again if, in fact, we would have seen another lower interim rate, and the period of time it takes to close this rate review, we would lose out. I believe, subject to check, Ms. Lael can speak to this, on the last rate review because of the decision and not getting retroactivity, we lost $50 million. That's a big thing for a company of our size. And so from our perspective, if we could just keep the interim rates, and by the way, interim rates, when you have a historical test year, the beauty of interim rates is we're less harmed. When we have costs, we've invested almost $1 billion. We did both electric and gas, but in the electric side, $874 million, and trying to get recovery of that. I mean, Your Fidelity, if you called up Fidelity and said, hey, I know I invested back in 2023, but could I earn on that? That's what we're asking for here. And if we had appropriate interim rates in effect, it would be less of an issue. You can take longer than 9 months then because we're getting fair interim rates. So yeah, the last rate review, we made it very clear in our filing. We made it very clear in our settlement document. If we didn't get a settlement by such and such a date, within 270 days, we're going to make that filing. So we gave a big heads up. And I think we can look at what other states do around interim. That would help. And I think we can look at other mechanisms that other states that would help, that we wouldn't even have this as an issue. So I think, Tony Clark, who runs NARUC, used to be on our board. I'll have to ask him myself.
President, when you're finished, can I ask another question, please?
Okay. With all due respect, your answer was that we didn't get the interim rates we wanted, but we put interim rates on our customers. You really didn't affect us. That would be A. B, this is not a rate case. It's 5 rate cases, 2 of which are totally disparate. Have nothing to do with a rate case. As I can tell, they could have been handled. Maybe they were handled. You can kind of mix in electrical with Yellowstone. You can't mix in natural gas. You plugged the commission. Not only did we have that, we were in the middle of a legislative session, and we were in the middle of a audit, which happens every 2 years. You knew when it would be. You picked a time frame in which we would not be able to respond to legislation because we'd be sitting here. That fell apart, and I killed 4 out of 5. So it appears to me as though, and tell me if I'm wrong, this was because you put it in your first direct testimonies, and it's there. I don't think anybody knew exactly how it would play out. But there was no real attempt to have this not happen. Rather, it happened. And people are going to pay a tremendous price. Where am I finding that you are the innocent party and that we are the guilty party in that?
Mr. President, maybe with all due respect, this is a good time for a break.
I will take a break as soon as Commissioner Fielder is done.
I think to answer your question, I think it's back to the settlement documents where we asked for this. We asked for this. We agreed with the parties. It was a substantial component of our settlement to implement those interim rates. And the concern was that we weren't going to get that. We were going to have a lower interim rate. And so to protect ourselves, we instituted the 270-day rule. So it's clear that we intended to do that if, in fact, we didn't have fair interim rates in effect. It's as simple as that. And as I pointed out earlier, we're happy to go to this lower rate if we can find a path to do that.
So it's our fault.
I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. I'm saying that we have an opportunity.
You very specifically did. Commissioner Fielder, you had a follow-up question?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Byrd, speaking about the schedule of this docket, the commission had set timetables that were, I believe, agreed upon by Northwestern, or at least understood at the onset of this. And because of the past history of a settlement coming in at essentially the 11th hour, and all the parties and the commission and our staff not having adequate time to actually examine that before the hearing began, we had set a procedure that required any settlements to be provided to us with adequate time for anyone interested to be able to review it. And the settlement that Northwestern presented to us was 3 weeks beyond that deadline. I believe it was 3 weeks beyond that deadline. And so it was put on our desks essentially 1 week before the hearing was supposed to begin. And I would note that in the interim, there was a 3-day weekend because it was a holiday weekend where the state offices would be closed. So we had, I think, 4 business days before the hearing was to commence to review and analyze that settlement agreement. And that was not sufficient for either the commissioners or our staff. And I suspect some other interested parties to actually dig in and take a good look at that. So I'd like to know why Northwestern presented that settlement to us 3 weeks beyond that deadline. Because I think that was, really where the crux of the scheduling problem originated.
I think in fairness on the settlement that you mentioned, settlement with parties, and collectively, we had a short period of time to actually get to a settlement, and we couldn't do it in that time period. We did acknowledge, I think all settling parties would acknowledge it took longer than we thought. And so from a settlement, we felt it was still good to put in front of the commission. You did move the hearing date. From our perspective, we protected ourselves with the 270 days, and as we're statutory allowed to. Our preference is to not have to charge customers at higher rate. You know this for a fact that we actually have to refund that plus interest. But at the same time, if we were to get an interim rate, again, lower than what we had in the settlement document, that's, again, money that we wouldn't have been able to collect between now and whenever decision's done. And these are difficult cases. I'd argue that it is an electric and gas case. The other settlements that we've had here with parties that had interests in the case that were not revenue requirements, and I think we dealt with those appropriately. But the main crux here is both electric and gas rate reviews.
And so the reason that you missed the deadline was why?
The settlement parties, I think we took longer than the stated time. All the settlement parties, ultimately, it took longer than the stated time, and we filed the settlement after that time period because we felt it was a good settlement for all parties and still should be taken up by the commission.
And do you recognize that the commission, in good faith with all the parties, set the new dates for this hearing so that we could accommodate your schedules and your witness schedules?
Understood we had to, based upon the commission and all the parties, to move the hearing to this point here.
And do you understand that to us, it may not have looked like a good faith effort on Northwestern's part to go ahead and implement the rate increase using the 9-month statute provision, given that we were accommodating Northwestern's tardiness in turning in a settlement and then accommodating Northwestern's requested schedule along with the other parties to actually hold the hearing?
Again, the settlement amongst not just Northwestern, multiple parties in the settlement. Yes, collectively, we were tardy in putting in that settlement. And we, as I acknowledged earlier, did impact the timing of this hearing. From our perspective, again, if we had fair interim treatment, this 270-day issue wouldn't even be discussed today because we would be operating under the interim rates that we would have had in effect or would have settled here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Byrd. That's all I have for now.
Okay. I was reminded not to be argumentative, but to ask a question. I hope I didn't come across as argumentative.
You did not.
And I'm going to recess here in just a minute. You're not the only one that's a coffee drinker. But I'm going to go along with what Commissioner Field was talking about, and that is the perception that this was a very one-sided unilateral decision. You were 3 weeks late. Then you made an offer. But the offer was everybody would have 1 day for data requests. The offer happened when we were still receiving a lot of documents. We're still receiving documents. So certainly the case was not settled amongst all of those that you were thinking about. I think the majority of the settlement was on the gas case, which gas isn't part of this. Mm-hmm. So if I gave you 1 day for data responses, take it or leave it, or we're going to go beat up your constituents.
President Molnar.
Would you consider that to be a rational position from me?
Sir, With all due respect, I don't think that's the schedule that we submitted in our motion for interims. And so this conversation really is beyond the scope of this hearing and not particularly.
Perhaps you can check, because I remember when it was offered in here and staff started laughing.
I appreciate that. I believe that we compressed Northwestern's schedule and gave the interim parties the same amount of time for discovery that they had under the initial schedule. But we can double check that. But I think the conversation is starting to not be productive. And so maybe.
I think it's productive, but in the meantime, you're right. It's time for a break. And when we come back, I fully intend to recess for the day at 5 o'clock. So if you can choose your witnesses that can kind of fit in that time frame, I'd appreciate it.
I believe we are going to Ms. Lael next. I do have just a teeny bit of redirect for Mr. Byrd also. Not on this topic. And interveners will get recrossed if they would.
Okay, so Mr. Byrd will stay here for that period. He might be the witness for the day. Then at that point, we'll find out. We're going to have, by the time we get back, I'm going to take 10 minutes off or so. That will be 3:30. That will be 90 minutes at 10 minutes per. Thank you. We are in recess until 3:30. We're back in session. We're back in session. The time is 3:31. We're 1 minute behind time. Ms. Norcott, or Ms. Hill, would you care to redirect? Would you like to redirect the witness?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Recross. I'm
First,
sorry,
though.
recross. What do I call him? Okay. Ms. Harbine, do you have any questions for this witness?
Molnar, one question of recross, if I may.
Please.
And this follows, Mr. Byrd, on a colloquy that you had with President Molnar about data centers, and there's sort of some question about how that could affect other customers in Montana. Will Northwestern commit to seeking board approval prior to connecting any data centers?
In essence, to serve, we certainly keep the board aware of what we're doing there. I think any contract ultimately that we execute, we'd probably want to get a board approval for that. So I could say that it's likely that we'd get board approval for a data center contract.
And by board, you mean Public Service Commission approval?
Board to me is our board of directors. I think from our perspective, we're still evaluating how to proceed associated with those data centers.
Okay, so you can't commit today that you'll seek approval from the Public Service Commission prior to connecting any data centers?
I think we have an outstanding tariff that is appropriate here. And I think that tariff is, from our perspective, is fair to customers. So I think we wouldn't necessarily have to get approval to do that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Pass the witness.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions of this witness?
Thank you. No questions.
Ms. Chelcott, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Uda, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Brady, do you have any questions for this witness? Ms. Mowry, do you have any questions for this witness?
Walmart has no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Right here. Ms. Hine, would you like to redirect the witness?
I would. Thank you. And it's blissfully brief, so I will start with that. Mr. Byrd, I just wanted to go back briefly to the net zero plan discussion that you had with Mr. Hernandez. Was Northwestern's net zero plan ever intended to be a scientific document?
No, I think it was, from a planning perspective, how are we going to go about on a resource acquisition standpoint in essence, get to a net zero plan. So it wasn't designed necessarily as a scientific document. It was just how are we going to plan to do that?
In your view, is it industry standard to treat that type of a document more as a policy expression of a company's goal?
Yeah, I think it is a policy of a company's goals, not a scientific document provided by the utility industry participants.
Thank you. Just one quick follow-up on your discussion with Mr. Hamilton. Would Northwestern be willing, pursuant to MCA 693302, to submit tariff sheets reflecting the settlement rates after the hearing?
You may have to tell me what MCC.
It's the statute allowing us to implement rates after 270 days.
I think actually, if we could put tariffs in front of the commission, I think then they could approve those. That would be an excellent way to do that.
Thank you. Mr. President, that's all I have.
Thank you. I temporarily excuse this witness. Ms. Hill, please call your next witness. Or it looks like Ms. Norcott, please call your next witness.
President Molnar, at this juncture, I was reminded, thanks to Nelson, that Walmart intends to call its witness today because their availability. So we would pause Northwestern's case in chief to allow Walmart to call its witness for purposes of the hearing.
Great.
Thank you, Ms. Norcott. If you can give me just a second to get Dr. McGovern on camera. I know that she's online.
Can you see me? Or hear me?
I can hear you. I can't. Oh, now I can see you. Yes. Thank you. Walmart calls Dr. Jamie McGovern. Mr. President, would you like to swear in the witness?
We certainly can do that. And her name again?
Dr. Jamie McGovern.
Dr. McGovern.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So I can read and not mess this up at all. Ms. McGovern, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth and without purpose of aversion?
I do.
Please continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. McGovern. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Jamie McGovern. It is spelled Jaime, McGovern, Mcgovern.
By whom are you employed and what is your position?
I'm employed by Walmart, Senior Manager, Regulatory.
Did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
Do you have what's marked as Walmart Exhibit Number 1 before you?
We do.
Is Walmart's Exhibit Number 1, is that your direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Was your direct testimony prepared by you or by someone under your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same or similar questions today, would you provide the same or similar response?
Yes, I would.
I move for admission of Walmart Exhibit Number 1.
Without exception.
Thank you. Now I will proceed to the settlement testimonies that she provided. Did Walmart negotiate with certain parties in this proceeding and reach a settlement regarding the natural gas service?
Yes.
Do you have the exhibit marked CDL-11 before you?
I do.
Is the exhibit marked CDL-11 the natural gas stipulation and settlement agreement in this proceeding?
Yes.
Under which of Northwestern's rate classes does Walmart receive natural gas service?
General service?
Does the general service class receive a rate increase or decrease under the settlement?
A rate increase.
Does the natural gas settlement resolve all of the issues that you discussed in your direct testimony?
Yes.
Does Walmart support the natural gas settlement?
Yes, we do.
Do you have what's marked as Walmart exhibit number 2 before you?
Yes.
Is Walmart exhibit number 2 your testimony supporting the natural gas settlement?
That's correct.
Was your testimony supporting the natural gas settlement prepared by you or by someone on your behalf?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions in your testimony today, would you provide the same or similar responses?
Yes.
I move for admission of Walmart exhibit number 2.
If there's no objection. It's in.
Thank you. Did Walmart also negotiate with those same parties in this proceeding to reach a settlement regarding Northwestern's electric service?
Yes.
Do you have exhibit marked as CDL-12 before you?
Yes, I do.
Is that exhibit the partial electric stipulation and settlement agreement in this proceeding?
Yes.
Under which of Northwestern's rate classes does Walmart receive electric service?
General service, secondary, also known as
General service?
GS1.
Yes. Under the settlement, does the GS1 secondary class receive a base rate increase or decrease?
An increase.
Does the electric settlement resolve all the issues you discussed in your direct testimony?
Yes.
Does Walmart support the electric settlement?
Yes.
Did you file testimony supporting the electric settlement?
I did.
Do you have what's marked as Walmart exhibit number 3 before you?
I do.
Is Walmart exhibit number 3 your testimony supporting the electric settlement in this proceeding?
Yes.
Was exhibit number 3 prepared by you or by somebody under your direction?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to your testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in your testimony supporting the electric settlement, would you provide the same or similar responses?
Yes, I would.
I move for admission of Walmart exhibit number 3.
Are there any objections? Okay, then it is admitted.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Just a minute. You, a moment ago, seemed to think that you missed some words. Was there something you needed?
Oh no. I was just clarifying that the rate class under which Walmart receives service is the general service secondary class 1.
I was talking to our, okay. I was talking to the gal taking the transcription.
Oh, I'm sorry.
However, you gave her what she needed. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to cross-examination. Mrs. Harbine, do you have any cross-examination?
The joint parties have no cross.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any cross-examination?
Thank you. No questions.
Mr. Chilcott, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
Renewable Northwest has no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
It has no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Uda, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
Ms. Brady, do you have any cross-examination for this witness? Ms. Mowry, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
Ms. Mowry represents Walmart also.
I have no questions.
If we could just have a few more moving parties and parts to this thing, I know I'd appreciate it. Okay, seeing none. Really? Okay, MCC, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Who else did I miss? Northwestern, did you have any cross-examination for this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Just checking. Okay. Do any,
Was that everybody?
no, we have commissioners and then we
Okay,
have,
I'm sorry.
do any commissioners have cross-examination for this witness? Saying none, does staff have cross-examination for this witness?
No, Mr. President.
You are temporarily excused.
Mr. President, I request that Dr. McGovern be permanently excused from this proceeding. All Walmart's issues have been resolved, and that concludes our case in chief.
Is there any objection to a permanent? Seeing a lot of shaking heads. You are excused.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
President Molnar. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. And Walmart has no cross-exam for any witnesses, and pursuant to the discussion this morning, Walmart counsel requests to be permanently excused now.
Are there any objections to the counsel for Walmart being permanently excused? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Granted.
Thank you.
Ms. Norcott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commission, Northwestern calls Crystal Lale. Ms. Lale, would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record?
Crystal Lale, last name Lail, business address 3010 West 69th Street, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, 57108.
And by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
Would you please provide the commission with your title at Northwestern Energy?
Chief Financial Officer.
Ms. Lale, did you submit direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Before you, do you have a document that has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit NWE2?
Yes.
Would you take a moment to review that document and indicate when you're finished?
Apparently, I was quite verbose. I would suggest that I have reviewed enough to know that it's my testimony.
So is NWE2 a true and correct copy of your direct testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in Exhibit NWE2, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, it would.
And do you have any corrections or modifications that you need to make to Exhibit NWE2?
I have a correction, and I will say that I believe it is in my direct testimony.
I think, Ms. Lale, that's in your electric settlement testimony.
Okay. I believe you are correct now that I see that's labeled at the top as my settlement. So I don't have any corrections to my direct.
Very good. With that, Mr. Chairman, President, I would move for the admission of Exhibit NWE2.
If there's no objection, it is admitted.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Lale, did you also submit rebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
So do you have a document that has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit NWE3 in front of you?
I do.
Is NWE3 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath as set forth in Exhibit NWE3, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony?
I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE3.
Without exception, so moved.
Thank you.
It's admitted.
Hey, Ms. Lale, we'll keep going here. Did you submit settlement testimony in this docket regarding natural gas rates and matters with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe and the University of Montana?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a document that has been marked for identification purposes as NWE4 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Is NWE4 a true and correct copy of that particular settlement testimony?
Yes, it is.
And if I were to ask you here today under oath the same questions that are set forth in that exhibit, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, it would.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 4.
Without exception, it is admitted.
So, Ms. Lael, did you also submit settlement testimony in this docket regarding electric rates?
Yes, I did.
And do you have a document in front of you marked Exhibit NWE 5?
Yes, I do.
Is NWE 5 a true and correct copy of your settlement testimony on electric rates?
Yes, it is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath that are set forth in that testimony, would your answers be the same except for any corrections or modifications?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony?
I do have a correction to this testimony.
Okay. Can you please describe the correction?
On the electric settlement testimony, page 12, lines 5 through 7, strike the sentence that begins on line 5 with "the settling parties also agree," and ends on line 7 with "formula rate template." As explained in response to data request PSC 258A, this sentence should not have been included in my testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 5 as amended.
If there's no objection, it is admitted as amended.
Thank you. Finally, Ms. Lael, do you have a document in front of you labeled Exhibit NWE 6?
I do.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
Can you please identify for the commission what this document is?
This is Statement F regarding the rate of return in the docket.
Does this document appear to be a true and accurate copy of the document previously filed with the commission in this docket?
Yes, it does.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move for the admission of Exhibit NWE 6.
Without exception, admitted.
With that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Ms. Lael is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you. No questions.
Ms. Arbine, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioners, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have questions for you on a variety of subjects. I will attempt not to belabor any one of them, but I'd like to start with this settlement. Can you confirm that it's Northwestern's position that its agreement to the terms of the stipulation are void if the commission doesn't approve the stipulation in its entirety?
Yes, and just with the background, which I think we all know, is it's a partial settlement. So not all areas did we get to complete consensus on, but for those that are settled, we view it as a complete package, yes.
Okay. And then my colleague, Mr. Hernandez, had some questions for Mr. Byrd regarding the rate impacts of, or the proposed revenue increase reflected in the settlement that he deferred to you. So I just want to confirm, do you agree, or is it your understanding that Northwestern's rebuttal position on the electric revenue requirement would increase base rates by 25.4% for the average residential customer?
I believe for rebuttal base rate, not total bill, that is a correct number.
Right. And do you recall that there was a roughly 20% increase in residential customer base rates from Northwestern Energy's last rate case?
The last rate case was 7.6% total, 20% to base, but 7.6% bill impact. Yes.
Okay, and I was speaking just to base rates, so thank you for that clarification. And so you would agree with me that these base rate increases are cumulative case after case?
Our cumulative bill impact, yes, but total bill, not individual components.
Okay.
I don't think we're in agreement on that piece.
Okay. So, but just speaking to base rates, this is additive to the base rate increase from the last rate
Yes.
case. Okay. You shift to Colstrip. You testified that the joint parties and the Northern Cheyennes tribe's testimony on mitigating the impacts of the Colstrip closure on area communities is premature. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's a overall summary. Yes.
Okay. And you said it's premature because Northwestern has not proposed to close Colstrip. Is that right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that other Colstrip owners have already committed funds to community economic transition efforts, specifically for Colstrip?
And those utilities, I think you're aware, have required exit dates at the facility. So yes.
Yes. Okay. And are you aware that owners of other coal plants have similarly contributed to community transition funding in advance of planned coal plant closures?
Yes, typically when a date is agreed upon, there is some sort of community transition discussion.
Is it your understanding that Colstrip would close only if Northwestern has a planned date, or are there other circumstances that could affect the future of Colstrip's operation?
I certainly probably can't predict all the things that could impact that facility.
Okay. But sometimes coal plants close on short notice.
I would imagine that could be the case. Sure.
Okay. And you would agree with me that that could be the case for Colstrip?
I would suggest we're doing things to make sure that that plant remains in service, serving Montanans for a long time.
And you would agree with me that it could close on short notice in any event?
I would agree that anything could happen, but today there's no such plan.
Okay, but yes is your answer to my question.
I would say
asked and answered.
I didn't hear a yes or no, so if I could get one, then I will move on.
I think your question, is it possible that the plant could close at an unexpected? Sure, that's possible.
Okay, and in that event, if we were waiting for Northwestern to announce a plan before it committed to transition funding that would allow the community to make its own plan for that transition, that community would be, shall we say, a little bit behind the game if we were waiting for a planned closure date and the plant closed unexpectedly.
Objection calls for speculation.
Yes, it does. Objection is sustained.
Okay, I'll try to ask it in a different way. You agreed with me that Colstrip could close on short notice. You had testified that Northwestern will not commit to community transition funding unless there's a proposal that Northwestern has made to close the plant. Would you agree with me also that in the event that the plant closes without that plan in place, the community would have no certainty of transition funding?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Are you aware, Ms. Lael, that Mr. Byrd previously testified in docket 2018.4.24 that, quote, funding for transition to address a plan to help the people of that community at the appropriate time would be prudent? Are you aware that Mr. Byrd previously testified that?
Subject to your representation, that seems reasonable.
Okay. Do you disagree with Mr. Byrd that community transition funding would be prudent?
I think as our settlement with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe represents here, we believe those conversations should occur at the appropriate time, and our current interest is to keep the facility open.
Okay. And specifically, do you disagree with Mr. Byrd that community transition funding would be prudent?
Again, I don't disagree with that statement, and I think, in fact, our settlement with the Northern Cheyenne Tribe to commit to conversations with them is consistent with that.
Okay, and beyond conversations, do you agree with Mr. Byrd that community transition funding would be prudent in the appropriate circumstances that you described.
Again, I think that as a broad blanket statement, it could be appropriate, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that there are a lot of complex issues related to Colstrip's future role in Northwestern's supply portfolio?
Indeed, this docket is complex. Serving customers well is complex. People don't really understand that. And certainly the issues at Colstrip can be complex.
Okay. I'm going to list some that I think we're talking about here and ask your agreement. Is one of those issues environmental compliance costs?
I guess I don't know your definition of complex. We comply with the environmental regulations today and will continue to do so.
Okay. And the costs for environmental compliance that were reflected in the reliability compliance balancing account is what I'm referring to. I won't ask you to characterize it as complex or not, but that's one issue that may be facing Colstrip in the future, that type of compliance cost.
Again, Colstrip is compliant today, and while we've obviously stipulated in this case to removal of our request for the RCBA, the ability to comply in the future is not something I can predict today.
Okay, and compliance costs are one issue that Colstrip faces as you consider the future of Colstrip in Northwestern's electric supply portfolio, correct?
Our entire business is subject to compliance costs, not just Colstrip.
And I'm asking about Colstrip, so I'd appreciate it if you could, we can move through these, I think, more quickly if you can give me a yes or no answer. If it's more complicated than that, I can appreciate it. But it's the cost of complying with environmental regulations, including regulations on the books today, one issue that affects the future of Colstrip in Northwestern's electric supply portfolio?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that questions regarding Colstrip's performance during extreme weather events is one issue that may affect Northwestern's future in the electric supply portfolio?
I think you heard Mr. Bird's testimony on the reliability of Colstrip earlier.
I'm asking you, maybe I can be more specific. The commission raised questions about an outage affecting one of the Colstrip units during a January 2024 extreme weather event. And I'm asking you whether you think that that's an issue that affects Colstrip's role in Northwestern's electric supply portfolio.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object on two grounds. One, it assumes facts not in evidence. That docket is not before the commission in this case. Number two, this is well outside the scope of Ms. Lale's testimony. Ms. Lale is the chief financial officer. She doesn't operate Colstrip, is not involved in the weeds of that. So I would mention that this is also outside the scope of her direct.
Ms. Lale testified as to the necessity of the reliability compliance balancing account to keep Colstrip operating. Ms. Lale also has said that that future transition planning for Colstrip is premature. I believe that Ms. Lale is the witness that has spoken, is one witness that has spoken to these issues, and the questions are appropriately directed at her. If there's someone else in Northwestern staff who can answer all of these questions, then I can redirect these questions to that person.
Actually, the objection is overruled.
Would you repeat your question? I think it related to reliability.
There's testimony in this case about an extreme weather event in January 2024. There's also testimony in this case, including from joint parties witness Goggin, regarding an outage of one of the Colstrip units during that period. And I'm asking whether that is an issue, that Colstrip's performance during extreme weather events, that may impact the future of Colstrip in Northwestern's electric supply portfolio.
Certainly, I think you heard, again, Mr. Bird say the importance of our ability to control that facility, control maintenance, and how critical that facility is to serving Montanans when we need it most. And those issues certainly are something that we'll talk about with this commission and other dockets, but indicating the criticality of Colstrip and the ability to serve customers there. So certainly an issue at hand.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Byrd testify about the acquisition of future Colstrip shares.
Yes, I did.
And so that's another issue facing Colstrip.
Not in this docket, but yes.
Okay. And Mr. Byrd also testified about potentially using the excess capacity created by that acquisition to serve data centers. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. Again, this is not in Ms. Lale's testimony, and she's asking Ms. Lale to confirm what another witness who we just heard what he testified to. I think this is redundant and outside the scope of her.
Seeing no counter argument to that, the objection is sustained.
What I'm asking, Ms. Lale, is whether you agree with me that there are a lot of dynamic issues right now that the commission may want to consider as we look at the future of Colstrip, including as teed up by that reliability compliance balancing account proposed by Northwestern.
And I think as my earlier comments were, our business is complex. Colstrip's certainly a complex element of that. And again, the settlement, while removing the request to the RCBA, Colstrip is certainly a piece of that. I don't think anyone argues that point.
Would Northwestern object to a dedicated Colstrip docket to address these dynamic issues as Northwestern moves forward as a utility and its customers look for the reliability and affordability that you've discussed?
I think that question was asked in several regards in data requests in this one. And I guess, first of all, everyone should know in this case, there's actually a rate decrease to customers from Colstrip, which is that long-term value of rate-based owned generation. So customers are seeing a revenue requirement decrease off of Colstrip in this case. As to future issues, this commission has in the past set supply planning as a separate docket from revenue requirement determination. So you have the IRP, RFP process. There's a slice of Colstrip issues that get addressed in those sorts of dockets. There is a slice of Colstrip that gets done, as I just alluded to. The revenue requirement decrease is being taken up in this docket. There's other venues that might be appropriate, but the need to separately have a specific docket on Colstrip when those issues, at least today, are addressed in various pieces in all of those dockets. I don't think there's consensus on that issue.
Okay. So you said there's no need for such a docket. Would Northwestern oppose such a docket?
I think that there's a resource adequacy docket again. So I think the question with regard to Colstrip and the issues around it are being adequately addressed today in each of those different pieces and dockets. Whether that needs to be a separate issue is something this Colstrip or this commission can certainly always consider.
And I think I need to ask you to clarify something. You mentioned a revenue requirement decrease associated with Colstrip. Are you referring to depreciation or?
From the last case to this one, the rate base is a decrease, right? Declining balance of rate base. Again, owned generation generally does that. One of the fundamentals of what that does. And I think the O&M is about flat to slightly down. So overall, when you cost of service plus rate base times a return, it's a slight decrease from the last case to this one.
Okay. Maybe not.
Since we talked about base rates earlier, within those base rates is a decrease for Colstrip.
Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about risks to Northwestern. You testified that wildfires pose a significant risk to Montana and Northwestern's customers, including safety and reliability, correct?
Can you tell me where in my testimony you're pointing
in your
to?
rebuttal testimony on page 14. Sorry, I'll get you lines here.
Okay, I think I'm there.
Okay. Did I read that accurately? Wildfires pose a significant risk to Montana and Northwestern's customers, including safety and reliability. on lines 21 and 22.
Thank you. I was not finding that. And I'm on CDL 14, lines 21. For the same reason, utilities have every incentive to manage costs. I don't know if I'm on the same line with you.
Let me
for some
pin
reason.
this.
Is it rebuttal?
Okay, we'll come back to that. Wildfire insurance rates are generally increasing for utilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they're increasing for Northwestern as well?
Yes.
Okay. Climate change and increase in wildfire risk are threatening credit scores and credit quality for utilities, is that correct?
I think again, as how credit rating agencies assess those overall risks, they look at all of them together. But yeah, there's the references to our credit ratings.
And specifically with respect to the climate change risk?
Is there a specific reference you're pointing me to?
I am. I'm looking at Northwestern's responses to PSC 003B. However, there are numerous reports attached to there. I'm looking at an S&P report. Maybe we can just be a little more generic.
Subject
rather
to
than,
check if that's what is out of an S&P report.
Okay.
Just clarifying, it's not my testimony, it's from an S&P report.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm also looking at, I believe, a response that you sponsored to a data request, MEIC 218. Thank you, Bobby. And you quote, I think, from Northwestern's 10K there. Can you actually read your quotation aloud?
Sure. This is from the risk factors section of our annual financial report. Weather and weather patterns, including normal, seasonal, and quarterly fluctuations of weather, as well as extreme weather events that might be associated with climate change, could adversely affect our ability to manage our operational requirements to serve our customers and ultimately adversely affect our results of operations and liquidity.
Okay. And there's also some legal risks associated with wildfire. Is that correct?
Liability risk, yes.
Okay. Liability for wildfire damages.
Yes.
And those are damages that Northwestern has previously incurred.
Yes.
Do you going to look to those past damage payments to assess your risk or your liability potential going forward?
I think the insurance industry is looking less at maybe partly our own fact pattern, but more the assessment of jury verdicts, and even where there's not a determination that a utility actually caused a fire, or in instances in which not shutting off the power by default, they've been deemed liable. The jury award damages there, which the insurance industry would call what they call nuclear verdicts, nuclear not in the sense of power, but in size, right? That those are impacting losses across the insurers that cover us. And then that's getting spread to everyone's liability. So it's really the litigation side of wildfire. It's not necessarily changing operational conditions. It's the changing litigation environment. And of course, there's legislation in Montana this year that's very helpful in that regard.
Okay. Okay. But those, whether through verdicts or settlements, those past payments of damages may be an indicator of future liability. Is that correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Oh, let me ask again, because I'd like an opportunity to respond to that objection.
Rephrase.
Okay. In your role as a vice president at Northwestern, when you're looking at what future risks and liabilities might be present for Northwestern, do you look at past liabilities to help you understand and mitigate risk and liability going forward?
Yeah, and specifically with wildfire, which is I think the topic we're on, and your insurers look at their entire book of business, and when they see losses in other jurisdictions, just like broadly insurance, customers elsewhere will pay for those verdicts in other states.
Okay. Joint parties would like to renew their motion to introduce into evidence data responses MEIC 208 and MEIC 209, which relates to damages Northwestern paid for past wildfire incidents.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. President. Again, Northwestern, those specific data requests are about specific past wildfire claims that we've had, that we've settled lawsuits. All of those costs are outside of this test year, known and measurable, and incurred in the past. There's not future looking events. And so for those reasons, Northwestern stands by its objection and believes your ruling previously was correct.
I note also that Northwestern has pending before this commission a proposal for a wildfire balancing account, mitigation balancing account, and these past liabilities also go to the future costs associated with that rate recovery mechanism.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I disagree with counsel. The wildfire balancing account allows us to cover future expenses incurred related to wildfire mitigation and have nothing to do with the specific instances of wildfire lawsuits that have occurred in the past.
And I believe Ms. Lael testified that the past is an indicator of the future, and we're talking about future wildlife or wildfire expense.
I'm going to rule that the objection is overruled because it has been made clear to me now that when you get into a fund, the fund will be based not only on future events, but actually substantiated by costs that have been paid. Therefore, I overrule myself and the objection is overruled as well.
So just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, for all involved, your ruling is that those two data requests are now admitted into the record.
Very perceptive.
I want to move on. You talked about the two components of customer rates. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this clearly. The two primary components are base rates, base revenue, which in this case are increasing. Is that correct?
I would say there's three components that we're usually taking up in the case. There's your components of base rates, TD and G, there's property taxes, and there's PCAM.
Okay. Okay. I'm speaking just about base rates. Those don't change on in the tariff between cases, between general rate cases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now the PCAM, that's variable. Is that right?
The base established in this case is set. It's established. The deferred amount changes between rate cases, but what we're here in this case for the establishment of the base and obviously a remaining contested issue does not change between rate cases.
Okay, but not the base, but the deferred balance is adjusted quarterly and trued up on a quarterly basis. Is that correct?
In a separate proceeding, yeah.
In a separate proceeding, but that's correct.
It's a tracking mechanism, yes.
Okay. So help me understand. The PCAM base is established based on Northwestern's projection of future conditions in the coming year. Is that correct?
Because there is a sharing mechanism, we have to set a base for a portion of the PCAM. There's several elements to the PCAM, and Joe Steinmetz, I think, is the witness who addresses how that PCAM base is determined best.
Okay. But generally speaking, and I will ask more specific questions of Mr. Steinmetz, but those projections include fuel costs for the operation of thermal resources, correct?
Yes, fuel cost is an element of the PCAM.
And there's a projection around energy market sales, correct?
Yes.
and energy market purchases. Is that right?
Yes.
And if those projections aren't realized, they're trued up on a quarterly basis.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, the Northwestern's proposed PCAM base decreased from the prior base, correct?
Yes.
And that's based in part on a projected decrease in market purchases?
Again, there's multiple elements that Mr. Steinmetz details between the forward strip of pricing and coal costs and QF availability and
it's
all the
based in
things.
part on a projected decrease in market purchases. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. But again, that's not my entire wheelhouse.
Okay. And is it your general understanding that it's also based in part on an increase in market sales?
Again, Mr. Steinmetz would be a better witness to give you the details I think that you're looking for.
Okay. But you're aware generally that Northwestern, a decrease in the PCAM base is being talked about in this case as having a netting effect on customer rates.
Yes, I believe the overall proposal in this case is to adjust the total PCAM base. So I can definitely tell you the totals. 208 million down to 119 million. There's various elements to that Joe Steinmetz is testifying upon, driven by a combination of factors. And of course, the last case, that was an increase. So,
okay. And did you see Ms. Norcott's demonstrative exhibits at the beginning? So one of those exhibits showed a $94.5 million decrease in the PCAM base.
yeah, I think it's 66.4 of base rates, 42.3 of Yellowstone, and then a decrease in that's the 208 to, I believe, 119, if I'm doing my math right.
Okay. And the PCAM base that Northwestern proposed went into effect with interim rates in November 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, I think December 1st.
Okay. Northwestern filed its quarterly PCAM adjustment on May 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you generally familiar with that filing?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Just for folks keeping track out, it's docket number 2024.09.090. You testified that you're generally familiar with that quarterly PCAM adjustment. Are you aware that it includes deferred supply rates that will go into effect on July 1st?
Yeah, my understanding is there's a deferred under collection of around 26 million.
Okay. Are you aware of the reasons for that?
That's a separate docket, and I can't tell you that I am entirely up to speed on what's driving the entire deferred under collection.
Okay. Have you reviewed the tariff that was filed in connection with that May 30th filing?
The overall calculation of the under collection at a high level, 26 million, yes. But again, witness Joe Steinmetz or Charlie Lane would probably be better ones to know the details of that filing.
Okay. I think it'd be efficient for me now to move for administrative notice of the May 30th filing in the PCAM quarterly adjustment docket 2024.09.090.
Are there any objections to the inclusion of the PCAM?
So, Mr.
Stop
Chairman.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman.
yes.
Northwestern would object. I know this is administrative notice, which is somewhat familiar or similar to judicial notice of fact. I will note that this docket is pending before the commission for a decision. It's part of our quarterly filings. It has not been decided. It's not a fact that's not subject to dispute. So I think it would be inappropriate to take administrative notice of it in this filing. I mean, certainly Northwestern has made the filing, but to bring it into this docket, I think it's inappropriate and would object on those grounds.
I agree.
I can lay some more foundation for this.
Please do.
I think what we're talking about are Northwestern's projections and how they've changed over time and the impact on customer rates in this case. You talked about the under collection. What does that mean in real terms? What's the impact if Northwestern's tariff is put into rates on ratepayers?
Are you speaking to the separate PCAM docket, or are you speaking to?
Could
you clarify what you're asking?
I'm speaking to customer bills effective July 1st.
PCAM is a tracker, and yes, the costs are collected.
Okay, so the costs are collected. Are you aware of the scale of the impact on the customer supply charge?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. This seems to be outside the scope of Ms. Lale's testimony for this docket in the issues before the commission related to setting a PCAM base that is decreasing from the current base. What we're doing in a separate docket will be for a decision in the future before the commission.
President, Commissioners, the Northwestern has repeatedly talked about the moderating impact of a reduction in the PCAM base on customer base rates. And what we are trying to get at is that this PCAM base is subject to adjustment, is being adjusted in real time, and that those adjustments significantly impact the narrative on the rates that this commission will set in this case. And it's not a theoretical adjustment. It's something that Northwestern has just put before the commission, and in fact referenced in response to data requests when we asked about whether or not Mr. Steinmetz's projections about market sales and revenues have come to fruition.
Okay, on advice of my right-hand man. This is outside the scope of Crystal Wales, but Mr. Steinmetz might be the more appropriate person to ask.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Then I have no further questions.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions of this witness?
Yes, we do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lale.
Good afternoon.
For the record, I'm Nick Stoffel, one of the attorneys representing the Montana Large Customer Group in this proceeding. I would like to discuss one of the issues that was not resolved by the electric settlement in this proceeding. And specifically, I would like to discuss the LCG's proposed adjustment to the accumulated depreciation reserve for the Yellowstone County Generating Station to reflect the full year's worth of depreciation expense for YCGS that Northwestern would recover in the revenue requirement under the partial electric stipulation. At a high level, you're familiar with that issue, correct?
Yes, at a high level.
We'll stay at a high level. The test year being used to set Northwestern's electric rates in this proceeding is a historical test year, right?
Yes.
And the commission's rules generally require historical test years?
Yes.
For purposes of setting rates, the commission's rules also require the use of average rate base for the test year, correct?
I believe that's correct.
However, in this proceeding, the company proposed to use the year-end rate base for the YCGS units that were in service by the end of 2024. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware if any parties oppose that year-end rate base treatment for YCGS?
As my understanding of the contested issues, that is not the primary driver of the contested issues.
And as part of the revenue requirement in this proceeding, Northwestern proposes to recover 1 full year's worth of depreciation expense for the YCGS units included in rate base at the year-end amount, right?
Northwestern proposes to begin recovering in the revenue requirement a return of the facility via depreciation. Yes.
A full year's worth of depreciation, correct?
Yes.
Neither the YCGS rate base nor the YCGS depreciation expense were reflected in the company's actual historical test year numbers, correct?
Again, because of the annual depreciation convention. No actual depreciation is recorded on that asset until 2025, and thus no depreciation was reflected as a reduction to rate base that would occur on assets that had been depreciated.
So those were made as known and measurable adjustments to the test period amounts of rate base and depreciation expense, right?
I think what you're suggesting is that there isn't, there's an adjustment for depreciation, yes, sorry.
And in rate making, I think you've touched on this earlier, depreciation generally reflects the return of the company's investment, right?
Yes, it does.
And the company is provided the opportunity to earn a return on its investment in rate base until that investment is returned through depreciation, correct?
Yes.
So conceptually, the return of the company's investment through depreciation reduces rate base. I think you were just talking about that with regard to Colstrip, right?
Yes.
From an accounting perspective, depreciation expense is reflected on the income statement. Is that right?
Yes.
And for depreciation expense to show up on the income statement, it must come from somewhere on the balance sheet. Is that right?
Yes.
And to calculate the depreciation expense for rate making, the company applies the commission-approved depreciation rates to the gross test year plant in service, right?
Yes.
And then a corresponding adjustment or entry should be made to reflect the impact of that additional depreciation expense on the assets on the balance sheet, right?
Yes, as depreciation expense is incurred on the P&L, separate from how it may be determined in revenue requirement. That is correct.
The other side of the entry for depreciation expense is the accumulated reserve for depreciation.
Yes.
The combination of the gross plant and balance and accumulated reserve for depreciation is the net plant balance, which the company gets to earn a return on, correct?
I believe that's correct.
By taking gross plant, multiplying it by the depreciation rate, and flowing it through the income statement, that is how the company recovers the return of its investment, right?
Yes, depreciation is that vehicle.
And if you don't make a corresponding adjustment to the net plant balance through the accumulated reserve for depreciation to reflect the return of the investment through depreciation expense, the company would also be recovering a return on that same amount, right?
Again, we would record the actual amount of depreciation that has been recorded. And in this instance, no depreciation began until 2025.
And when you say the actual amount, you're talking about on your actual financial statements?
Depreciation begins the year after, yes.
But here we're talking about setting the revenue requirement, correct?
Yeah. And I think just for the record, the witness that has the detail on this is witness Jeff Berzina. So I am well aware that I'm getting a bit outside my detailed lane here, and you might need to ask those questions of him. But the general depreciation theory, I think we're on the same page on.
And I only have a little bit more, appreciate that. I'll let you know, while actually this was referred to be addressed in Mr. Berzina's rebuttal, he did not actually respond to Mr. Higgins' adjustment on this issue in his testimony. So that's why I started with you. So let's assume an original plant balance of $10. It's late in the day. We're going to do this easy.
Please make it easy.
Annual depreciation expense is $2. In year one, the net plant balance is $8. In that simple example, the revenue requirement for that plant should recover $2 of depreciation expense plus a return on the $8, the net plant balance, right?
I think your supposition there is that you have perfect timing on both depreciation and plant and service. But yes, with that assumption, that would be a typical example.
And we actually don't have perfect timing here because we actually brought in a full year's worth of depreciation expense into the test year that didn't exist, right?
Right, because you're seeking to actually recover the asset. That's correct.
And the mismatch was the company did not actually adjust the gross plant balance or actually the reserve for depreciation to reflect the recovery of that full year's worth of depreciation, right?
And again, the company has reflected the actual depreciation. I think that's in our rebuttal. And again, I think that's in Mr. Berzina's testimony, but that could be subject to check if I have that wrong.
So when you're saying that, though, you're saying you're reflecting the actual depreciation in the reserve while recovering significantly more than that in the revenue requirement, right?
Again, I would suggest that you refer those questions to Mr. Berzina because I do think our rebuttal addresses this issue. Now, it may not specifically address the approach your witness took, but I do believe it's addressed in there.
Do you recall the discussion you just had with counsel for the joint parties regarding how the cost of Colstrip has decreased in this proceeding compared to the prior rate case due to the declining value of rate base as a result of depreciation?
Yes, I do.
Do you think customers should get that same benefit for Yellowstone?
I think the Yellowstone calculation is a separate calculation. And again, I would refer it to Mr. Berzina to address the specific rate-based calculation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Chilcott?
No questions from Renewable Northwest. Thanks.
You, Mr. Rivera?
No questions from FEA. Thank you.
We've already gone through, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Uda.
No questions.
Ms. Brady? Ms. Norcott, please call your next witness. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any commission questions?
Yes, Mr. President, I have a couple.
Okay, please do.
You were questioned about your credit rating drops because of your fire risk. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I think the line of questioning was with regard to a report from S&P, and the rating agencies look at us both from a quantitative, think the metrics that we talk about, cash flows to debt, and qualitative factors. And the credit rating agencies, when thinking about qualitative factors, they think about regulatory risk, but they also think about other risk. And wildfire would be one of the things that they think about as kind of an overarching existential risk as to how that relates to our credit. So just putting it in that bucket, it's a qualitative consideration with regard to how they think about credit.
Do you believe that your credit rating has been affected, say in the past couple of years, because the fire risk has increased? Has that hurt your credit? Do we know? Is there what's the answer to that?
I can tell you we were with the rating agencies actually just last week. Our credit ratings have not actually changed. However, the consideration of the credit rating agencies with regard to fire risk is certainly something they're trying to think about as far as should they adjust downside thresholds and what the minimum standards are. They have indeed done that for some utilities. But I can also say just in attracting capital, when we go to the market to issue debt or when you talk to the equity side of the house, those folks are definitely thinking about whether they should, what the investment standards should be for a utility with wildfire risk. So it factors into their decision making.
I've just returned from a fire risk meeting that took place in Portland, Oregon, a couple days ago. And they showed a map of Montana, well, the whole United States. And Montana had probably more square miles of fire risk than any other state in the United States. It looked like it had more square miles than California. Did they mention that to you? And do you feel that because we have so many square miles of high risk fire, this is affecting your credit rating based on that? And of course, you've already answered the question that you don't believe it's affected your credit rating. So let's ask this question. It looks like your rates have went up from insurance companies to protect against fire risk. Do you have an answer and a number you can give me on a dollar value on how that's increased?
So I think two things, two-part question, Commissioner Pinocci. One, I do think, the line mile of risk, the credit rating agencies, and we've taken, witness Jason Merkel will be here. We've taken him to the credit rating agencies. It's the Montanan goes to New York and talks to them about how we look at our system and what we're doing operationally to mitigate. They, you've seen, and I believe we presented this, but the team that will be here and Brandy Hellwinkle as well can speak to how they've analyzed every line segment of our portfolio, and the rating agencies do indeed ask where high risks are, how we've thought about that, all of the above. So the first part of your question, the rating agencies are definitely thinking about that and looking to see that we're doing the right things from an operational perspective. While they have not changed our credit ratings, part of that has certainly been on the backs of the very specific answers we've given them of our operational mitigation over time, whether that was the DSIP work, hazard trees, and then the program we have in place today of operational work. Having that team speak to the credit rating agencies, I think, has been a big reason why our credit ratings or downside threshold have not changed. In addition, just last week, we talked to them about the liability part of the equation, and the legislation that was passed in Montana is another key plank of that. Then the third key plank of that is, can you adequately insure the business and make sure you're protecting yourself? And so that piece is a key element of it. And in this case, you'll see that a significant driver of increased cost from the last case is overall wildfire mitigation. I think it's around $25 million. And the step up in insurance as it relates to that, I think is between, subject to check, is around 7 to 8 million. I think total cost embedded in the electric rates would be around 14. That has definitely increased based off the overall assessment of the insurers of what is the liability risk. It's not, we're doing the right things operationally. They also meet with our operations folks, but the increase in cost is reflective of the broader environment and liability or litigation matters that we've seen out there.
The increase in insurance for fire has increased by several $1 million. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The ratepayer bears that cost in rates. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're a significant part of the increase today is, and part of our under earning from last year is that increase in costs to properly insure the business.
A hearing a few months ago on wildfire risk, one of the subjects that came up is insurance companies should give a rate reduction to those utilities that make the investment in high performance conductors, because they believe, well, no high performance conductor on record has started a fire. Have you asked for a review based on the investment you're making in high performance conductors, that there could be a reduction in insurance? Do you know who may have requested that, and who should I ask that question to?
When we meet with our insurers, we talk operationally across our business, whether it's things like conductor, whether it's things like vegetation management, whether it's things like situational awareness, all of that. And it's hard to prove the null hypothesis, but I believe our insurance costs would have went up more. So it's not necessarily a reduction. It's how much of the increase, how can you mitigate that? And I believe, based off just informal conversations with other utilities, that we came out of those conversations in a better spot, and that all of those operational practices that we use across the business help to mitigate the increases. And our increases would have been more had we not had those things in place.
No more questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Commissioner Bukichek?
Ms. Lell, if you could turn to your pre-hearing testimony direct CDL 9. I have 3 questions on that first paragraph. And I think throughout your testimony, you probably answered these questions, but I'd appreciate if I could have a short summary form answer, if you would. What are the mechanisms by which Northwestern earned return falls below its authorized return?
Sure. So last year on the electric side, we were a little over 8% for earned return versus our 9.65% authorized return, which is quite different than maybe what I heard via some public comment this morning. I think on the gas side, it was just over 7%. The key there is continuing to invest above depreciation. Is like, we just had a great depreciation conversation. If we are keeping investment at exactly depreciation, not investing more than that, you generally could earn your authorized return. We're doing more than that because from a reliability perspective on our system, we feel we need to do that and to meet customer demands. The other piece is generally when we're refinancing debt today, obviously interest rates are higher. Would love to see those go lower, but our cost of capital you will see has increased from the last case to this case. The other key element there is just inflationary impacts on the operating side of the house. So from our last case to this case, we just talked about a big one, which was insurance costs and also needing to do what we're doing on the system. I would say absent that, I think on the electric side, we're 0.9% increase from the last time. But all of that factors into why it's difficult to earn your return when obviously in this case, we're bringing in 23 rate base, 24 rate base, but also part of 22s that wasn't captured in the last case. So when you invest ahead of that time, finance that, and then are recovering it quite some time later, all of that contributes to the lag and inability to earn our returns.
Thank you. The other portion, in layman's general terms, could you explain how the company can be profitable but under earning?
Sure. The general part there is you would say you take our rate base times a return, and we just had a conversation on that. And generally, your utilities investors will expect you to earn that. That's, in a simplified form, your earnings power. And all the reasons I just talked to you about are reasons why we might earn less than that. That doesn't mean we don't earn some degree of profit. Also, fundamentally, it doesn't mean profit's bad, but investors will have an expectation for a utility. Rate base times a return, you should be earning that. And if you're earning something less than that, then from an earnings perspective, they will, consider your whether they give you capital or give somebody else capital, they will consider that as an alternative when they're looking at where to invest. Just like anyone here will look at that if they want to invest in a stock and see consistent earnings growth. They will consider that in their decisions. But that's the simplified way of you can still have a profit, but not be earning what your investors expect from you.
Okay. And I would have a question probably for tomorrow on the credit ratings, but one more question on this particular paragraph. If you could talk a little bit about regulatory lag in this particular context, not the general definition, but in this context.
In this context of specifically under earning, and this is where you would see us having been, I think the last 5 years on the electric side, we've averaged around 8%. This has been a difficult period from a historic rate making perspective for us to earn our returns. And this is where you would see other utilities that either have more forward-looking rates, more mechanisms, riders, et cetera. Even like Idaho Power has basically an earnings floor where they have an earnings supportive mechanism to make sure that they can be within a range around their allowed, that those things are supportive of being able to close that gap. It certainly ultimately matters to customers in the sense of the ability to attract capital at what price. Investors on the debt and equity side will look at that and determine, at what risk return am I willing to give you capital for?
Okay. So the other question I had, I can wait till tomorrow. People are getting antsy.
Commissioner Fielder, did you have any questions?
No, Mr. President, thank you.
May I ask my questions then?
Okay. We have 13 minutes. I'll give it a run. Northwestern, because it's multi-jurisdictional, essentially assessed. Most companies that are essentially assessed go into the Department of Revenue and try to get a lower tax rate, particularly on property taxes. Can you tell me the last time Northwestern went in to the Department of Revenue and negotiated a lower tax rate on their property?
Our last centrally assessed process was last year in 2024.
And what was the result of that?
I can't tell you off the top of my head what the valuation is. Witness Aaron Bjorkman could, but certainly it was a negotiation, and based off the initial broad assessment from the Department of Revenue to where we concluded at, as usual, in the byproduct of any negotiation, I think we were all equally unhappy.
Nothing like equally unhappy.
Indeed.
A lot of your testimony here goes to credit rating and concerns for maintaining a good credit rating. In your documents, virtually everything seems to be about the same as all other utilities that are rated BBB and BBB plus. Would you agree that you are receiving a normal credit rating for other IOUs?
No, and I think somewhere in my testimony, I have a table that shows we're in the bottom third of investor-owned utilities. We're one notch above in investment grade ratings. So here I am, CDL 19. So if you look at CDL 19, you would see a Baa2 from a Northwestern rating perspective. There's 41 utilities in that bucket. And then if you would look to the left of that, that would be higher rated utilities. You would see 61 at Baa1, 48 at A3, another 16 at A2 and 6. So if you were in really the bottom third of ratings for investment grade utilities.
Okay. in testimony by one of the other interveners, and frankly, I looked up Fitch because you use them a lot. And part of their criterion of both S&P, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch is how you're reacting to a carbon-constrained world. When you pick up 593 more megawatts of coal-fired generation, will that hurt your credit rating through these credit rating services that take that into consideration?
In my conversation with Commissioner Pinocci earlier, there's two sides to how they rate us. It's the quantitative cash flow to debt metrics. And so, do we collect in rates what it costs us to do business? And then there's these qualitative factors, the key of which is fundamental regulatory compact and the ability to recover costs on a timely basis. Each of the rating agencies may think about carbon differently and how they do that. It would be a qualitative factor. Another qualitative factor is the ability to be resource adequate and what's your risk of being on the market. So I think Commissioner President Molnar, and your question is, it's an overall look at risk, and in isolation, taking additional coal strip. I can tell you the conversation we had with rating agencies last week was certainly understanding the need to get to resource adequate, that facility is indeed in our service territory, different than the other utilities, and is important to our existing portfolio, the 222 we currently have. Protecting that with taking additional ownership is critical to being able to serve. And I will tell you that utilities who have, and the Texas utilities that struggled with their ability to serve their customers, that's a risk they also think about. So the rating agencies are thinking about all of that basket of risks. It's a big group of them, and trying to assess each utility and how you factor in all those things. So your question in isolation, how would they think about the coal strip transaction? They also think about that in the sense of resource adequacy. And then, of course, the regulatory supportiveness of that transaction as well.
The regulatory support comes up a lot in what they're talking about. The return for expenditures comes up. But all of that is after prudency review. So if the money doesn't come back as quickly as someone wants, or perhaps doesn't come back at all, because of inaccurate prudency review, that would affect your credit. It isn't the sort of thing that would be necessarily to be blamed on the commission. Would you agree with that?
I think it's all the context of how prudency is determined. The rating agencies are looking at the overall, as you guys know, regulatory compact. And is that being upheld? And so they'll look at the nature of those decisions broadly. And of course, they consider things like, rider mechanisms as credit supportive, because those allow timely recovery of your cash, and then subject to review after the fact, that as long as we're acting prudently, you get recovery of those sorts of costs. Things like the wildfire management balancing account, they consider credit supportive. Those are the types of things. So, is it prudency up front or prudency and determination of looking at the actual costs? They're looking at how that process works, and is the regulatory compact upheld?
When you say they're looking at, talks in there about certain House bills, Senate bills showing that the legislature is supportive of various things, wildfire mitigation pact, etc. Where do they get their information? I've checked with some, and they've never come to us and said, why did you do what you did? Are they getting it from you? Are they getting it from the headlines? Where do they gather this information?
So they follow dockets, which are public, and they follow those in detail, and will be very up to speed on the evidence in the case and what the commission's orders are. So that information, of course, is all public. We have indeed actually had I think this was 2 or 3 years ago, a Moody's analyst come out and speak to you. They also follow any sort of public proceedings or publicity that's covered that. And then they also look to us for information as well and updates to them. We update them twice a year. We show them our financial plans and talk to them where we're at, but they follow the dockets very closely.
Okay.
They may be listening right now.
It says in your job description that you're an expert at tax.
Oh,
I
that's a
believe you
stretch.
are.
I have tax in my umbrella, but I would not say I'm an expert.
Okay, well, we'll go with an assumption unless somebody wants to object. You receive full compensation from ratepayers for your property taxes and your income taxes. Is that correct?
I would not say that. We set a base for property taxes in each case. And then outside of that case, the movement in property taxes between that, there's a haircut for that in the property tax tracker. And then, of course, same thing for taxes. They're set in stated rates at the time based off the revenue requirement determination. And if there's variability between cases, that flows to the bottom line.
Okay. But in large part, you are compensated for the amount owed for property taxes set by the DOR, and income taxes are also set by DOR and the Department of Treasury.
Again, established in rate cases, but timing between that, there's gaps. Yeah.
Okay. Currently on the electrical part of your corporate structure, you basically are self-regulated. You're a monopoly. The Public Service Commission cannot stop you. You're setting your own rate, and there is no competition. During this time frame, because you are not regulated for these actions, should customers, or would you suspect the customers would still owe property taxes and income taxes?
President Molnar, I'm not following your question because, of course, we are regulated. And so I'm not, can you maybe clarify the question of what
Sure.
I'm missing out here
Sure.
on?
If you're setting your own rates and doing your own collections, then the Public Service Commission cannot stop you or make comment on it. You are not regulated. You are acting very independently.
We are not setting our own rates. Help me understand what you're saying there. We're here to set rates, right, with you
Well,
and all of our friends here.
we will eventually determine how accurate you were, but right now you chose the highest number, which is what the law says, and you will collect it, and then we will determine on the in between. Your electrical division is acting unilaterally.
I would disagree with that. We implemented rates as filed pursuant to a statute that enables that. However, customers continue to be protected as they are subject to refund. Right. So the ultimate decision of this commission, which is you regulating and setting our rates, once that decision is made, we will be subject to refund to what that determination is. So I think I disagree with the premise of your statement that we aren't regulated. We have implemented our as-filed rate, which is based off testimony and all the things we need to do to comply with the statute. We've used the statute to implement rates. They are fully subject to refunds such that customers are protected and subject to your regulation and your final decision here based off the evidence in the case as to what customers ultimately pay. So we are certainly continue to be regulated. The rates in place are subject to statute and the requirements of filing in this case, and customers continue to be protected as it is all subject to refund. Acknowledging the process here, maybe we'll find a better way in the future.
Did you hear my conversation with Mr. Byrd on testimony from Mr. Demuke on whether or not the FERC rate or regulation for exported wind collected more or collected enough to cover the cost? Would you be comfortable in answering that, or would you agree I should talk to Mr. Hines?
If you want to restate the question on the FERC rates, I will be happy to try to answer it. And then if I can't, then I'll
The
kick it down the
question
road.
is, would you agree with Mr. Dismukes that the amount collected under the FERC regulation, which I believe is there's various ones, but regulating products for exported wind collects less than the cost of production?
So I think you're getting into the charge for ancillary services that is within FERC rate making. And I am now going to, now that I understand your question, defer that to, and it might, and I know this is difficult, there's lots of us, but given now I think I understand better that you're talking about that component of it, it might be a Mr. Cashel question that's better.
Well, Hines and or Cashel?
Yep, I might would start with Cashel if you're talking about the regulating reserves and how that's determined.
Okay, so you haven't read the testimony of Mr. Dismukes?
I have read, I think, almost all the testimony in this case. I cannot tell you that I recall all of it. So I did read it, but I'm not sure I'm the best witness to answer that.
This morning, and it was public comment, so But it was stated that a 5% ROE is pretty common across the nation for IOUs, and that you're getting 10.5%. Would you agree that 5% is a fairly common ROE across the nation for IOUs?
I do not know of a single IOU that is getting a 5% ROE. I think in my testimony, the average awarded in the last year is 9.8. So I heard that gentleman, and I have no idea where of course you can get data from lots of things. So I have no idea where he's getting that from. But the average awarded last year was 9.8, and our 9.65 representing the partial settlement here is right in the lane of what is typical.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I think that's done. Just give me 1 second here.
I had so.
We have another question from Commissioner Bukacek, but I am through. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, President Molnar.
Okay, so your credit ratings starts on CDL 13 and CDL 14, line 11. What factors do the rating agencies consider when they assign credit ratings to a utility? And you've talked about that, and some other people have asked questions related to that. And it says the rating agencies take into account factors including, and they list this first, the regulatory environment in which the utility operates. And then they have, let's see. So page 16 talks about credit agencies value transparency, predictability, and consistency in regulatory outcomes. That's talking about us, right?
Yes.
19, the importance of balanced, consistent, and constructive outcomes in utility rate proceedings. So the investors look at that. The credit agencies look at that. And, I know one of the things they look at is the regulatory agency hostile? Has there been any hostility? And you're too polite to mention anything like that, but I don't know if you wanted to comment on anything about that. Do they look at that?
I think the rating agencies expect your commissions to hold you accountable. Absolutely. And to have a high standard for, first of all, reliability to serve customers, and then also the evidence presented in a case. But then they also expect fair recovery based off what are fair costs. And so that's what they're looking at is the, jurisdictions that provide a regulatory compact and do that in a way that there's a fair balance. Of course, your role between us and customers and making sure that we're doing the right things to serve customers. And if so, we have the reasonable opportunity to earn our return. So I think that there are what they would consider a couple of hostile jurisdictions. If you've paid attention to Connecticut, that would be one of them. And it's the tone and approach of that jurisdiction is, I would say, hostile to making any money in serving customers from a utility perspective. That's certainly not positive. But other than that, they're just looking at the track record of the commission over time. And if the utility is doing the right things from providing service from a reliable perspective, in our instance, you have rates that are below the national average. Obviously, you have some other utilities that have very high rates, and think California, they're 3 times what ours are. That gets very difficult from a regulatory environment, but they're looking at all of the pieces and saying, for the utility that's in front of a regulator, how are the dockets adjudicated? Are they adjudicated in a fair manner, timely manner? And is there a reasonable opportunity to recover fair and prudent costs?
Because on page 15, it says that's the most important qualitative factor is those things, all 3 of those rating agencies. So it's a really big deal.
If you look at their weightings on the qualitative side, regulatory environment is the top weighting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I believe Commissioner Wellborn has a question.
Thanks, Ms. DeLale. I'm not asking you to drill down too far, but it was suggested earlier that a return on equity should be pretty close to equaling the cost of equity. Is that a formula that you use in any of your forecasting or any of yours? And if so, how do you feel like you strike that balance as a company?
Yeah, Commissioner Wellborn, I think the gentleman was just maybe, obviously these topics are technical and very complex, just misunderstanding how the cost of equity is determined. I think was, as I understood his comments, likely the issue there. This commission will have in front of you two experts on this issue, witness Adrian McKenzie. This is his world. This is what he does to determine cost of equity and can help the commission understand that. Also, witness Higgins by the other parties here is an expert in determining cost of equity. I think they both would tell you that 5% is not in the range at all of a reasonable cost of equity. And when you look at book equity, that I think that gentleman was a little confused, but both of those witnesses will be in front of the commission here and have even more knowledge than me. But I can tell you, in looking at, we routinely look at other utilities that we compete with to attract capital, and our 9.65 on the electric side and 9.6 agreed to in the settlement here on the gas side are slightly lower than the national average, but a reasonable return on equity.
Thank you,
Mr. President. My apologies, Commissioner. I just wanted to note for the record that to the extent you have questions about this issue, which I absolutely encourage you to ask, the correct witness for the LCG and the Montana Consumer Council is Mr. David Garrett, not Mr. Kevin Higgins. And so do invite you to follow up, but just wanted to make sure you were directed to the correct place. My apologies for the interruption.
Thank you, and appreciate your answer, and hopefully the appropriate person will drill down a little deeper, and if not, maybe we can flush that out. Thank you.
And thank you to council for correcting my brain freeze for a brief moment.
Okay, I have one final one. It's not a very deep one, and then we'll go to staff and adjourn the day. Talking about regulatory, getting along with, being proper in the way we treat the utility. So far as electrical goes, it's my understanding, I'm asking for your remembrance as well. It's my understanding in the 25 years that Northwestern has been the default provider, that all electrical cases have settled based on the offer of Northwestern. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been here. I also started in 2003, and my knowledge is that all cases we've been able to, based off the evidence, come to an agreement with the other intervening parties who also hold us very accountable. So I think we've reached a settlement in all of those.
So when I read in here that the credit rating agencies that you've mentioned really don't fault us with anything, that we are a fairly reasonable body, a very reasonable body, and that any suggestion that a BBB versus a BBB plus versus an A is not coming from us, it's coming from other observations.
I would suggest that that's also tempered by the ability to earn our returns. So part of that is to be at a higher credit rating, we would have to be earning more than 8%. So all those factors of where do you get to even better regulation of allowing for some rider recovery, maybe formulaic interim rates, or looking at forward test years. That's the type of thing that could advance the regulatory construct that's such that you get to a higher credit rating and wouldn't be in the bottom third.
But again, these were your offers and we made the acceptance.
Indeed.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions?
Yes, I do, President Molnar, but I think it'll take a little while, and we're already past 5. Would you entertain adjourning for the day, recessing for the day, coming back to staff questions in the morning?
I would. It sounds to me like Ms. Lael and Thorvald are going to step out in the parking lot here in a minute and decide who gets to be the witness. So I'll be selling tickets in the meantime, unless there's an objection.
Mr. President, just one clarification. Certainly happy to break for the day, but we've agreed that the tribe can call its witnesses first thing at the start tomorrow. So just to be clear, that's what we had agreed to previously, if that's agreeable to the commission.
I'm sure that's agreeable. Seeing no objection to that, I would remind everybody that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, or at 8 o'clock is when we'll have more public testimony that will go on for an hour, unless not that many people want to testify. So with that in mind, we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Thank you.